I haven't spoken since June. Haven't spoken since June and all, because I think what's happening here is, the whole lecture model thing has crashed and burned in the aspect of, about 14 years ago, the whole concept of the Afrocentric movement and all that became prominent, and we had the whole Afrocentric scholars to go forth and do the whole historical thing. And it started dissipating around 1995. It started dissipating around 1995. Unfortunately, what was supposed to happen, and even in the aspect of what I think it was what ASCAP wanted to put forth is that they wanted to say that certain people take the information, and then younger people would come in and take the information and bring the information into whatever we call the millennium or whatever. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough people to take the reins, so it only came a few people that went on into the whole esoteric thing. And also, therefore, as a result, the Afrocentric thing died down like in 95. It went strong for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden, it started dying down. Unfortunately, for a lot of the scholars and stuff, a lot of the people, they thought that the only thing that they had to learn was just the historical aspect about it. And we still got people arguing over history, you see what I'm saying, to this particular day. The whole concept here is that, and I always say this, what did the Egyptians learn? What did the Egyptians know? So, as a result, me and a couple of other scholars took it on into the 2000s, into the millennium. And we started feeling the pinch. I started feeling the pinch around 2000, and stuff started petering out. For one reason is, we know now that there's no more people coming into consciousness. It's only the people that are still in the consciousness of people that somehow got on track somewhere in the last 14, 15 years, and basically they need to find out what was the next step. But, like Sister Erica said, and which is right, you don't need a whole bunch of people. You don't need a whole bunch of people. That's what happens when you have whole huge movements is, you have a whole bunch of people, and then the first thing you know, you have all kinds of infiltration and all types of things that always start to happen. It basically becomes a religion. And so therefore it was time out for that. In most movements that actually work, you only have a small group of people. So it is not based on the amount of people, it's only based on the few people that's going to bring this thing about. Now ultimately, once this thing gets going, those particular people will see the manifestation as far as the actual masses. And there's an old saying that also, we have to get this so that in actuality, it's almost like each conscious person is a representative of thousands of people that's dead. So they don't have to get it. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, like we said last night, we are at the worst stage, or we are some of the worst people we ever were in the history of the planet now. You see what I'm saying? So, but then again, on the other hand, that is also prophesied too. They even say right in the Bible that this thing goes on so long until even the actual elect will be challenged, or the elect will be threatened. You see what I'm saying? So that means, and the elect, who are the elect? The elect are these particular people that took the reins and got this particular consciousness, got hold of this particular consciousness within the last umpteen years. Let's say basically from the late 80s on into now, somehow you fell on board. That basically is the elect. Fortunately for us, the European knows that what happened here is it was prophesied that we would get what we were supposed to get. And I mentioned the book, The Zelatar, that talks about the Africans in America will be the ones and basically that even the Europeans, they was urging them in 1999, and in 2000, it was even urging them that if they were going to save themselves, they need to look for some type of black conscious group, or they need to look for some type of black brotherhood. And also Steve Coakley said one time, give me some water. Give me a thing of water. Even Steve Coakley said one time that when he had a person that when he was studying this Illuminati stuff, that the white boys said that the only thing that could stop the Illuminati would be the urban black person in America. I often wondered to get it from, but I heard that Darrell Rice said he has a copy of this thing. He has a copy of this thing. As far as the urban black person in America. I'm saying that because I want to set up a series of dialogue on some things that's actually happening. There's a great conspiracy that needs to be opened up today, and I want to get into some of that. But on one hand, where did you get that from, Darrell?
What?
You know that part I told you last night about what Steve Coakley said, where it was some white guy that said the only thing that can stop these powers to be would be the urban black person.
Back when he said that, I think it was about 96 or something like that, 97.
Actually, I heard him say it was early as 92.
Okay.
But I was trying to find out where did that article come from. You said it was...
My partner had got it from me. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure where he got it from, but he got it from me and gave me a copy of it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Is it a newspaper?
Which was...
I don't remember.
But I'm just saying, what I'm trying to do is log in the evidence that these Europeans automatically know these things. The simple fact that we also had the piece that came off of the internet, in 2000, where they also said that the Africans in America will be the heirs to the earth. To be the heirs to the earth. And these are the Europeans saying this. Which leads up to the actual dialogue today that we're going to get into is, and I started it last night to say, what is it that would have a people, even when we're in our worst hour and we're down on the lowest level we could be, when you turn on the TV set, anything that comes on that TV that's got a black face on it is some type of degrading thing. Like, take for instance, this HBO show, The Wire. You see what I'm saying? Now, actually, it's filmed in the projects in Atlanta, some closed down projects in Atlanta. You see, so they got this HBO show, The Wire, putting forth this whole drug thing. Now, I happen to know in most inner cities now the drug thing is wiped out. In most bigger inner cities, the drug thing is bigger in the smaller towns. You see what I'm saying? Most of it, it's like, especially in Atlanta, the crack thing has been non-existent since before the Olympics. And as far as the phenomenon that we experienced back in the late 80s and early 90s. And we know that basically in most major cities, the big cities, they have single-handedly wiped out drugs, but we know that the drugs are more rampant in the smaller cities or the smaller towns. So I'm saying, I go to my hometown mother in South Carolina, and it's an epidemic. And it's been that way even back as early as 1988. You see what I'm saying? But in the bigger cities, the reason why they was able to wipe it out, because they basically locked up damn near everybody. But why is it they got this movie, The Wire, still perpetrating the fraud as if to say that the drug thing is still that vital when it's really not? But they got this wire, it would coincide more with something that happened 10 years ago than now. That is because they still got to send that message across seas. They got to send it to Africa. Now because this shit is global and satellite, you see, and this thing is based on satellite, they got to send this message around the world. You see what I'm saying?
And they still got the corner on too. You ever seen the one called
the corner? They still got Oz.
Right.
And I just got this AT&T broadband, which is the new, just like the satellite. Cable had to come up and get 200 channels. And I'm flipping through this thing and I'm saying, you know, if I was in Sweden, I would swear out that black people was nothing but a bunch of buffoons, or either drug dealers, or users. There's nothing on this shit positive. Even the damn movies that they put on. First of all, they'll take a movie like, they'll take these movies. They ain't nothing but like the Steve Harvey show. They just made it an hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours and give you these damn bullshit movies. The same comedy movie is the same TV show that come on, the few that they have left and all, but nothing of substance. Now take for instance, you got this, was it American Image? What was the thing that thing on? American Idol? Now, first of all, the guy pretty much hands down was the best shit rolling. The guy Justin. Danny Glover's nephew. You know, and also he is also his father was the chief of police down in Atlanta, named what's the guy said Elgin Bell, which was the chief of police in Atlanta for years. So now, the guy was clearly, and you know, they got radio shows, and you know, they was talking junk about it because they said he looked half white and all this kind of thing here. But see, then again, on the other hand, that's another fucked up form of divide and conquer. The Chancellor Williams say, never fall for that shit because of a person with this whole damn Lavado shit. The motherfucker black. So, and Chancellor Williams say, never ever fall for this and stuff. Because throughout history, from the Arabs, when they started doggone conquering things, on up to the white boy, whenever this shit went down, they took the doggone mulattoes and threw them right in with the black people and oppressed them too.
That's the Willie Lynch thing.
So we know also too that the mulattoes have shared the oppression along with us. Now we know this whole divide and conquer stuff, but we know that the other way we don't have that much allies to be throwing away a light-skinned motherfucker or using some dark-skinned people and all, because you know what I'm saying? Yeah. We know that that's a partisan stuff, but they had a group of people in had a group of people in Chicago and all that was talking shit about the guy Justin and all this kind of thing here. You see what I'm saying? And clearly we can see that this guy, hands down, was the best talent in this particular thing. But the reason why the white girl had to win is because of this. Also, like you're saying, based on the image that they got to send, but also this too, is that Fox, as well as the WB, they first started out with mostly black programming in their inception when they first started out, and UPN. And as a result, after they got the momentum and white people started tuning in because they started adding these particular white shows, they started basically cutting down these particular black shows. And Fox came out in '99 and said, automatically, we are getting away from any kind of black programming. They actually said this shit right on the TV. So therefore, if they got this American Image and they got all these people, they know if that show to be getting picked up next season, first of all, whites are going to say, well, man, we ain't going to watch that shit. Because first of all, we know somebody black going to win because we know the talent is better. So what they would do to ensure them that this thing will get picked up the next season, they got to doggone make sure that the white girl win. So the next time a white person said, hey, I don't know, the black people win, you go, the first person who won was also black. Was also white. That's a form of the whole demographics aspect of the thing. WB, which started out in '95, was completely black. Now all of a sudden, they're down to one or two shows. You see what I'm saying? But like I said, you know, everything is always propaganda. But going back to this particular science, around the world, when you basically break down black programming, it is basically buffoonery or some type of thugism. And the point I'm trying to make, we've heard all this shit before, but the point I'm trying to make here is, I could see if this was a factor when we see black people on the rise. But black people now are at their lowest point ever, which means this, and I mentioned this last night. The number one goal for black people, and always has been, was to gain the interest, to gain the acceptance of the slave master or the white man. As far as they're concerned, now we're talking about breeding a person. When you breed someone, you have bred that particular person to function based on what you breed. Well, one part about just the slave system itself was you got to obey the master. And how do you obey the master? You obey the master by accepting the master or wanting the master to accept you. That's the whole Stockholm syndrome where the person is captured or the kidnapped fall in love with the kidnapper. You see what I'm saying? But the concept here in the breeding here is, if you take a person and beat that person, and when you beat that person will rebel against you, and then when you break its spirit, once you break the spirit, that particular person will mainly want you to accept him or her. So basically, once you break that spirit, that person will do everything just to get the master's acceptance. Now, when you think about this psychologically, of what we are, and we are bred, it's like one brother in South Carolina said, it's one thing to say brainwashing based on the last couple of years, since we've been out of slavery, we saw things. But it's another thing when a person systematically breeds you, and what does that mean? It's in the movie Dune, and I talked about it last night, where the House of Atreides fell because they entrusted this guy who was up under the king, but the king and them didn't worry about him because of the simple fact he was bred with imperial breeding to be loyal to the king. So the only thing the Harkonnens had to do was get to that particular overseer or the trustee member and break his royal imperial breeding, that he could actually open up and say, hey, I see now. I don't necessarily have to be loyal. And once he broke that imperial breeding, then they was able to bring down the House of Atreides in Dune. And they talked about the imperial breeding. So we're talking about a breeding process here. Now going with that particular concept, if we are bred, not only to obey, because now we don't obey because we live on our own, but we are bred also to always look for the master's acceptance. This is powerful mind control. That means once the master turns around and accepts you, that means that your goals and objective for life is already done. I got accepted from the master. So therefore, I don't have to be the best black, or be the black consciousness, or be these types of things. Why? Because I already have acceptance from the master. So why the hell am I going to go and beat myself up to go read some stuff, go sit up in a place and listen about this black shit when I got acceptance from the master? We're looking into mindsets, the psychological ramification of what happened to the so-called dead people out here. To give you an example, I had a cousin. I think right now she's no more than mid-30s. And at that particular time, she was in the early 20s, about 10 years ago. She was in the early 20s, so she's like early 30s or something now. And it was around this time, I had just started speaking, and we went home and we was talking about this black consciousness. I had been into it years prior, but it was right after I just did my first lecture and went home, and one of my first cousins, this sister, we was talking and all, and we was talking about the so-called black problem. She turned around and I said, you need to come on back in here and listen to some of this, She said, oh, I don't need that. That's not me. Shit, I just got me a job teaching school. I just got me a job teaching school. So that, as if to say that this is an underclass problem. But then again, on the other hand, psychologically, what she is saying, I am a success. I have acceptance with the status quo, or I have acceptance with the actual slave master. I'm an honorary white person. You see? So when she said, oh, that's not for me, psychologically, she means that that's what he does. That's why he gives you the accolades, the degrees, the jobs. The job is not just for your economic structure. They give you those jobs and stuff because they're saying, hey, I am now accepting you as an honorary white person. And it's just like Morgan Freeman. When he was on the Oscars, he said, ever since I was a little child, all I wanted to do was be in the movies. So if this man makes this opportunity feasible and makes this opportunity come, you see, to him, then also it means that he will do anything. Or whatever he says, man, so I want you to wear a dress. Well, goddamn it, no. Well, motherfucker, you've been waiting for 30 fucking years to get here. Now you gotta wear the dress. You see, so it's like, you see, that's the whole concept here. You see, the honorary, this is a syndrome. So therefore, if, going back to this, if the white man has given black people in America his acceptance or the illusion of accepting you. Therefore, these particular people don't feel it necessary or an obligation to better themselves in trying to become more African, more ancient, or whatever you want to call it, more aware, because they already got what they were bred to do 300 years ago, 200 years ago. Was not only, at first it was to obey the master, but now that the master's not around, remember, they still, when they broke that particular person, that person was bred to accept the master, but also it was bred to appreciate the master's acceptance. You see, now, going back to this particular science, because so what I'm trying to line up, here is, why is it after they got basically 99.9% of all black people accept the white man, and they love the white man acceptance, end of story, we got people that don't want to do shit. Basically, the whole struggle aspect is dead. The white man is looking, he says, I have defeated these Negroes. Why does he continue to vilify these people and destroy these people's image on the silver screen, on the TV set? I mean, they've already been defeated. And that goes to set up the question of the number one thing now that we can say also at this particular point on why we catch a lot of hell to this particular time. And we've always said, well, we know that white people are jealous of us. You see what I'm saying? We know that white people are jealous of us. But the black people that we see around here ain't nothing to be jealous of now, because the simple fact, all the great attributes that we had, hell, we have squandered away. You go on the damn job, I know damn well they're not talking about those black people, because those black people, the upper mobile, the only thing they do is grin in white people's face.
They white.
You know what I'm saying? And laugh at all white people jokes. And scratch when they ain't itching. And smile when it's not appropriate to smile. You see? And always nice. Why do you feel that? You know, so the human emotion of being fucked up, that's no more. They got to always be nice when it comes to them. So that's not even humanly impossible. That's like the goddamn Brady Bunch. Like my mama said, I don't like the Brady Bunch. You see them goddamn parents was always nice. Motherfuckers don't ever argue. You know, I'm just trying to say, that's artificial. But Negroes will have a bad day, but they'll be artificial when they come around white folks. You see what I'm saying? Huh? Oh, well, you know, when they say, you know, if somebody on your job that's fucked up, you best believe it ain't that white person. You see what I'm saying? And it's becoming increasingly not being the white person now, and mostly the black person on that job. The point I'm trying to make here is, so what is it? Because even white people can't say, well, I feel inferior, or I feel jealous of those doggone fools. Because black people make it a point to make sure that white people like them. So what is it? It has to be a secret society that knows that ultimately we are the people. And that particular secret society, which is the greatest secret society of all secret societies, which is the pinnacle of all Illuminati and all them, they still have their highest priesthood, and that is the damn Jews. That is the Jews. Now, I say this because I happen to know something, and this information, when I made the mention last night, that, man, somebody still just hates us to death. It can't be the general cracker and stuff, because the motherfucker, that nigga, we don't exist. You know, when a person is confident that you ain't shit, they don't feel you no more.
Right.
But I said, no, this thing has got to be something far more sinister. It has to be something more conspiratorial. There's a group of people that is the head of all the dumbass white people. It's like Steve Coker said, you got the pyramid. The ones on the bottom of the pyramid, them motherfuckers don't know shit. They're just stupid. They got individual prejudice. But the racist element, there's a difference between being prejudiced and racist. Prejudice, it sweeps a lot of shit under the rug. Prejudice, everybody has individual prejudice. That's just based on your life experience with the doggone people. But when we talk about the racist element, which is a constitutional ingrained way of life, an institutional way of life, a structure, the people on the bottom, they have individual prejudice, but on that top level, these are the people that have a consensus to say, whatever the deal is, they always got to be the fucking enemy. Now this has a lot to do with spirit too. When you talk about this, in this particular case, we're talking about a secret society. There's a difference. Even when Walter Williams talks about that we talk about these white Jews being a form of a secret society. Now, when you're a form of a secret society, that means you got a consensus. You see what I'm saying? Everybody got a secret society but us. You know what I'm saying? That means, look at here, motherfucker, you can't be going out there marrying these doggone Negroes. You're going against the code. I believe there's one in Hollywood when it comes to white people. Why is it no major white stars? And they can sleep around all they want to, but they never really truly marry a black person. You see what I'm saying? No major white stars, but every black person fall off the wagon in Hollywood, they get interracially married. You see what I'm saying? That is because there's a consensus among the major Hollywood players. You see what I'm saying? That the majority of them, you see what I'm saying, don't marry nothing but white folks. You see, well, going in this particular aspect of a secret society, there's a consensus of a group of people saying, whatever the deal is, black people must be held down until the fucking sun don't come up no more. Till the very last day. And that particular one has to go back to the actual Jews. Now, the first thing I thought, and I often thought about this, and when we talking about this, is when Farrakhan and them was talking about the Jews, I said, wait a minute, this don't mesh right here. Let me go and show you exactly what I'm talking about here. There was a guy that wrote the book, The Original Man, which is the book on the life of Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The book came out in 1997. Came out in 1997 and stuff. The Original Man. When they asked the guy what was the difference between Farrakhan and Elijah Muhammad, the guy said, well, I've done the study over the last 3-4 years for St. Martin's Press on the messenger of Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And he said, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't single out the Jews outside of white folks. You see what I'm saying? He didn't single the Jews out outside of just basically the white man being the damn devil. And that was the difference. And I often thought about that. I said, wait a minute, hold on. There's a conspiracy going on here. There's a conspiracy going on here. Why is Farrakhan singling the Jews out amongst all white people? And I said, wait a minute, this is not indicative of most black people. Most black people are not sophisticated enough to single out the Jews other than that same cracker that's on your ass. It's even in the white race. You can have a person, he goes to school, he's all in the fraternity, he's in things, then they find out he's Jewish. For the mere fact that they had to find out he was Jewish, they did not look at him based on his prototype and phenotype to say that I could tell that's a Jewish person. You see what I'm saying? That means if they couldn't do it, why the hell do you think black people, mainly black people up from slavery, gonna just single out Jews with white people? I said, I know even in my life, you see white man, you say that's just a white man. Right. You don't say that's a Jew, not unless you hear the name Epstein or Goldstein or whatever. But I said, wait a minute, there's a conspiracy going on here. And I often wondered about this. I said, why is he singling out the Jews with other white people? I said, because I know, shit, even in my lifetime, the majority of motherfuckers who fucking with me, we just call them regular white folks. You see what I'm saying? I said, shit, I'm from Mother South Carolina. Hell, they ain't got no damn Jews down that motherfucker but a few. You see what I'm saying? I said, what happened to the regular crackers? Like they didn't lynch us or nothing. The stuff I'm trying to deal with here is that you try to show you that there's a conspiracy going on here. Now, the day I think kind of mentioned it yesterday, that there's a group of people that's jealous of us because, number one, these are the most advanced white people there is. these particular Jews. But I know black people. I know black people, and one thing I can say of studying my people for 15 years and speaking for 10 years, black people are not racist and never will be. And I'm going back from when I first got into this science when the brother that first turned me on to consciousness when I was dead, he said, first lesson for black consciousness 101, black people love white people. He said, you don't understand nothing. I don't give a shit how much they talk shit about white people. I don't give a damn how much they complain about white people. They love white people. It's in their psyche. They're bred to love white people. If you didn't like white people, it would be hard to come on a TV set. Because 98% of what you're going to see is white people. Even the movies you got to get past, those are white people. If you hated white people, you wouldn't be able to watch TV. So this whole concept, I don't like white people, that's some shit you're telling yourself because it's hard not to like white people. You live in Western civilization. Any motherfucker say, I hate white people, they're crazy as hell. You have to train yourself to be aware that white people are fucked up. But you generally in nature don't hate white people because generally in nature, black people don't hate nobody but the people that they were bred to hate. And that's black people. And that's a psychological condition of the last 300, 400, 500 years. So the concept here is to say that there's a group of people that's anti-Semitic, is the way I'm trying to get at here. That don't exist in the black community. Black people ain't sophisticated to be anti-Semitic. That means that you got to analytically and systematically single somebody out. And other than somebody black or dark-skinned, you see what I'm saying, or some other little thing in the black community, they ain't singling nobody out. Especially no white people that all look alike. You understand where I'm coming from? That means what we're dealing with here, the whole concept of anything being black and being anti-Semitic is something that's cooked up by the fucking Jews. And for the mere fact you got a black leader that's talking shit about the Jews is a Jewish invention. That's where I'm going with this shit. The whole Farrakhan thing was funded by the fucking Jews. That's what you gotta understand. The whole concept. Because that's what the guy at St. Martin's Press said when dealing with the study of Elijah Muhammad. He said, studying this man, he said, studying this man, I'm telling you, in this man's life, and I had to go through this man's life for the last 3 years, this man did not separate white people from the Jews, or the Jews from white people. You see what I'm saying? Now, the point I'm trying to make is this here. I got it in this thing here. Darryl had a couple of books, and I woke up this morning and looked on his bookshelf, and I said, wait a minute, he got 2 books here on anti-Semitism. I said, wait a minute. 2 books here on one earlier book, one later book. One later book. Now, in this particular book, Anti-Semitism, there's a section in here. Let me show you this. It says, anti-Semitism in the minority community. It's this word minority. In the minority community. And in this book, which is a later book, Anti-Semitism, and it says, and let me give you the pages. Let's see here. I'm trying to see that they put minority community. See, this whole concept is, yeah. Now it is how should we think about black anti-Semitism? So now one is saying anti-Semitism in the minority community. One is years later when it says, how should we think about black anti-Semitism as if to say this shit is well and established. Okay, well and established. You see what I'm saying? Now, we know that Farrakhan, we didn't even know who this motherfucker was until 1984. You got to always, I remember there was a brother that was in my hometown, this brother used to go to jail every year. But it was interesting. He was a tall brother. He used to go to jail. But he was always a brother that all the fucking sisters couldn't get enough of. Tall, dark-skinned brother that every sister wanted this brother. And ironically, this brother would go to jail every year. And there's a connection between him going to jail every year and the sisters wanting him. And it goes back to the time when he probably wasn't going to jail every year. And how they systematically fucked his head up so he could be reincarcerated every year. Because this brother was an icon figure that the sisters liked. Whatever the judge was, they must have had a stamp saying, bam, whenever this motherfucker come before you, send this nigga ass to jail. See what I'm saying? And don't worry, we'll get him back up in here like a revolving door. You get how this thing goes? Like a revolving door. So the key here is that's going back to that whole Dionysian Osirian thing, that they also have to always stop some particular person that the sisters like. They'll lock them down faster than the motherfucker that the sisters don't like. There's a reason for that, because that's the whole Christ image and Osirian thing, the Dionysian thing, the Shiva thing. But this brother here, this brother always would quote years. And I said, damn, man, I thought I was the only one in town that my whole concept on how I remember everything is I remember what year it is. And I take everything that year and I lump it all into one category. So my mother and them say, well, damn, what year this happened? They said, go ask Bobby. He'll tell you what year. Bobby, what year did so-and-so die? What year did we go here? I said, 72, 71, 75. Automatically. It's a filing system. And the brother used to say, I said, damn, man, you quote them years, man. I said, I thought I was the only one doing it. He said, you never will go wrong if you quote these years, if you always remember the years. Now, it's the same brother that used to go to jail every year. So it was a psychological thing, but then again, on the other hand, the white man recognized the genius up in him, too. Now, going back to that, by me understanding years, I'm looking at these books, and I'm saying, wait a minute now, I already know something. But the first time in large, the general public found out about Louis Farrakhan was 1984, around the same time of the Democratic Convention with Jesse Jackson, another government agent, might I add. Okay? Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson made the Jaime remark. Farrakhan came to the defense around the same time he made the aspect of gutter religion. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute, hold on. Farrakhan got enough fucking sense to know that whether it be Hebrew or whether it be anything and stuff, and this is one thing that John Henry Clark said, even on his tape, the one that Wesley Snipes did for him, the documentary that Wesley Snipes did a movie. John Henry Clark said, listen, he said, in the ancient world, you only had 2 white people in the entire ancient world. That's what people don't understand. We get these Hollywood images in our head and we think that it was a mixture. He said, no, there was only 2 white groups of people in the entire ancient world. And this was late. He said you either had to be Greek or Roman. And we know that the original Greece and Rome was black. He said if you weren't Greek and Roman, you were part of them other people, which were all Africans. Get where I'm coming from here? Which were all Africans. The point I'm trying to make here is, whatever original source of the Hebrew people or whatever type of thing here is, whether it was a conspiracy or whatever, the original thing was black people. You see what I'm saying? Now, for Farrakhan to call Judaism a gutter religion, you see what I'm saying, and knew there was a black element, he would have been offending black people also. See where I'm coming from here? But why did he have to make that particular point? See, this is all in retrospect. I'm trying to tell you, this whole shit is a big conspiracy. Now, I go into this, and that's why this motherfucker been selling out. Like,
and Farrakhan does the same thing all the presidents do with his hand. I watched him on Mike Devlin's show, and each time he did this praise sign to the devil, that the Pope, all the presidents do something with their hand, giving praise or something.
Other thing is why is it that he get to go on all those big white shows, and they got other black figures that nobody knows about, it's never been on TV. You understand what I'm saying? But I've been on TV. Now, we're gonna break apart this whole conspiracy because it's very important. Then I'll do the libation, but we on the road here and we can do things and all. But I want to go into this while it's hot because I don't want to waste time, but I want to deal with some stuff to show you how the black community is always under attack. Now, always under attack. What's that?
This tape is about to end. You may as well wait till after the break since you're about to.
Okay, how much time I got?
About 2 minutes.
About 2 minutes? Okay. But setting that up, we didn't know who this person was until 1984. Although they said that he re-jump started the nation back up in 1977. In general, the black people in America, number one, they didn't know who he was until 1984. That's the first time we ever heard of a Farrakhan. And isn't it ironic that the first time we ever heard of a Farrakhan was through what? Through the white man.
TV. Well, I saw it first time.
It was through the black media, through the white media. Look at the concept. The first time we ever heard of this person was in 1984, was not brought to us by black people. It was brought to us through the white media. Now, look at the science here. We hear this man in 1984. A year later, he's selling out Madison Square Garden. Now, here's a man that has a movement that can't be having that much money. I mean, he's not popular yet. But why is it? Here's a man that's having a movement. Now, look at the science here. He's going to Madison Square Garden, and he's going to big places, he's going to other places around the country comparable to Madison Square Garden. I want to know, how can you fund yourself to go to these places when you don't even know it's an experiment? We don't even know if black people will even show up. You understand what I'm saying? They don't know you. It's not an entertainment thing. You see what I'm saying? How can you... Anybody ever thought of this? How can they rent Madison Square Garden? He comes out in 1984. Yeah. He comes out in 1994. You see what I'm saying? By the next year, he's selling this worldwide conspiracy. There's a reason why we have to explain it. Because it also gives verification and also confirms that we are the people on this planet, I'm talking about the entire planet, are the ones slated to bring this thing about. Why? First of all, and when I say we are the people, we're talking about the people, the messianic people, the people that will bring forth the new paradigm. The new paradigm. No other people on the planet, and the reason why I say that is this. First of all, we know that, first of all, we have to break this thing down, least common denominator, first of all. And this has something to do with the Jews and all, but before I get in, I want to break this one thing down. Number one, we're the oldest people on the planet. So therefore, any of these scriptures or anything that was put forth by us. And everybody else is in truth. And that's the first thing. But then you have to break it down to the Africans on the continent just do not have enough information to put forth this, because this is a joint effort. This is a joint effort both based on spirituality and scholarship. And do they have the pockets of spirituality and all of that and stuff? The scholarship is not there as far as what the deal is, because for all intents and purposes, they just came out of most of the countries just came out of colonization over a 30-year period. You see what I'm saying? Or a 40-year period. And all. So when you talk about it and you break it down, you're talking about people from the Western Hemisphere. And when you break down the people from the Western Hemisphere, any scriptures from anything from Egypt or Kemet on up, even into any biblical scriptures or any kind of scriptures from East India, or anything talks about it has to be the one that is up under the foot of the most powerful entity of the empire to bring it down. So definitely we're talking about the United States of America, and we're talking about people sophisticated enough that have gone through enough hell, and who knows this particular beast we're talking about. You see what I'm saying? The concept, unfortunately, on the African continent of understanding this particular white boy is somewhat dimmed, because the simple fact is they're used to seeing black face all the time and seeing black people all the time. So the whole concept of racism, they never lived in an isolated aspect where they were a people that was dominated solely by the Europeans in that particular aspect, because they got the land around them and they got people that look like them all the time around them. So they don't understand the particular dichotomy. Including the people on the islands, because when you think about it all, wherever they are the people in mass in their particular group and stuff. You see what I'm saying? And you got the white people that's there, but these particular white people here is not in the dominant present as you have in America. So we know that when the white people even said that the Africans in America are the heirs to the earth, they're talking about why is this? Because this is going to be the people that not only that, these are the people that not only are we African now, an ancient civilization. I don't want to use the word African because we're a lot more than that and stuff, because we're talking about one whole landmass at one time. You see what I'm saying? And one whole civilization, even before continental drift or the separation of the actual landmass. So I don't want to all the time say African, I'll just say ancient indigenous. You see what I'm saying? Ancient indigenous. And like I said the last time, we even have same kind of evidence that you got civilizations that's in Mexico that coincide, and I'm not just talking about they came before America process of somebody coming from Africa and colonizing Mexico. We're talking about this thing goes back so far because the white boy was want to categorize it. That's where we get this from. It has got to be either or. If it was one planet and one people on the planet, that means that these people was all over the globe before there was any continental drift. That's one thing we got to understand here. The Earth's history is 3 times older than anything what they're trying to say, and therefore we can't just go by the general history that everything just started right there in Africa and spread out. You see what I'm saying? This thing is way older than that. When we read our ancient mythology and our ancient scripture, it says these things. So we got to get out of this general historical aspect of the way civilization is supposed to start out. Just given us by the white boy. You see. Given us by the white boy, because like I said last night, why is it that they don't show you nothing but Mexico City and a bunch of poor-ass Mexicans, but they never go into the interior of a big continent? You see what I'm saying? That part of South America, North America. You see what I'm saying? Why they don't go into showing you different aspects of South America? You see, that is a reason. But we're talking about Olmec civilization. You see what I'm saying? Now, even in El Salvador, the brother got this now. This is all coincide. I'm going to go back to what I was talking about. But even in El Salvador, the brother went up to Canada to get this particular information in 2000, where the people in El Salvador, when they talk about the ancient mythology of the people who colonized that land, or the ancient mythology of where the El Salvador people say they came from, they say that their ancestors were the Moors. We got this shit in El Salvador. We just found this particular information in 2000, and they got this whole mythology of these, they always give you the animal thing, just like Sister Erica was saying, about these lizard people and these frog people and all this type of stuff. But that's the animal aspect. It's called a zoo type. And the totem just to explain the higher levels of it. But in this particular mythology, they say that their ancestor was the Moors. But then again, on the other hand, to really find out what we're talking about here, we're talking about also the Olmecs. Because we don't want to get into a play of words also, too. You see what I'm saying? Because you got Cam, you got Cush, you got Punt. You see what I'm saying? You got Moor, you got Lemuria. You see what I'm saying? You got all these different things here and all in the play on words. We still just talk about indigenous black people. Now, The key here is, going back, we are the people. Why? Because we're the only people that have reached back into ancient antiquity. Now try to understand this. We had a group of Africans back about 10 years ago. We got together with a group of Africans and we started trying to drop this stuff on Hemmitt and all the other ancient civilization on them, and they got a little appalled at us and pissed off at us because they said, who are you to tell us about African civilization? And the brother who brought them together, who happened to be a doggone African, he said, I'm kind of embarrassed. These motherfuckers is thinking when you talk about African history, you're talking about their ancestors of the last 100 years. They have no concept of ancient civilization. He thinks when you talk about African history, you talk about a motherfucker from 100, 200 years back. So they was like, who are you to tell me about African history? I know my grandfather, my great-grandfather, and they're saying they don't even understand this shit they're talking about is separated damn near 2,000 years. You see what I'm saying? And they're thinking you're talking about modern Africa within the 200-year period. And then he said they have no concept of the ancient Africa. You see what I'm saying? Of the Kushite.
One of the white folks over there digging for it.
Yeah, right, the ancient Africa. So the point about it here is we're the ones that dug back into antiquity. So when somebody asks the question, how is this shit going down? We're the ones that's bringing it about. So that's the end of the story. Because there ain't no other Africans on the planet looking to solve this shit. It's like John Henry Clark said, they are in retreat from Africa. But then again, on the other hand, that's not to look down on much, because they put us here as indigenous black people so that the rest of the people can do their thing. So this is what we're supposed to be doing. And then when you break that down, we only talk about a small group of black people in this conscious community that's doing this, so that the rest of black people that's dead out here can understand this, you know. So because we're doing it, they don't have to do it. So it's all connected. So we're not talking about separation from the main aspect of indigenous black people around the world. We just understand that we were the people slated to do this particular information because we're the only people doing it. So the argument, one brother in California was like, why the hell you figure it's got to be you brothers in America? I'm saying the argument is, who else the fuck is talking about these kind of concepts? You see what I'm saying? Now they got a whole group of brothers and sisters in England that the last 5 years they was dealing with the Afrocentric stuff, what we started 14 years ago, or 10 years ago. Now they're now getting into the metaphysical thing. You see what I'm saying? So I got a bunch of tapes and stuff that's getting real hot in England in that particular aspect now. And stuff. So the point, but the point about it here is we are at the vanguard of this shit because we old in this thing. Our shit goes, and we talk about movements, we got to go all the way back to fucking Marcus Garvey, Noble Ali, Elijah Muhammad, and have these resurgences. And even prior to that, you had the Harlem History Club, and you even had people like Hansberry, Leo Hansberry, and people even at the turn of the century. You got to even throw even in the W.E.B. Du Bois thing. You see what I'm saying? You always had these particular intelligentsia groups starting from the turn of the century, on in from the turn of the century to the 30s, into a resurgence in the late 50s, the 60s, the 70s. We've always had this thing. We've always been in the vanguard because we were always was up under the foot of the beast. You see what I'm saying? And one thing about the white boy, he is a collector of ancient relics. So therefore, we benefit from it. This is just the reality of the earth plane right now. So so that you don't get the misinformation or the misunderstanding, there is no way that you can say that this shit is not coming out of us, because it's coming out of us. We the motherfuckers doing it. All right? So therefore, if we are the people, from the original man up to now doing this shit, that means that the Hebrews, I don't want to say Hebrews, the Jews that isn't really's,
Right.
the fake so-called Jew postulating as a Hebrew, he has to be jealous. Now you got to understand the concept here, that this person here, I mean, there's a whole book, The Invention of Ancient Israel. And basically, it's a book where they talk about these Europeans got together and had a consensus. That we're going to take this particular ancient mythology and we are going to put ourselves in history as the original, or as the chosen people. There's a whole book on that they just produced about 3-4 years ago, the invention of ancient Israel.
That's where the colon is coming from.
Well, see, not only that, see, this is a worldwide conspiracy, and we're talking about the elite level of all the Illuminati and all those particular people and all the Tavistock. They got several names for them. There's one thing that's a consensus that's clear, that Israel has to be our priesthood. You got to understand how this shit is going down. You got to understand. There is a priesthood for all of them. Because whether you say Christianity and Pope and all that shit, it's all the same damn religion. Old Testament, New Testament. You see what I'm saying? What's that?
That would be my question. Why would the Jews then promote a man that says that, consider him anti-Semitic, but the reason why they consider him that
I'm getting ready to break that down in a few seconds right now.
But yeah, the reason why they said it is because they say that he's saying that Judaism is a false religion because it's a false religion because that the Jews aren't the true chosen people, that the black people are the chosen people.
Right.
Why would the Jews promote a man like that if Farrakhan is saying that your religion is a false religion, you're not the chosen people?
Because I'm explaining the whole thing. It's a whole science behind that. There's a whole science behind that because
I'm gonna let you go, but because what I was saying is that the whole trick with the Jews is that they've been able to work underneath the gross white folks and the work underneath them in a secrecy by saying that we're like them and that we're gonna work among them. But here you have a person you have the 10%, you have an individual, Farrakhan, or anyone, especially the messenger, to say that these are individuals, these 10%, these are individuals who's working among them, and I'm going to point them out.
Okay, first of all, there's only one thing. I'm going to go into that. But there's only one thing. It's now this motherfucker said the last Savior's Day that he is a Jew.
What?
That's right. See, the Farrakhan issue has been blown out of the water. That motherfucker they're selling out every fucking day. See, that lets you know that the motherfucker was an agent from the get-go. I'm saying this motherfucker's one of the greatest government agents we got. And we'll prove that shit. But then again, history proves that. This motherfucker's selling out every goddamn day. Every day. You see what I'm saying? This motherfucker called Billy Graham up in 99 and asked Billy Graham for his forgiveness. In the story. You see what I'm saying? That nigga was an agent from the get-go. We're going to get into that, but the point I'm trying to make is this here. Before we go back to that, because that's all a part of the propaganda.
Wait a minute. Let me stop you. You trying to goddamn tell me.
That's right.
Farrakhan
Called Billy Graham up
Billy Graham.
in 99
Yeah, I remember
Ask
that.
that motherfucker what's with
and asked for his forgiveness.
Yeah.
What?
It was in their paper.
And asked for his forgiveness.
I said,
So if a nigga is not an agent, if he the true man is just the liberator, why he gonna call Billy Graham up?
But he also was the one that said that Jews were not a race of people, that the word Jew meant
No.
it's a relationship with God, but that was just to...
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say here is, I'm gonna in order for him to rise up, you gotta get into the whole science of how this thing is. See, one thing about ruling class, it's all in the book, the Occult Technology of Power. They don't give a damn about how much shit you talk about them. They rule the motherfucking world. What it is about us is we don't understand the technology. We keep thinking that we're in the 1930s where you can reveal some shit. Don't you know? Well, hold on, we go back there in a minute. They don't care nothing about that. You see, you might not be advanced to understand. This devil here can say, look, we can have you talk shit against us. Because they know that the masses of the people, if they hold the purse strings and they decide who eats on the planet, they know that the people are shit. They know that the people gonna go where the money gonna go. You see what I'm saying? Because the people don't give a damn. See the movie Harrison Bergeron. They say, go ahead and tell. Ain't nobody gonna believe you. But 1.2%. So I'm going to the science of this type of thing because you got to be more sophisticated to try and pick it apart, to pick this thing apart. And the reason why I know because I'm a public speaker. I'm a public speaker. And I know several white motherfuckers that they can't even put on the TV. You don't get, so my point is this here. If he was the enemy of white people, why would the white man let him use his medium?
Be against them. That's right.
And his media to expose him. This is a contradiction. We don't analyze shit. We go by emotion. We accept shit right off the bat because we are not a sophisticated people. If you are my motherfucking enemy, if you are my enemy, okay, why would I let you use my most powerful tool to the minds to expose me?
Don't make sense.
It don't make sense. It's just that we are programmed to think that we get all our knowledge from TV. We never think about how did they let him on TV and not a Dr. Ben, not a John Henry Clark, not a whole bunch of Cadbury scholars. They had over 30, 40 scholars when this Afrocentric thing broke out. None of them got on TV.
That was the Atlanta thing?
No, I'm talking about the Afrocentric movement. Anybody know what the Afrocentric movement is? Anybody know that we had a fucking Vanguard resurgence of information that they had the last 10 years? That's why you got to get out of these little groups. None of that shit ain't shit. If you don't never say you just something, because you black people, you all of that. I'm a Moor. What the fuck does that mean? I'm an Islam. No, you all of that. You got a history bigger than a group. You got to get out of the sectarian groups. You got to stop being sectarians, which means we got Hebrews, we got Moors, we got this Islam, we got that. We are all of that. We are world-class people, but we don't think sophisticated enough. Don't claim nothing, but claim everything. The white man even says, he said nothing is true, all is permitted. Everything is just a halves of truths. Now, you gotta think on a higher level. I want to ask you something. See, I'm trying to see here now. If he's exposing somebody, why would the white man put him on TV to expose something? We don't own no goddamn TV stations. We don't own no TV stations. This nigga done been on ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, C-SPAN. That means that a white man gotta have a conscious decision to put him on there. And he has a conscious decision to put him on there because he needs him to do something for them. Now, let's go into this thing. Now, going back, so you understand, we are the original people. So whether you say chosen people, the original people is all that there is. There's no other people. Get where I'm coming from here? All right. So that's the end of the story. We don't even have to argue that. Even the Jews, who are the fake ones, who have systematically used the last 500 years to 700 years of history, because we talk about Spain. That's one of the keys of the Europeans. We talk about Spain, have systematically used their secret society and their influence and whatever they can do as a consensus to make themselves a world-class people. It's an invention. It's a lie. It's fake. It's a fraud. But if this person is systematically defrauding the people, defrauding history, he has to do this opposed to what? Something that's real. So that which is fake, you see what I'm saying? Have to be opposed to something that is real. Well, where's the real paradigm? We are public enemy number one. You see what I'm coming from? At large. And don't know it. Now, let's deal with this thing here. Always fuck with dates. That's how you do shit. In this particular book, it says anti-Semitism in the minority community, and this is 1974. This is 10 years before Farrakhan even comes out. Look at the science on this thing here. The years will always reveal the truth. That means, now come on now, I want to ask you something. We live in the black community. We are black people. By nature, we are not a racist people. Now I know because that's my job. I study my people. That's what I do. That's how I get paid. That's how I attempted to get paid, at least. I study my people. We are not a racist people and never will be. We can never be on the level of the white man. That's his psychosis. Psychopathic, racist white people. His nature is racist. So you can't have the same nature of somebody that you're dialectically opposite of. So whether we like it or not, we are not a racist people. Now, when I explain about the white man, I'm just giving you a report of what the motherfucker has done the last damn 6,000 years. That's history. It might sound racist, but it's the truth. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is, in 1974, we don't even have to even ask this question whether black people hated Jews or not. We ain't never hated no goddamn Jews because we are not a hateful people. So therefore, we didn't single Jews out from white people. That's not our nature. So for the mere fact, I don't even have to even read no shit about certain groups they talk about because it didn't exist. It didn't exist until we didn't even have an open forum. Now we had certain people understand, and we as black, we understand that we had people in our community preying on us. But, you see, let's deal with history. But we did not create, or we did not espouse the problem or our contempt with the Jews in 1974 when they wrote the book. It didn't exist. We just looked, we ain't as sophisticated. We didn't look and say a white man. You understand what I'm saying? It's that whole shit, but I understand that. But yeah, see, you gotta understand it. I understand he didn't do that. So you got to understand, you got to be very sophisticated. See, we're not saying that the stuff they are saying about the Jews was not true. What I am trying to tell you, that the science here is, the origin of it now, is that it is a consensus not from Farrakhan. The Jews have to do one thing. Now understand the science here. Before World War II, let's go back to this thing. The people who fit all the scriptures of an oppressed people was us. From the book of Psalms to the Hermetic science, all of that. The different things was us. There was nobody in the annals of history that even lined up with that. It was a joint effort with the Jewish leaders and Adolf Hitler and the Thule Society and the Vril Society, who Adolf Hitler was a Jew himself, to take a portion of their people, put in the concentration camps. See, we're not talking like some white people be like, oh, the Jews never went to no concentration camps. They did. But it was a consensus by the Jewish leaders. Try to understand the science. Well, somebody said, well, why would they do this? Well, they're fabricating history. They have to systematically put themselves in history as an oppressed people. The only people on the planet that had gone through slavery as an oppressed people was black people. Because there wasn't no goddamn slavery in Egypt. Never. Any slavery in Hemmitt, Egypt. Hemmitt never had a system of slavery. You see, that's mythology that was stolen from the Egyptians and turned into the Hebrews. That's a whole nother story. You see what I'm saying? Now, the only people on the planet was this oppressed people, was us, who had gone through 300 years of maybe shit, 700 years. We got to go all the way back to the fucking Arabs of oppression. End of story. Got to understand the bigger picture. All right. These people are faking it as they are the chosen people, they are the Jews. They know in a modern society and in an intellectual society that comes around with the industrial society, that sooner or later they're going to have to doggone account for this damn oppression that they say they're supposed to be having. If you are the original people, then you're going to have to show us systematically in history where the fuck you've been oppressed on a level of Holocaust proportion. The only people that was oppressed at this particular time was the Africans, or the ancient indigenous black person on that level, and you can even throw in the fucking Native Americans that got more oppression than them, because them motherfuckers ain't around. So apparently, they dead. You see what I'm saying? So you got two people on that particular level. But if you really want to deal with it, we talk about indigenous people around the planet. There ain't no more Tasmanians. Gone. Most of your aborigines gone, shot for sport. Up until the 1930s. We talking about at the hands of the damn European. You see what I'm saying? We talking about indigenous people around the planet, but not no fucking Jews. You understand what's going on here? So it has to be a consensus in World War II with Hitler and the heads of the Jewish states to put a certain amount of people in a concentration camp. They said it was 600,000. And later on, even most Jewish scholars said that they can't even account for 6 million. They said it was 600,000, and they said that we put the million as a number of our pain and suffering. These are but the Jewish scholars say. But then again, on the other hand, like Napoleon say, history is a lie agreed upon. It's a lie agreed upon. You understand what I'm saying? So basically they can fabricate history because that's what the white man does. Now, understanding this particular because it's a worldwide conspiracy. They fake the whole thing by putting themselves in this particular Holocaust aspect. You understand what I'm saying? And after World War II, they had a history to coincide. They just took a section of the European Jews and put them in concentration camps. If you're going to get Israel, if you're going to try to bombard these people's land in the modern land, see, in the modern land, you just can't just take over a land like that and just be justified. You're going to have to show some kind of pain and suffering. So in 1948, when you go take Israel, remember it's supposed to be Uganda before that. They had several homelands, and most of them were in Africa that they was trying to do. Remember, this thing here goes all the way back from Cecil Rhodes and Rothschild was talking about the Jewish homeland. Then we talking about some real deal alternative history and a conspiracy. And World War II was a part of that. After that, they now have the attention of the world, because even most Jews, most Germans say, we didn't even know no fucking concentration camps and these people being oppressed like that. But it was a joint effort that they had to put these people under the concentration camp, in the concentration camp. So after World War II, 1945, now they have enough history and enough leverage of a suffering people to go and bombard and take those people land in Palestine. You see what I'm saying? Because if they say, well, it belonged to, they got this whole fight and all, because remember now, them Arabs over there, it ain't their land either. So blue-black people, some of them still live there. But still yet, they were there longer than some European. These people say in that particular region there are Arabs. Goddamn the reason why, but you're from damn Europe. You're a caveman. What the hell are you doing? You see what I'm saying? Masquerading as an indigenous person. See what I'm saying? Now, look at this. Now, the concept here is like Johnny Cochran said. when after the day after they acquitted OJ that same day, he did a phone in to Oprah. Had him by satellite, and some Jews was talking some shit. He was like, wait a minute, hold on. The Jews ain't coming to no market on suffering. But that's what they want you to understand. Because they have to fake this thing that say that they are the suffering people, and here's the other kick. That everybody in the world is against them, including the original people and the real people who suffered. And that's where fucking Farrakhan comes in, and that's what this book is dealing with here. Now let's deal with this. They had already set it up. In this particular book, it came out in 1974 when there was no such thing as Arnold Foster and Benjamin Epstein, the new anti-Semitism. In 1974, when there was no black people, we didn't even know what motherfucking anti-Semitic was. We wouldn't even hear the phrase until the 1980s. Around one man, Farrakhan. But here it is, they got us as the anti-Semitic in here. In the minority communities, they got us as anti-Semites. In 1974, when we didn't even know what the shit was. Who the hell were we hating but our damn self?
That was anti-Semitism.
Roots hadn't even come out yet.
No, Roots aired January 23rd, 1977.
So we wasn't even hating white people.
Nothing.
Well, actually, anti-Semitism is when actually black people hate themselves. I was showing him in a plain old Webster dictionary today. If we look at the word Afro-Asiatic, you know what it said? A subfamily of the Semitic, Berber, Egyptian,
That's right.
Chaldeans.
Yeah. Whatever it wasn't no European.
It
wasn't. He says it.
I told him, I said, and
Yeah.
he had a big problem there with an afro in his head.
That's right. It wasn't no European. That's right. So you are right based on historical aspects of this thing. But the key here is in 1974, it didn't exist. Guess what? It never existed and it don't exist now. You see the fucking concept here? It's propaganda.
They always cry.
We don't hate nobody but our goddamn self.
Well, that's
Now wait a minute.
anti-Semitism.
Now wait a minute. Now, first of all, in order for us to even be hostile against a motherfucker, we got to go into these things here, these groups, these conscious alternative groups, and even learn that a motherfucker even did us wrong. That's how ignorant we are. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's how ignorant we are. So the whole concept of us hating anybody other than ourselves that was indoctrination based on slavery is ludicrous. We don't hate nobody. That's some of our problems sometimes. Hell, if we hated somebody, sometimes we can put up enough defenses not to get fucked up by them. Now come on, man. We are not a racist people. Never were and never will be. That's just the way shit is. You see what I'm saying? We don't hate nobody. So I know damn well we wasn't hating them in 1974. Because we don't hate them now. Come off this dumb shit. We don't hate a Jew. We can't even tell a motherfucking Jew. Just like a white person can't tell a Jew now unless they know the damn name. You might say, well, they got a big nose. Well, fuck it. Italians got big noses. You see what I'm saying? Can you tell a Jew from an Italian? No. See what I'm saying? It's ludicrous. We don't single people out that damn way. You see what I'm saying? We don't single people out that way. Now, the key here is, this book here comes out in 1995. Anti-Semitism in America Today. The outbreak, the outspoken expert, explode the myth. Now, edited by Jerome A. Chanes, C-H-A-N-E-S, Chanes. And in here, by this time, it's Louis Farrakhan as the aspect of the anti-Semite. Now listen, in 1974, they didn't have a black person that could even be accredited to this thing.
But Elijah Muhammad wasn't.
No, that's the thing about it. Elijah Muhammad didn't discriminate as far as sectioning them out. Even what's her name? Farrakhan said, well, the Jews, I don't see why they like Malcolm, because Malcolm was the first person to break the stuff with the Jews. But you got to understand something. Even though we always knew that these particular Jews was behind shit, it was the Spingard brothers. They was the one that started the NAACP. They wrote doggone Martin Luther King's I Had a Dream speech. We already knew that. That's history. But the point about it is this here. Malcolm X never voiced this thing on a worldwide level. And Malcolm X, I don't give a shit what nobody say. He was not accredited as an anti-Semite during the time he was living. Not no fucking history. So when Farrakhan makes this damn statement, Malcolm X can't be attributed to that because no Jew ever called him an anti-Semite. Shit, I didn't even know what the goddamn word was until fucking damn Farrakhan come out one day. I didn't know a black person could be a fucking anti-Semite until they started calling Farrakhan one. Now you got to understand the science here. You got to understand the science on what's going down. Now the brother Jabril Muhammad said that we were in a room full of fucking money. Me and Louis Farrakhan. And we didn't so-called take the money. See, in retrospect, we can put all this shit together because it's got to be said. It's got to be said. This motherfucker comes on the scene in 1977. He used the Chicago community to help him. Hakeem Matabuti got a whole book on it, how they helped him in 1977 when he came up and said he wanted to start back out. He needed the Chicago community to help him. And still yet, what you don't understand here is from 1977 to 1984, it was a small group. Nobody even knew the Nation of Islam even existed anymore outside of the clique in Chicago and the small group that it was. They didn't get a national attention until 1984 with the Hemmitt remark, with Jesse Jackson, and then the gutter religion remark. And whether the thing or not, he didn't expose nothing for the simple fact. When he said gutter religion, most of the people, they didn't hear the damn context of that speech. They just heard gutter religion. You see what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden, this motherfucker selling out damn auditoriums the next year, and nobody's conscious yet. See what I'm saying? Just like we didn't know who Mandela was until they gave him to us in 1985. Gotta understand the science. You gotta understand this. This man came to us by way of the media. Farrakhan did not come to us as a pillar of the community that started a movement within itself. Because any movement started without the community can't get but so big. That's why the masses of the people don't even know about. There was even an Afrocentric movement that went on in the last 14 years of different scholars. Francis Cress Welsing, Steve Coakley, Dr. Ben, Dr. John Henry Clark, Ivan Van Sertima, Naeem Akbar.
Where Farrakhan been all that time?
You see?
Floating around the cloud?
No, my point here is this here. The point I'm trying to make is this here. No, I'm not saying here. I'm just trying to say, masses of the people don't even know who the people I just called out because they never owned the media. If you're not in the media, you don't exist. For the mere fact that Farrakhan is first given to us in the media means that he was a fabrication and he was an invention of the status quo. The white man, in this case, the Jews. Because in order for them to further put themselves in history as the suffering people, they got to get the real suffering people to start talking shit about them and calling them bad names.
Suffer a little bit more. So our endorsement.
But that, right. So therefore, Farrakhan is attributed to that.
Yes.
That white man, that cracker even says that in that book. How they controlled Farrakhan, set it up, Coakley, and Khalid Muhammad. The cracker even said in the book.
Right. You see, this whole concept on what I'm trying to say here is you're going to have to analyze
It's
this
in the
shit.
book.
Because my point here is Farrakhan is not the big leader that we thought he was based on Farrakhan being in the black community and the black community choosing him as a big leader. Black community don't choose no motherfucker as a national leader. They didn't choose doggone Martin Luther King as a national leader. It was the media that chose Martin Luther King as a national leader to put forth Gandhi's ideas of pacifism, nonviolence. You see what I'm saying? You got to understand this thing is much more sophisticated than that. We just accepted it, so we never analyzed. Why reason he the only motherfucker on TV. See, the thing about it is you got to understand there's other people in the conscious community. They've been in the conscious community for years. Never got media. Just this particular person, you see what I'm saying? This particular person that's got the doggone media because it was a government setup. This nigga been a government agent from his inception. I know y'all think that's hard to believe, but my point is this now. What has this motherfucker did the last couple of years?
No.
He did everything to unravel the messenger's teachings.
Put on a necktie.
Elijah Muhammad said the fall of America. He said the torchlight for America. I don't want to spend the thing on Farrakhan, but I'm trying to show you it's not anybody, it's a worldwide conspiracy. You see what I'm saying? This nigga apologized to doggone Billy Graham. This nigga apologized in the AP press on New Year's Day 2000. This nigga said that he's sorry for calling anybody anything. You see what I'm saying? This man goes right on Barbara Walters and say, we can work with the Jews.
Yeah, I remember that. I saw it in the video. He said it.
See what I'm saying? And this man stands up at Savior's Day and say, I am a Jew last year.
You right.
This man sold the hell out. And took most of the people off the streets. You don't even see them no more. They're gone in Atlanta. You don't see them at all. You see what I'm saying? Every now and then you'll see him taking off. The man go, and the man, what he does, he hangs around. Everybody he hangs around with is our enemy. Every time I see him, he hang around white folks.
They're trying to keep
Huh? Shaking their hand and all kind of stuff here. You see? This man said, voting in 1988, he said voting is a thing of the past. Now this motherfucker is doing voter registration drives. In 1988, he said marching is a thing of the past. And he gave the biggest march in history. But going back, it's based on the Jews needing to be the victim. Why? Because the Jews can't be valid if we don't say that we hate them. And we don't hate them. We don't hate nobody. You see what I'm saying? Hell, I got doggone knowledge and information, and I don't hate nobody. I'm telling you the doggone information, and I've been talking about it. I got 2 fucking tapes out on the white boy being a doggone human artificial. But I don't necessarily hate him and stuff because it's not my nature. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not programmed that way. That was somebody else's nature. You understand what I'm saying? And any motherfucker up in here saying that they hate white people is only saying that to themselves because you don't. It's impossible to live in Western civilization and actually hate them. Yeah, I get tired of these motherfuckers too. You see what I'm saying? But I know them. You see what I'm saying? But do I hate them? When I see a white person, do I say, "Oh, I hate you"? That's not my nature. So when you ask yourself, well, damn, why I don't get mad at every white person I see? Relax, because that's not your nature anyway. You can't call him, say this is a psychopathic racist white person, and turn around and say in actuality that's inherent in you, because it's not. You got to get to the psychological ramifications of stuff. So my point is because the reason why these doggone Jews is saying this shit, you see what I'm saying, is because first of all, they know that we are the people. And that's why they had to make villains, you see what I'm saying, to put forth their doggone ideas. And then televise them. So in history, when people say, come on man, you ain't no fucking damn, you ain't suffered like no doggone black people. Yes, we did. Even black people hate us. And then the next thing you know, they got all this shit here. You see what I'm saying? But see now, what he has done, he has actually made it historical. They can actually say because it did come out this motherfucker mouth. And call it in the rest of them. But now, am I saying that they're wrong? No, because the shit they said was true. But the point I'm trying to make here is, like the brother said, we don't separate our white folks. That's what I'm trying to say. We never did separate our white folks. You got to understand the psychological ramifications on how these things go. You got to be much more advanced in your own emotions. And you got to really probe and see what's going on. What I'm trying to tell you, that there is no, yeah, let me hold that. Yeah, that, yeah. Yeah. There is no doggone televised nothing now unless the white man give it to us. Get where I'm coming from? Anything that we know based on that TV set, the white man has already programmed this thing. All right, now let me give some stuff to the what's called, because we got a long way to go, and then we can entertain some more of that with question and answer. But let me give some stuff to the entities. If you're interested in some of these, we still got you got some more of this libation list back here, Darryl?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a libation list and stuff. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to do straight up warfare. Let me explain to you that you best believe when they blew up them buildings last year, when they are at the height of civilization, is because they are scared. Why are they scared? Because they say it's always the devil to know when their time is up, or when the people are rising, even before the people know they're rising. There's something that's going on that they are scared. And that's what they blew those buildings up with. So now, don't get me wrong. From that moment forth, you got to be looking over your shoulder, because they can strike at any minute now with some real deal things, because they done passed every law over the last year to lock your ass down based on what they call terrorism. Now look at this. In 1999, that's damn near 3 years before 2001. But 2 years, in 1999, a little boy, 16 years old, in high school, one of them white boys, one of the black boys going to one of those high schools, them real expensive all white high schools. He is only about 30 of them in the whole school. And white boys was talking junk to him, but they were talking junk to him, and he turned around and said, "I'll eat your heart out." That's all he said. The white boys went to the office and said that this black boy told them that he would eat their heart out. And the police came and arrested him and charged that motherfucker with terrorism. Public terrorism or something like that. See what I'm saying? So, they ought to show you who the damn the enemy of the state was. That's why they put Will Smith in the movie. Everything is everything.
They can come up in here and say, we all...
That's all it is. That's all it is, but they don't want to jump bad with me. Because I'm going to tell you something now. I'm telling you this because it's here. I've been dealing with some magic for a minute. But shit I got now, and you all going to help me on this one here. Because we got some shit now that's sure enough. Keep this cracker off your ass, and you going to take part in it. Because you got to. Why? Because I'm going to tell you, you can say what you want, but when them motherfuckers start rolling, and they going to roll pretty soon. Yeah. They're saying, man, that the money is only weeks away, or maybe months away, of disappearing. They might shut down the money first. But see, they're going day by day, just like we going day by day. They get up every morning, they say, is the coast clear? They say, yeah. They say, continue with the civilization. But I'm going to tell you how it's done. But they know when their time is up. And when they even suspect an inch of it coming down, other than what is already deteriorating, because they're running scared. they're gonna shut the shit down. We are in a state of emergency right now. But you ain't got to damn worry. Because you ain't got to worry. This is one time that we done got our ass kicked so much.
We don't worry.
You know, until we say, we done got our ass kicked so much until we say, what the fuck do?
Yeah.
So this ain't about no worry. I'm going to tell you how we're going to bring this shit. And our 10 fucking years of doing this thing here, I'm telling you, we done hit gold. And the only thing we got to do is when y'all leave here today is take something back now. And the only thing you need is to start saying a libation to one entity. We're going to get into that all today. And I guarantee you, the more you say his name, the more he gains power. You got to go into the history of this entity. We are dealing with pure science. Never before has it ever come this way before. But I'm going to tell you, I already done dealt with this shit right here. And I'm telling you, this motherfucker kicks ass. So we got the juice. We ain't getting kicked in the ass no more by nobody. But we get ready to bring this shit on.
We got a chip back on our shoulder.
Yeah,
We got the juice. But you can't be scared of the juice that's coming.
I got nothing to lose.
You see, so let me give this libation. We're gonna go into this thing here, but so we go into this thing here. Now, as we said before, this is called Three Sisters. Three entities: Otencia, Tiacha, Sheola. Otencia, Tiacha, Sheola, which is two entities that came back to the planet. See what it is you got entities that's so old until they just been dormant, then they just wake up.
Hold on. I know about the damn two sisters.
No, it was three sisters, man.
It was two sisters, man. Telling me?
No, man. Anybody said
It was three.
No,
It was
he
three
gets
sisters.
confused with the two sisters that be with you sometime when you lecture.
Yeah, that was just two of them. There was three sisters. I talked about three sisters last time I heard. Otencia, Tiacha, Sheola.
I'm talking about the physical sisters.
Yeah, that was just yeah. These entities they hover over certain entities at certain times, but certain humans. And this was three sisters. It was actually four or five of them. It was 4 or 5 of them. But so we split this and stuff. But we split this particular stuff here, and this stuff here works. You know, this stuff here works. Now, it's an elixir. It's a combination of Canadian whiskey and London dry gin mixed together. See what the real deal here is all this stuff was invented by the Moors. The Moors is the one that gave them the science of alcohol. It's just that they were splitting up the actual grain, and what happened was when you split up the grain and when you split the stuff up and you don't mix it in the right way, what happens is it becomes more detrimental. But the stuff that they gave them was more holistic. You see what I'm saying? More holistic. So what this has done here is it's more comparable to the spirit realm and stuff, because the spirits is what it gave me the actual, actually it gave a sister a channel to help me, but I perfected the particular, but the three entities is what gave it. A sister channeled it to me, and I perfected it over the course of a couple of months now. So we're going to spit this particular elixir and call on these deities, and then we're going to get down to some business. Y'all all right? All right. Ashe.
Ashe.
These are the Congo rights. Zarabanda.
Ashe.
All right, let me get this. Zarabanda.
Ashe.
El Cristo Negro.
Ashe.
La Spiritus and Tranquilos. La Santissima Muerte. San Simon. El Cristo Rey. Now give me some loud ashes here. Madre de la Luna. Madre de Agua. La Santissima Pitrima. Francisco de Street Rail. Mama Shola. Kikambo. Keo. Teacher. Tiacha. Sheola. Shuma. Omakumu. Got some more. There's more coming. There's a lot more coming through now. I want to give you a lot. There's more of them coming through each day. These are actual entities. Lavado. Okay. Let's see. Let me give you some of these names here. Luigi. Atama. Adawado. Pakwa. Oguwadi. Lo Waya. Go Dugo. Biwasta. two more. Amatis. Awadu Gajay. These are ancient spirits that come through, just like the rest of these came through, and I'll explain what all this is in the process. In the process of what's going on here. Sophia, Diana, June, Lilith, Aminra, Segment, Heru, Ewa, Oba, Abba, Melchizedek, Ptah, Apollo, Shiva, Razuli, Hela, Da, Yaseh, Frigga, Zaka, Ramin, Durga, Oshun, Mars, Nanda, Omituki, Mojobo Hitutu, Mojobo Orisha, Nikamasi, Kosi Yindana, Kat, Merlin, Apush, Malkuth, Nayamat, Kingu, Labu, Shahudi, Tyre, Sekmayat, Segmet, Oseh, Aset, Ganesha, Shansia, Sut, Anu, Sri Lakshmi, Nilid Hotel, Olakun, Tekim, Shakma, Khan, Tipura, Helios, Shingo, Vishnu, Varasha, Aetha, Rhea, Alafi, Omitutu, Kothika, Kothioso, Kothi Sahu, Adan, Aman, Mercury, Raharukahudi, Newt, Nash, Butches, the Doom, Anet, Mayat, Aset, Prometheus, Sutek, Andrew, Elise, Hera, Oya, Apep, Yiminya, Lina, Naksha, Anubis, Ududua, Nagameta, Kalima, Bridget, Sil, Rada, Pakwa, Mojo Olafi, Tutu Electa, Kika Nika Masi, Akabawaya, Ka, Na, Alana, Apulian. Bear with me, just bear with me 1 minute, let's get this stuff out here. You know, because this is how you stop the damn government from come fucking with you when you put your ammunition out here. You know, Osmodes, yes, Bass, Butches, the Doom, Silverix, Pravati, Kalani, Yamala, Yamaluedo, Coco, Lucky, Collecta, Pan, Eros, Dionysius, Shiva, Tamu, Suple. Okay, let's see, Ishtar, Anana, Azazel, Beelzebub, Bob, White Buffalo, Dagon, Emo God, Hecate, Hecate, Rekka, Shiva, Hakwa. There's a few more, let's see here. Kali, Kalima, Belzebub, Marasha, Bridget, Iniel. Yeah, let's see here, just a few more. I'm gonna go through some of these. There's so many on this list and all. Yeah, and I see you even added some more on here, the voodoo ones. So I'm gonna call out all the ones for Urzuli. Urzuli Teres, Urzuli Kino, let's see. Okay, hold on, get a few more. Urzuli, this is the great mother of the voodoo. Urzuli Konia, Urzuli Kalika, Urzuli Bumba. A few more Urzulis, let's see here. Urzuli Frida, Urzuli Doba. I got them more Zulis and stuff like that. And we will stop it and get a few Congo rights. Congo Nasbad, Congo Sabine, Kapalo, Mandadaki, Kanga, Bumba, Kita, TG Zinda, TGP Bean, TGP Zek, Meredith NTP Chiefs, Mandadaki Muasi, Miss Charlotte, Dalacinium, Ashe, which is interesting because they got a voodoo entity called Miss Charlotte, which is also, Charlotte is a black woman anyway. So this is very interesting here. But I'm going to go through some things, some hard copy, and go through some things that's actually happening in the government. And we're going to deal with a whole lot of stuff based on power and all this kind of stuff here. But we are now dealing with stuff in the light of day. Because this, like I said, this is a year for the time they took down these particular buildings. Now this is interesting because they even came out with the Time magazine saying how the president while America slept, what Bush knew before 9/11. You see what I'm saying? So little was done, and how the system is still broken. Now, come on now. These fools just told the people that they all knew about it, and announced that stuff at the spring of the year. You see?
You know something? I saw this movie Fight Club. And at the end of the damn movie, that's what they were talking about, blowing up all the financial institutions.
There you go.
And I'm like saying to myself, oh, the hell on. I thought about fighting and beating somebody up. This movie was talking about the same.
And not only that too, they was talking about when they did the one in '93. People don't know that they blew the building up in '93. When they did the movie in '93, in the movie Long Kiss Goodnight, they said they put the Arab in the car and said we're gonna blame it all on the Arab. You know what I'm saying? So this, you know, but the point is they done did a whole fucking war, and ain't nobody talking about they never caught Bin Laden. They ain't caught Bin Laden. Because remember now in 1984, the movie 1984, George Orwell 1984, you can never catch the criminal. Remember in the movie, the one from 1984, because it came out in 1948, and they made one in 1948, a movie, but the book came out in 1948, but the movie, George Orwell 1984, the one that came out with Richard Burton, his last movie. Richard Burton's last movie, that particular one that came out, remember, what's that, some water dripping or something? That one that came out in 1984, there was always that war with this Eurasia. But the Eurasia, they was only showing them the war was on the TV screen. So we talking about this ain't nothing but the movie all over again, Wag the Dog. But the point I'm trying to make here is, they never did, they went to war to catch one man. And never caught the one man, and nobody asked no damn questions. You see what I'm saying? Nobody's asking no questions. Now all of a sudden, they done stopped talking about him, and now they going back to a motherfucker that done went through 3 presidents. Yeah. Saddam Hussein, who is working for them. Amen. Who's working for them? Yeah, they brought in the power. Saddam Hussein, who brought in the power? Who brought Bin Laden to power? Who gave Bin Laden them technology? American government. Who brought Saddam Hussein to power? The American government. Who brought Castro to power? American government. See, that whole Castro shit is this here. They give Castro $200 million a year in Cuba.
The guy from Panama, what's his name?
Noriega. You see what I'm saying? So even damn Castro been on the payroll all them years. That's been fake. Hell, Russia gone. And they ain't never fought Russia and was never enemies to Russia. And they talking about that communism shit. Russia's not going, and they still goddamn won't let this man here run his country, supposedly. But he get $200 million a year from the United States government, and he's supposed to be the enemy. Castro. See what I'm saying? It's all fake.
What's the motive?
Huh?
What's the motive for the?
The motive is a totalitarian government to put forth the ideas that you are free. You gotta have enemies. If you don't have enemies, you will look within yourself and say something's wrong with your country, which you do every damn day. But you still say it's the greatest country on earth because they give you these damn opposing forces. Capitalism and communism was one and the same. That's the way that the Illuminati, the oligarchy, the hegemony of what all these shits even damn do things. That's how they rule you, by giving you an enemy. You see? You see, you always got an enemy. They always got to have an enemy. If it doesn't have an enemy, it don't have nothing to compare itself with to show how great it is.
See, they got to make black people, or especially us, think that the enemy is outside of the system itself.
Outside of the system. It's a psychological thing. This is scientific warfare. You see what I'm saying? It's just like before World War II. No, during World War II, it was the Japanese and the Germans that was the enemies. That was the enemies to the government. And the Russians and the Russians and who else? Let's see. It was the Russians and the Chinese were friends to the government. After World War II, the Japanese were the friends. You see what I'm saying? And the Germans are the friends. And the Russians and the Chinese were the enemies.
So who's the true enemy?
Huh?
Who's the true enemy?
The true enemy is the goddamn United States government.
That is?
The enemy to the people.
I mean, is there any other enemy? No, he just said
ultimately,
that.
yeah, he's asking some, he's asking clear questions.
I'm trying to figure out if
he's
he's
right.
saying the enemy.
Yeah,
then
right.
who-
You asked a clear question. The true enemy is this here. That none of these states and stuff exist as enemies. It's a smooth few, about 5,000 people that rule the world.
Right,
And there are these particular elite
right.
groups of secret societies.
Okay.
And you asked him, actually you asked a great question. Because he asked the question that needed to be asked. That's why the spirit works that way. He asked who was the enemy. The real enemy is, it's a secret society. It's not a country. It's a group of people that it's a consortium of elite white folks.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's not a country. They are a secret society. They got several names. Tavistock, Illuminati, all these particular names. There's a book called Rule by Secrecy, which is the most scholarly work that recently came out. It's an excellent book.
Right. I'm familiar with those enemies. I'm saying who actually is in power for trying to fight those powers?
There ain't no powers trying to fight those powers and stuff because of the simple fact they're ruling by secrecy.
You know when you say the word Tavistock,
Yeah.
you understand? This is the way to get the word Tabitha on bewitched because they're using sorcery on your ass.
But see, the thing about it is, the whole concept here,
Gaddafi worked with them too, huh?
all that. Gaddafi is getting paid by them.
Yeah.
Why you think they call them an enemy, but they never go and take them out? Seem to me, if it's the enemy, they supposed to went over there in Iraq and took Saddam Hussein out.
Nobody.
They never take these enemies out. They never find the enemy because ultimately it's not even, it's a group of people in a room that rule the people's lives.
Like the thing, when Reagan and Bush came to power, they gave the missiles to Ayatollah and them.
Yeah.
And then just to become president.
It's the whole shit, man. Look, they plan this stuff out every day. They plan this stuff out every day. Look, my ex-girlfriend used to work for the Atlanta Journal and Constitution, which is one of the papers. This paper here owned 5 newspapers in the country. They own Reicher Entertainment. Everything is always connected. Them folks, it's no such thing as news. They get together every morning and they decide what's going to go in that paper with a consensus with all the papers across the country. And you better not, ain't no such thing as this shit when you see on TV, well, I'm going to go bring it to the papers. That's some bullshit. That's some TV, man. Guess what? She worked. Let me show you how the paper works. They bring it to the paper. They got some shit called event. And the event is for folks like you to get upset and you go vent your frustration. You bring it to the papers. And they have a person on the paper. And they got a person. And when the phone rings, they record all of the stuff in the paper. They record all this stuff. They record everything that the people call it, they record all this information. It never goes to the paper.
But it's not this word news, north, east, west, and south.
Well, there you go.
All right.
So the point about it is it's a lie agreed upon. So the consensus is that the whole concept is controlled just to see that particular part, even on the news and stuff like that. They can't afford for the truth to get into the doggone paper. History is a lie agreed upon. You see what I'm saying? So this whole concept here is for one reason. Now the reason, let's give you 2 aspects of what went on. The reason why they even put the thing out, as far as they blew up this building, was 2 things. Number 1, to enact all the laws that the Illuminati or the so-called secret society said they was going to enact in the last 10 years. Was to just shut down. And what better way to do it? To get you to vote your own shit in by what?
Terrorism.
By terrorism, by fear. Now, we already know that. The other thing here is that they had to jump because there was some stuff that was going off in the damn cosmos. Why does this keep coming up again? Here's the one from 1998. Black hole in the middle of the Milky Way. 1998. This is the same time the damn shit came out. The building went down. Disappeared a couple of weeks before the building. You know, it says October 2001. You know, magazines come out a month before. So October comes out in September. So October 2001, face to face with a black hole. All right? Face to face with a black hole. July 2002, the black hole. Why does this keep coming up? Now, some of the people, because we give you the spiritual side, some of the people, and it's interesting, I got people, when it first went down, these psychics started calling saying, I got a different picture. I saw a hole that was open up in the sky, and two forces was battling against each other. Sister from California called. She said, I got a hole that opened up in the sky, and two forces was battling against each other. I'm in Columbia, South Carolina speaking. A guy stepped up to the table and said, I saw something different. I saw a hole open up in the sky and two forces battling each other, but yet we get this thing here on this particular black hole at the same time. Now hang on now, because this shit done gave forth some ass whipping machines for us. Whether you believe it or not, it don't matter. We just need about 2 or 3 motherfuckers up in here to do the shit. And I think we already got them. So you can sit on your ass and do what you want to and pray to Allah and all that shit all you want to. That ain't nothing. You see what I'm saying? Praying the end of this shit here ain't nothing. You see what I'm saying? You can do what you want to do and all, but you better get with the real spirituality. You know? So, the whole concept here is that's one thing. There was some kind of force in the universe that forced them to act. They said, we got to act now. And that's the real stuff. But they say, since we acting, we'll put forth all that other shit and enact these laws. So, one of the laws is that you don't have no more rights for the simple fact. If it goes under terrorism, your ass finished. You see what I'm saying? Now unless you're dealing with some show enough fire with this thing here. Some show enough fire. You see what I'm saying? Man, this shit that I done hooked into now, Sunday, let's see, I did a ritual on the 11th of August 11th, Sunday, August 11th. The next fucking week, I'm outside, gonna trim some hedges outside and started drilling. Motherfucking lightning come and strike a motherfucker ass. I get hit by lightning the week after that and have to pause for a minute and go, no, this motherfucker did not hit me, and why didn't I feel this shit? I said, well, let me go in the hospital, you know, whatever. But it was that lightning already hit my ass. I got struck by lightning a week after the 11th, whatever that was, in August. You see what I'm saying? Got struck by lightning. Motherfucker didn't do shit. So let alone a fucking cracker. You see what I'm saying? But we dealing with some high-powered shit. Then come to find out that the entity that I did the ritual for sent the motherfucking lightning. Just to show a nigga that that's what time it is. Not to hurt nobody, but to show what the power was. And the force field around me blocked that shit out.
What entity was that?
We're going to get into that in a few minutes. Now.
It makes $15 not to know. Keep it gutter.
I just want to deal with some stuff right now. So now, dealing with this particular information, because we got to get through some hard copy stuff right now on what's really going down here. You know, dealing with this information here. Right now, this thing is on to the point we don't even have to spend long hours trying to explain. We just got to get to the point and what's really going down here. Now, going back to some other information. Here it is, and I want to show you this. This is a article, exhibit number 2, exhibit B, August the 5th, 2002, Time Magazine. August the 5th, 2002, Time Magazine. Chicago is raising its crime-infested towers to resettle the poor. But prejudice is a tight rental market is hampering with the big plan. Now, let me show you what's going on here. This is a thing, this was an article here about them relocating black people in Chicago from the projects. Don't know what the problem about this thing here. The projects been gone since 1995. They started tearing down all the goddamn projects. See how they fucking with your mind here? See the mentality here? This is how they can fuck with people.
You know that?
The project, hold on, man, hold on. I got the roll, homeboy. I got the roll. All right? Save your shit till the end. This is the thing right here. They closed down the damn projects the last 5 years. They closed down all of them in Atlanta. If they say they're resettling the poor, well, what did you do with the other projects you closed down prior to this fucking article of August the 5th? See the science here, I'm going to show you what's going on here. They're saying that they're resettling the poor, but they blew up half the projects in Chicago the last 5 years. You see what I'm saying? You see, to make sure you don't ask the question, what happened to all the people in Atlanta, probably here in Charlotte, in Columbia, South Carolina, around the University of South Carolina, and around my school, Benedict College and all that, all the projects in Atlanta, they closed down 25 projects, and guess what? They didn't build no new projects. And niggas like that cannot afford nice houses. They go from $10 a month to $650 a damn month. It ain't happening. There ain't no fucking welfare. You see what I'm saying? That's because those people are gone and those people are dead. Now in Chicago, they closed down all them projects. They murdered those people. They're in melatonin pills now. They're even in, Brother Darrell just even found out they got a melatonin injection where they inject the melanin in white people. Or black people, because remember now, that's the only way you can get this shit. Like the doctor said, oh, you can get it from cows. No, you can't get it from cows. It took how many? 2,500 cows to make 10 milligrams? 10 milligrams is like this much. A pineal extract, which is the melanin inside of us. It took 2,500 cows to make that much of damn melanin, or melatonin. So the only way you can get this shit is through humans. But yet the shelves are filled of it, and most of your pharmaceutical, your Viagra, and all that shit, Prozac, and all that shit is made through melanin. Crack cocaine had the melanin in it. You see. Now this is interesting here now. Got a sister down in Atlanta named Aviva. She went last week, this happened last week, the sister went to go, they got these springs, you can go out there and fill up your bottles full of water and get the real spring water. So she was out there filling up some water. She was out there in some short pants and stuff, so this Asian guy was looking at her legs and shit, you know, and so he would always start talking with her, and he hit on the leg, like, some people hit when they talk. She's talking to him real friendly. And he said, let me see how far he go with this shit. He hit on the leg, and he hit on the knee, and he hit on the goddamn thigh. So she gave the motherfucker a goddamn karate shot, she said. And he's just talking. You got a boyfriend? You just talking, because he was just probably turned on. And then he said something to her. He said, he was from Taiwan. See, and the spirit always gives you shit. And this Taiwanese, this Thai Asian said, he just up and said this, and I said, well, what he just told you was worth 2 or 3 fields on your foot, because that's the way the spirit works. He said, we was over in, we be over in Taiwan, and we make the cocaine over there, and we cook it up. And then we put chemicals in it. And then we bring it over here and we give it to the black man in the street. This is what this motherfucker said. This is what, we know that they gave, the whole crack cocaine was given us. But I'm saying, here's a man logging in the evidence after the crime was done years ago. You see, after the crime was done years ago, well, that's better than over there, I guess, for y'all. He logging in the doggone evidence and telling how they make the cocaine in Thailand. See what I'm saying? It's spiritual. Now, going back to this particular information here, they closed down all the projects. I've been talking about this shit for 6 years. And what they are doing now here is whenever they do a crime, because the white man is valid to us. We only, if it don't come on the TV, if it don't come through his print, it doesn't exist. So if, just in case, the question is asked, where is the people? They got this news article about relocating some poor people. But there's only one project. There's only one problem. They tore down the damn projects all the last 5 years. And in Atlanta, we still trying to find out where the goddamn people went. This is one of the greatest mass murders that went all up the whole East Coast. And they even tell me out west that the projects is gone. They even had a thing on TV. They said, where are all those people that was here in the early 90s in Los Angeles? And the black people, to justify it, they say, well, a lot of them went back east to their homes. We live in the goddamn east, and we didn't see no influx of black people. So this particular story here, you understand, this is the way they do things. The way they do things here is they will create the story, so when you ask the question, they go, we relocated them. Just like most black people. You go, where are the people in the projects? Oh, they relocated them. But nobody never seemed to know. But you know, somebody say, I know. But see, that's what it is. They relocate 30, 40 people. You might know those 30, 40 people, and that's justification for you to say, hey, they relocated them.
They did that in Greensboro last year, called Hope 6.
Yes. And they was, and when I was in Trenton, New Jersey, I asked where the people in the projects. They said they relocated. Oh, they built some townhouses. I said, wait, but first of all, they built some townhouses. You got more than one project closed down. And they said they built some townhouses around there, and that's where the project people. One woman said, I used to live in those projects, but I got out about 3 years before they closed them down, and I live in them townhouses, and there ain't no motherfucker over there from the damn projects. But they done put the excuse and the explanation in people's mind. What's that? You feel this?
Yes, sir. You talking about them killing people? You talking about local law enforcement, or?
No. I'm not talking about that. That's one aspect of genocide. I'm talking about, which is very interesting, because we have to revisit these things. When these projects were built from the a lot of them were built in the 50s, the high-rises, but from the early 1900s, when they first built the main ones, the first project was built in Atlanta. It's called the Atlanta Project. Later on, Jimmy Carter when Jimmy Carter left the presidency, he took over the Atlanta Project, which is a consortium of all kinds of things now. But when they first built those projects, they built those projects with trap doors up under railroad systems. And so basically what happened was they just basically rolled in, the government rolled in, and cleaned the projects from inside out. And basically took them, put them on trains, and exterminated them. And used the shit for all kinds of stuff. Now the reason why we know that is, see, this thing has been going on because we've been doing the research. I've been doing the research as far back as 1995. In 1995, some brother was working in Valdosta, Georgia, and it was working near the train tracks, and it was cold outside, so what they do is they go and they open up one of the doggone box carts and get in the doggone car, and, to shield them from the cold. This day, they opened up, some trains came, and they opened up the box carts, and it had shackles in it. You see what I'm saying? So they had a whole railroad passageways that have basically transported people out and been doing this shit for most of the night. But when they built these projects, that's what the projects were. The project was nothing but a mini concentration camp, and they got most of the technology of the concentration camps from the ones in Nazi Germany. And when they built these particular projects, they already had it so that they can exterminate you inside out. They can put your ass in trains and take you away, and nobody know where you are. Nobody know where you are. Why is it that I can be in my bed and I can hear a fucking train running up under my damn house? And it's not in the subway system. It's freight train. What's that? Okay.
Anybody have any eyewitness accounts of that actually happening?
Yes, we got eyewitness accounts. over the years and stuff, as a matter of fact, it's interesting you said that. But see, the whole key here is, by me being a person, and this is what I do, I work for the race, but I work damn near for free, because I'm broke as hell. I've heard all kind of eyewitness accounts that went on. Let me give you an example. In 1995, in Atlanta, around the projects, they started first snatching up black men. And in 1995, there was a couple of black men hanging out. You know how black men hang out, drinking some stuff. They rolled on all them Negroes, about 10 of them, and snatched them all up. They just came up in white vans and swept. Let me give you a couple of examples.
I got caught in a sweep like that.
Yes, okay. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Because these are, when you ask those questions that are spiritual. That's what you see. So they came in and they swept. They rolled up in white vans and they swept them all up. Then, with guns and all that stuff, they just came in and swept them. However they do it. One guy was able to escape from the van and got away and was running, and he was naked. And he ran on the MARTA bus. And he was on the MARTA bus, which is the transit system there, and the bus stopped and waited for these people to come and get him, and they grabbed him and took him away. Now, it's interesting because they made a movie about this same thing called
Extreme Measures.
Extreme Measures. But the guy wrote the book for years called Medical Horror and all the shit that they do. Now, it's interesting here now. That happened when I was in the lecture talking. One girl started crying and was saying the same thing about they missed about her father. They ain't seen him in weeks. She never saw her father. During the Olympics, a black woman called in and said, look, she was in her 60s, so she was in her 70s. She said, I got a good friend, and we've been in these damn apartments since we were little girls and since they were built, almost, in these projects. She said, now look, I talk to my best friend every day. She said, but all of a sudden, the building where she used to live in is all the people is evacuated, and I ain't seen my best friend, and I know that something got to be wrong with her. Because she wouldn't, that's her whole main objective, call me every day. And stuff like that. People are missing all of that. When I was in Newark, New Jersey, I'm lecturing and stuff, and the people kept telling me about, yeah, man, there's these projects here. They empty now. I'm like, I said, well, how did they empty them? They said, well, basically the people went downtown on Saturday. A lot of the people that went downtown on Saturday, they waited till a lot of them go downtown on Saturday, and when they got back to their apartments, they was padlocked. I said, well, what happened to the people? They said, we don't know. And I said, but the building is empty. They said, we don't know where they went to. We don't know where they went to.
You saying all the people in the project?
Yeah, all the people in the whole building was empty. They said, we don't know where they're going. Listen, I'm trying to say is I've been under this investigation. I'm talking about myself for the last 6 years. And I done gone to projects all over. When I was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I was up in Milwaukee. Let me show what they do here, how they do this thing. They will evacuate one whole project area. The ones near the street that you see, they still have people in them. And then they turn on the lights in some of them. Now, when I was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, one of the brothers who used to live in the projects was rolling with me. He said, let's go to the projects. We went there. He said, half these are closed down. We went there. Most of them was empty. They just had a few of them near the building, near the street. Fool you. He said, let me show you something. This motherfucker took me down into the underground passageways. And you know what he told me? He said, well, when I was a child, we used to play up under here, and these passageways lead to each project building.
Why can't we just blow them up?
Huh?
Why can't we just blow the tunnels up?
Wait. See, you don't understand something. You talking about now? They're already dead, man. This is already dead. So now, Daryl, what did you say? You had an incident in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
It was this projects on the south side, And right across the street is a concentration camp. It's called Beach Grove. And that's where it's a shipping yard. It's a train right there. And one day I was sitting there talking to my mom. I was telling her all this stuff, and she had watched. She saw Bobby. She was like, "Yeah, I think I heard that Bobby man say that." She said, "Yeah, it was an underground passageway out there in the project." She said everybody knew that. She said everybody knew that there's an underground passageway. Then they got in Indianapolis also. You can go from IUPUI. It's like the Stockholm for body parts for the world. It's where they go. It's in Indianapolis, connected to Lilly Pharmaceuticals. They got an underground tunnel to go from IUPUI all the way to Wisher Hospital, which is right by the projects, because there's always a project near a university. That's their guinea pig. And it's all underground in Indianapolis. Then I had this one lady tell me she is in the military. And they got this whole civilization, just like the underground in Atlanta. Yeah. They took her, they blindfolded her. She's in the military. They blindfolded her and took her underground, took her blindfold off, and it's just like up here. And she did this. She's in the military telling me this.
Let me tell you.
So shit is treacherous and it's real.
And look, I just moved out of.
Okay, go ahead. You giving an eyewitness account. Go ahead.
Project I just moved out of. They had a room that no one had a key to except the maintenance man. And it was in the kitchen. I was like, damn, what Vax was coming in the house through that room. And they came in. Now, I couldn't go in it because I didn't have a key. You know that when they renovated it, they put a storage room with the water heater, but you couldn't get in. Only people who can get in the room was the maintenance when they come in with a key. I said, damn, how is it you have a room in your house that you can't even get into? You know, we didn't have a question that. And Hope 6 just rolled around in a Morningside community where Hope 6, it's a plan, Mr. Hope, been going through the country, starting in Baltimore, where they was taking people in the projects and they was relocating them to other communities. This is $1 billion industry now.
He said they're dead, though. He said they're all dead.
No, but this is what they say. They say relocate. See, but you people, you do see.
He said they dead. No.
You gotta listen to what I said. You gotta listen to what I said.
They relocate a few of them.
I said there's a science to it. They might relocate.
They do relocate.
They relocate about 30 or 40 people.
But a whole lot of them are people you don't even want to talk to anymore.
No.
So most people.
I'm from the project. I'm still here.
Well, look.
So what you telling me is like.
Well, see, not every project. I just moved from one. And one project just got.
And I don't know nobody from Atlanta or New York who did.
But at the same time, though, all the black people you don't see.
Listen to me. First of all, you don't know everybody in the project. First of all.
I know a lot, though.
No, I'm trying to say this.
I know nobody who's
dead. Let me explain something here. What I'm trying to tell you is this.
Break it down for me.
They relocate about 30, 40 people.
Right.
All I'm trying to tell you is the projects in Atlanta, they didn't build no new projects.
Okay.
Rent is minimum $500. Okay?
Right.
It's minimum $500. First of all, if they close down the projects, this is what the guy said on ABC News. They asked him how you be able to relocate the people. They said, well, we will put some of them on Section 8. But if you got that many people leaving the projects, that means you got to have a lot of apartment complexes that will agree to Section 8. The problem here is that the guy even said those particular projects, once these projects shut down, this is when they were first starting to shut them down, he said, most of these apartments, they're not going to agree to Section 8. But a lot of these ones will start out. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to agree to Section 8. So, the thing I'm trying to say here is this here. Now, this is the criteria on probably how you survive. You probably had a strong outside contact in the aspect that what happens is if you got family members that's living outside of the projects, that will ask the certain questions, then maybe this is the criteria on who lives and not live, including the relocation plan. But my point here is, what you had one, what?
It seems like a ghost. It reminds me of Atlanta, Georgia, when Wayne Williams was accused of killing those young boys.
Right.
But most people don't understand that most young black boys between the ages of 7 and 12 create a chemical in their penis area called interferon.
Interferon, yes.
Which causes white people, it reduces their aging process.
Right.
So when you start finding out numbers of us are disappearing uniquely, oddly, at this time, and all these projects closing down, but then you turn around, you're getting 2-for-1 hamburgers all over the country.
Well, see, and not only that, see, and you got to look at this particular point. Like I said, man, I travel all over the continental United States. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying based on a local effort, a local experiences. I'm talking about all over the continental United States where there's black people. And I haven't gone in one city. I was in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and they got projects that's all closed down. You see what I'm saying?
They do that all over the country.
They're doing it. My point here is they can relocate a few people, and that sets up the justification.
You think everybody got relocated?
Everybody got relocated. And there can be all kind of discrepancies on how you survive, but you got to do the investigation. Right. Because I'm trying to say, you don't know everybody, you don't see everybody, it's impossible. Right. I know motherfuckers I ain't seen in 2 years that ain't even in the damn projects.
They wouldn't give us the list of the people who had been put out. They let us know the ones who got Section 8, but they did not let us know the ones who had been relocated. They said some of them went back to New Jersey. They went back.
How you gonna go in New Jersey? Where they gonna move? Because the project closed down. Now what was your thing? See, this is eyewitness shit.
I'm from Wilmington, Delaware. DuPont run Delaware.
Right.
The whole city of Wilmington, this is a major part of Delaware, has an underground tunnel all around the whole damn place. Yeah. Every which way you go. And one of the major DuPonts, he took his tank. He has a tank, an army tank in his backyard. And he would go around threatening his neighbors every day. He would sit, a certain amount of days at one person's house. Now he lives on about 1,000 acres of land. So he'd go on different sides and just sit there with his tank pointed at their house. Then he moved around to another section. Well, they put him in jail. Kind of find the next day he's at his house. So several news media guys did some investigation. Kind of found the damn tunnels go from they're all over the damn.
That's right, yeah.
You know what I mean? All the way to his house.
Yeah.
And then, guys that work for janitorial services, they go in, you go underground to work, but there's certain doors and certain areas on all sides of the place that you can't even go beyond.
Yeah.
They won't let you go.
Right. Let me give
right near the project.
Let me give you some. What's that?
Didn't you say a lady came to the lecture and her daughter was part of the Atlanta murder snatching?
A sister that I met came to the lecture back in '96. Yeah. She stepped up to the table. She said, I'm one of the mothers that the daughter got missing in the Atlanta child murder. And I said, oh yeah. I said, oh, and I said, oh damn. I said, oh, I'm pleased to meet you. She was like, they came and got me to see my daughter, and my daughter was still alive. And she said she looked like she was 70 years old. Now it's interesting here. She told me that in 1996. And interesting, the movie came out that the brother here told me about, and the oldest told me about, called Red Ink. It came out in like 98 or 99 on Atlanta child murders. You can get it at Blockbuster. You can get it. It was they did it a little cheap. They do that sometimes to throw you off. You be like, I don't want to see that cheap movie. But sometimes that's how they do shit to throw you off. In the movie, I'm watching the movie because I went to his house when I did a lecture down in Augusta. He played a movie for me. And in the movie, they said...
One with Gregory Hines in them?
No, that's another one. See, that's the new one they just put out with Gregory Hines in them. It came out about a year ago. Mm-hmm. But in this one, they was talking about the children, and they said they looked... when the guy was in the movie, he said, I saw them. When they got them back there, they said they looked like they were 70 years old. This woman told me this shit right in front of my face.
And
now, going right along, I'm sitting out. There's a brother named Juju. I talk about him all the time. Real psychic brother, real spiritual brother, down in Atlanta. And I'm sitting in front of Juju house. They got this project that just been emptied out with TV sets, VCRs, all kind of appliances, and people running and grabbing the shit. So somebody in the neighborhood say, y'all know y'all shouldn't be fucking with them people's things. And they went, the people ain't been here for a damn month. Did you understand what I just said? They set out about damn near, I don't know, it was almost 40-something families. Now, let's do some logic here. Only way your shit gets set out on the street and you not there to tend to your shit is you can't be home. Because even when the sheriff roll up on your ass and shut your shit out on the street, if you home, you're gonna be guarding your stuff. But how can 40-something families shit get set out and nobody's there? No 40-something people are there to get that shit. And the people said, well, the people been gone out of these apartments for damn near a month and a half. So they came in and vexed the people, and they left their stuff up, and then they set the shit out on the street like the sheriff shit, and let the rest of the people in the neighborhood get it. Now,
So appease the people.
just to show you, always are. Now check this out. I've already done the research, and I know exactly where they put the people on the trains in Atlanta. I know exactly where they put the trains and the people on the trains in Atlanta. In New Year's night, 1997, one of the railroad cars, we pull up, little gate come down. We in this brother's car. The gate come down, we sitting there talking, and next thing I know, I said, damn, look at them cars. They was all refrigerated cars. I said, damn. I said, man, they got people up in there. So, ex-girlfriend, she said, they up in there. So, the next week, I followed the track, and there's a shipping yard right there. There's a shipping yard right in the area of Northside Drive. It's a shipping yard, and it's a construction yard. And that's where they put the people on the doggone trains. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is, what's that?
Didn't they show that in that movie when Peggy Sue got married? Which one? The movie that they had the showing the black people putting on the train.
Oh, that was
what was that called?
That was at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
They showed them marching them out. Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaid's Tale. That's it.
Handmaid's Tale was the name of the movie.
Right.
And in this day and time, how can we even doubt that someone could be taken when we see people getting taken on the damn news daily without an eyewitness? Coming up in your house, taking your child without an eyewitness.
Right. My point here is still, you got to account for how can you close down all that many projects, and you don't build no new ones. We still got to ask the question, how can you put that many motherfuckers off of welfare and don't create no motherfucking jobs?
With welfare reform, that's the plan. It's been 5 years in the working.
You
see all them born into it.
What's a clone doesn't need a job.
Yeah. What's that, bro?
Yeah, they still doing this, yes, no.
They're doing it every day.
They did it
Whatever.
last year.
Well, you got.
What you gonna blow it up with?
I don't know, man. You need to go find out where they're doing it. My point is this here. Look, my point is this here. I don't know, because in Atlanta they all gone. I live in Atlanta.
And they had to give it up for the Olympics. They even offered,
Yeah.
some of them said they offered them money.
Now, when I was in Atlanta, during the Olympics, there was a place where all the brothers used to hang out. I went down there on a Monday, and I went down there on a Wednesday. I went on a Monday. I said, man, you all need to get the hell on from around here, because I said, man, come Friday or come Thursday, they're going to do something with y'all ass. Because they had just built the Olympic Village right across the street. And these niggas was hanging out. Just drunk, acting like a damn fool. I said, man, they gonna do something, yo. They just build a whole Olympic Village. The entire world gonna be looking at that shit there on Friday. The entire world gonna be looking at that village. So you motherfuckers better make up your mind. Something gonna happen. Oh yeah, man, they just talking shit. They just couldn't grasp their legs. I go back on motherfucking Friday, ain't nobody there. You know, nobody there. I go to the apartment and I ask somebody that's up in the area that's on a legitimate faction, you know, that look like the law-abiding whatever, so they didn't get jacked. I said, what happened? He said, man, they came there, they had 2 or 3 buses. He said they had crack, liquor, and $25.
Some of them got 4.
Whatever what you call it. To get on this damn bus. They was gonna take them to a facility, and they was gonna take them to a facility, and just house them, and they just gonna just have a good time doing it. They said that bus was them 3 buses was packed with niggas. So it's interesting here. Check this out. They took them to Columbus, Georgia, in some football field for a man, and then he said, then they just disappeared. It was interesting because my ex-girlfriend Ginger was riding home with a white boy one night. He said, yeah, I just got in town. I just moved here from Chattanooga. He said, man, during the Olympics, he said, they brought so many motherfuckers from the projects over here in Chattanooga, and they had them staying in these football fields, and then they just disappeared. The white boy told them. See what I'm saying?
Soylent Green,
Just like they take like 200 or 300 guys from the prisons on buses.
Soylent Green.
And they say they ride them around, and then when you ask what happened to those people, nobody know what happened.
Like they said, what did Dick Gregory say about the Atlanta riots, the LA riots?
Yeah.
How many people was it?
It was like
600
or 600 people, if not 5,000.
No, it was
they had
6,000 people. 5,000 to 6,000 black men disappeared. They took them upstate California and ain't never seen them again.
And them other ones they had, remember they arrested all the people, they had them black people in the tents?
Mm-hmm.
Them motherfuckers disappeared.
But they said they built, in Delaware, they said they built a new prison down in some part, Salem, Maryland or something like that. And they took, 2 or 3 busloads of brothers down there, but nobody had never seen them.
I'm trying to tell you.
This shit is...
But you got to understand one thing here. See, you must understand what's also going on here too. Survival is the ultimate religion. We are on survival lockdown. The reason why you don't know what's going on because you got rent to pay. And you got to go to work. And if you ain't working, you worrying about how you going to pay the goddamn rent anyway. So you are doing your thing. Like they told you on the Matrix. You got to marvel at it. You say what? People down there, hundreds of people getting on with their everyday lives, totally oblivious to what's going on. You see what I'm saying? And so they do these things and all, but you got to understand we've been psychologically conditioned because the simple fact, we are on survival mode also. You got to worry about doing your shit. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, you don't have time to observe. And I'm trying to tell you, look, I'm not saying this type of stuff as a theory. I'm trying to tell you, I done been all over the goddamn country, and I make it a point to ask about the projects, and I'm trying to tell you that all of them are missing, and ain't nobody relocating. I'm saying, yes, they did relocate a few people. I know some people that's relocated, but my point here is they can't relocate everybody, and my point here is how you gonna close down almost 25 projects in Atlanta and nobody never see? And this the funny thing about it is nobody ever see them move out. You know what I'm saying?
That's where the melatonin pills come from.
All that shit.
And the 2 for $1 burgers.
All of that.
All that.
Now, let's go on. Let's go on. Which leads to this. Because also the children missing, it tells you in the book of the law, which is the book that was put forth in 1904 with the God Heru and a lot of things. They say sacrifice a small child, but not now. These white people here are sacrificing children to somehow save themselves. There's rituals they do. These are rituals that they've been doing also with the missing kids, as well as, like I said last night, few more missing. Then they put up the idea again, well, you can get them back if you put the damn chip in them. We can have them back in a damn hour.
Well, is that what's in Starbucks coffee, the melon stuff?
Well, I'm just saying, hold on. What I'm just saying, guess what though? Check this out about coffee. Come to find out, coffee is only indigenous to one place on the whole planet, Africa. East Africa, mainly Ethiopia. All the coffee in Colombia and even in Europe and coffee in South America was all planted there. It was all planted there. It's only indigenous in one place. And the rest of it was planted there by people over the centuries. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, I drink coffee. I'm a coffee connoisseur, and I'm telling you, Ethiopian coffee is the apex of coffee.
And that's what all of them say.
But at the same time, like you're saying that this coffee out of Ethiopia, it has to be there for whatever consumption. But at the same time, falafels was shipped out to Israel, 10 years ago?
That's true too. That's true too. And then not only that, shipped out, and the whole thing behind that was
that Bible concept. That
what they said also, the whole thing about that was based on the Ark of the Covenant. Right. Now the Ark of the Covenant is not a myth. They used to build these. It's not like it's one thing to see. It just is in the fable and the myth in the Hebrew lore. But they used to build these arks in Egypt, Hemmitt, all the time. Because because it was also the chest of Osiris. Right. So they used to build them in commemoration of Osiris. So they used to build the art forms. They used to build them in Hemmitt. But on the other hand, one is logged into history based on the Hebrew fable. Right.
And at the same time, it's not. If you understand electronics, it's not Exodus 25, the Ark of the Covenant, a recipe for a battery.
Well, that's all it was. They in 1968 at University of Chicago. Yes. They took the acacia wood and a whole lot of this stuff and made a conduit. They did all this stuff. Some students did some shit because they had some. Well, why? Because University of Chicago houses all of the hieroglyphics and all of the Egyptian stuff and all. So they got tons and tons of hieroglyphics and stuff and papyruses there. They found some papyruses that had the whole thing on how to do it. University of Chicago, they put this shit together, an Ark of the Covenant, a small one, and it started thundering and lightning and shit, and the government came up in that motherfucker with machine guns and all that shit and made them tear the shit down. So anyway, going back, the one that's supposed to be the one of legend, they found Graham Hancock and them found in 1981 in Ethiopia. In that building. Yeah, and they had the guy Gabriel McHale being the guard. It's all in the book, The Sign and the Seal. Right. Which is the book, The Sign and the Seal, gives you the whole thing, which is still in print. So Graham Hancock, that's what made him famous, is he found this legendary Ark of the Covenant that even in Hebrew myth said was mentally took back to Ethiopia. Now, he found this thing in 1981. That's y'all know this. Now, when they first lifted the doggone Ethiopians for the day of Israel, what they call philosopher Jews, to Israel, the reason why they really lifted them, they first grabbed some up and say, look, we want the Ark of the Covenant, or you all can't return back to Ethiopia. They said, well, we might as well stay there because we ain't giving up the Ark of the Covenant. Then after that, they had this thing where as they were still trying to fuse themselves in with the indigenous Ethiopians or the Hebrews or those particular Jews. And what they did was they started airlifting all them over there like that too. Because here's the Jew again trying to damn authenticate himself. Like they're saying all of a sudden they trying to trace the South African Jews, that when they traced that shit, that was more authentic, naturally, than the fake Jews, and they're going to tell this lie that they traced their bloodline and some of the genetics got some of the Jews in Europe the same damn way. They families with some motherfuckers in South Africa that they didn't even know until damn about 2-3 years ago.
But in a way, at the same time, they hadn't shot themselves because they had written in their holy scripture that Mount Zion was the holy place for the Jew. Yeah. So now, for them to later realize, well, the authentic Jew, the Phalasha, had to come out, so they had to bind them to that.
Yeah, it's always going back that fabricating themselves in history. Right. So fabricating themselves, and I just wanted to put that whole thing out there since we brainstorming. Now, going right ahead. There was a brother and sister that went to FAMU, Florida A&M University, and they graduated one brother graduated in 2000, and the sister graduated in graduated in 2001, so they moved. He had a girlfriend, so they both moved up to Atlanta last summer. So they came by the house about a couple of weeks ago. Well, back in August. And sister said, well, you know, I'm working for a research company now, and a chemical company, research company. And she said, I helped this Arab out in some research material or something. He was in trouble and he needed something. I don't know whether the guy was on her job or this guy came by a research company for whatever. But anyway, she helped him out based on some type of thing that he needed research-wise. And he told her, he said, well, you helped me out. You really saved me for what I was trying to do. And since you helped me out, I'm going to help you out. And told her not to drink no Coca-Cola after August the 26th. Now, this is interesting here because when he said this, one brother made the suggestion, well, it's interesting because if anybody would taste the Coke and they've been drinking Coke for a long time, they might say it tastes different, but it's interesting he would say this is because they brought out the vanilla Coke in the spring of the year.
Yeah.
In the spring of the year. So if you want to fool some people, you put it in a new drink that they ain't used to, and put the vanilla in it, put it in there, and they're not used to that, and they'll just think it's the regular taste. And then it was interesting because they had a new report that vanilla Coke is #1 in America among black teenagers. Now this is the other key. My mother, my mother, who has a keen sense of smell like a motherfucker. She can smell any damn thing. And shit, even was in high school, she's like, somebody been drinking up in this baby here. She can just tell. You know what I'm saying? So, my mother who, she been drinking Coke since the fucking damn 50s. You know what I'm saying? So, since the 50s. And all of a sudden, she came to Atlanta last week, and she was like, about 2 weeks ago, she said somebody brought her some Coke, because she don't drink them as much now. And she was drinking, she said, I know Coke, I've been drinking since the 50s, this shit don't taste right. So when she got up to Atlanta, my brother bought her another Coke, and she said, no, this shit just don't taste right. Which coincided with what we was talking about some shit that's inside of the Coke. Now, going right along, they need to sell these 6-packs. Now, my point here is this here. Now, they got 6-packs. No, 12 packs. 12 packs. No, well, in Atlanta, they had 12 packs in June for 99 cents.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, hold on. A goddamn can soda costs you 50 cents. And a 2-liter and a 16 ounce costs you $1. Now, wait a minute. If a can soda costs you 50 cents, and you take 2, that means goddamn 10. You get 10 free Cokes. And niggas was stocking up on this shit. It was interesting. But then a lot of people was complaining, well, we don't like the 12-pack because can't put them in the refrigerator. So they came out with the fucking 12-pack refrigerator box. Right. The rollout shit. 99 cents. Okay, check this out. So then what they got is, there's 12 packs.
They did that in Monroe.
So then in July, they took them off sale. They had them like $2 and something, 12 pack. That's to get the people said, damn man, I sure I missed out on that. And the other people said, damn, I sure missed them 99-cent Cokes. Or Coke products. Now, what happened was, then right at August, they put them back for 99 cents. You see what I'm saying? Get you to missing them, so when they come back, people jump on the shit. Then I'm in the grocery store the other day. Now they got some shit, mini cans, this tall, and they cost $1 and like 25 cents regular for a fucking damn 6-pack. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is, then they come out with some fucking blue Pepsi. The government gonna strap necks when it comes to them and blame it on them. They ain't like us. They ain't gonna sit around and take an ass whipping and not do that. These brothers got together, and you see. So it's very interesting here. Now, like I told you, I reported the last time that high blood pressure is key when the Kundalini energy rises up. When the Kundalini energy in you rise up, the first thing happens, which is the spiritual force, your blood pressure speeds up and your blood pressure becomes high, and that's an attribute. You don't die from nothing with blood pressure because that's an attribute of black people. What happens here, and you can't go by what the motherfucking doctor say. That's the crap. You die because of dehydration. Water is the key. They got all kind of papers talking about water therapy now. Like asthma. Come to find out, asthma is when the lungs get dehydrated. That's all it is. If you drink those 8-ounce glass, how many 8-ounce glasses?
8.
It's 8-ounce glasses or something like that?
Yeah.
A day?
Did you see on the news, they said that a scientist in Russia came up with the idea of doing these chemical warfare, and the key was water. That was the key.
Well, this is interesting. But, well, see, now look at the science here now. Look at the science here. Water is the key to melanin. We've been talking about this stuff before now. I'm going to hold on to the water thing and go right back to it. But high blood pressure, when you have a high blood pressure, anybody that's got heightened Kundalini energy the blood pressure is higher. Now, when they put you on all these damn shits, it's to kill your ass. The only thing you need to do is increase your water. Because when your Kundalini rise, your blood pressure automatically will rise. I got a Kundalini so fucking high, rose until my blood pressure is, they got to build a new damn machine. Just find out what my shit was. You see, but I knew that it's a spiritual thing. High blood pressure is what happens when the Kundalini, I talked about this the last time, and it's basically you stroke out and all that stuff because you don't have enough water. Water is the key to all the stuff. They got stuff now on water therapy. They found out a lot of stuff in the body can be cured if you drink enough water.
Yep.
If you drink enough water, hell, you might be able to wash out cancer. If you drink enough water. The key to melanin cures everything. Melanin is activated through water. Now, going back, how many people saw the movie Signs? Look, every time I do this thing here, I tell people this every time. Whenever a movie comes out, especially a science fiction movie, you need to go see it. They put all the shit in movies. You cannot afford to not go see the fucking movies based on economics. Now, in the movie, the little girl, now what happened was, they said, what killed the aliens in the movie?
Damn water.
The water. But what happened was, but guess what? Water is quintessential to the cosmos. They was given a message. If the aliens were killed by water, it wasn't the water that killed the aliens. What did the girl say? She said that the water was contaminated. And the aliens were what? They were green. Osiris is green. The aliens is representing black people. It's got a lot of stuff in the movie. Now you got to understand that we are the original aliens, which is black people. Then they're showing in the movies on how they kill black people is through the water. Contaminated water. You see, with the fluoride. Fluoride does what? Hardens the pineal gland.
Talking about the toothpaste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the water.
And the water and the toothpaste. And in a lot of foods got fluoride in it
A
now.
lot of toothpaste tell you on the back, do not swallow.
Yeah. Yeah. So they said it in the movie. You see. Then they was telling people in the movie to go deaf, to go stupid. And here goes a motherfucker white guy. He said, wait, this damn religion is some bullshit. And then so he opened up and could see. As a matter of fact, that's why he had the visitation, because that motherfucker wasn't dealing with no bullshit religion. And then at the end of the movie, they had him put back on the fucking collar and go back to sleep. Now wait a minute, now hold on now. Goddamn it, some aliens up in your motherfucking house. About to kill you. Pretty soon to me, Jesus Christ is secondary.
movie Lessons Before Dying, the preacher tells it. Have you ever seen that movie Lessons Before Dying? With the guy who plays in Soul Food, he's on death row.
Okay.
And it's a preacher talking, and he's telling the people, he's preaching his sermon, and then he comes and he tells the people that it's not true, it's not fake, and he said, well, if I tell them the truth, they won't be able to understand. That's a real good movie. It's called Lessons Before Dying.
Let me tell you another thing too. See, there's a lot of stuff going on. Now look,
Yeah, he said,
everything is ritual. Remember that, everything is ritual. Everything. Now, how many people ever see the staff and the caduceus? That's the urea snakes going up. There's a medical symbol. The staff and the caduceus. You'll see two wings and you'll see the black dot in the middle. Now, also you see, what I won't get into also when we go into this thing about what's really here. You'll see a horse. You see TriStar pictures, you see the white horse, winged horse. That's Pegasus, jumping over there. Pegasus has a horse head and he got two wings. Okay? You got 3 stars in Orion's belt. You got 3 crosses on Calvary. Okay? Always the one in the middle represents the pineal gland of the Christ. Just like you got the 2 wings on the staff of caduceus, you got the black dot in the middle represents the pineal gland. Always in the Jubilee, Jubilee, Jubileum, anything in the 3s. 3 spears on the Kabbalah, the top of the tree of life. The middle spear is called Kether, which is illumination, which is the crown chakra. You see what I'm saying? Always the 3 is always the middle pillar, which is the Christ. Try to understand this particular science. So, you have Destiny's child. The one in the middle is called what? Beyonce. Although they look at shit, they say, oh, that's the motherfucker to do the rituals. So they put her in Austin Powers. Now, if anybody saw this movie, she spoke at the beginning of the movie and stuff. But, yeah, Beyonce with Austin Powers. But her essence was came so strong until, if you notice, they kept her in the shots most of the time, using the ritual. You see what I'm saying?
seen that video when she's doing the hula hoop?
You see, yeah, see, Steve? They did that. Now, it's interesting because when they talked to the guy, Mike Myers, he said, well, I was a fan of the 70s black exploitation flicks. And so what happened was, he said they wrote in this thing as Foxy Cleopatra. You see what I'm saying? With the icon. You see, even in the movie, they got one thing where her hair get wet and she's shaking and shit still pop back into an afro. You see what I'm saying? And by the time the movie hit, she's been on I got at least 6 magazines with her own stuff and all. You see, with her own, but she's the middle of the West Coast. In spite of all the politics or whatever and stuff, just the way the white man look at shit based on the way they do rituals and based on her essence. Because if you see the movie poster, they got all the white people in the back and all this kind of thing, and they got them set up like a movie, like the Black 70s, but she's in the middle with a gun and the big afro and a gold dress on, but it's called Gold Member, which is supposed to be this guy in the movie, but in actuality, she was the golden child. See, that's a ritual. That's a Christ energy type, Maya type energy that they put down. They had to put that on the silver screen. You see what I'm saying? As well as, at the same time, they put Men in Black in there, and in the movie Men in Black this year, they said what? They were looking for the light of the world, and it was what? A black girl. Didn't even know. But she was the light of the world. And what they did, at the end, they closed up in this little round thing, looked like an egg. That's the world egg. And sent her back out. That was a ritual going down.
That's the Oval Office in the White House.
Because if she didn't do it, then anybody
Where's the ritual going?
See, these rituals, see what happens is this here. Whenever they suspect that they are getting ready to fall, they have to use a certain amount of energy in their icons to somehow prolong their life expectancy or prolong their structure down here. They got to use the black force and that black energy. And stuff. Now check this out. they got to use that thing. So now what they did this time, since the 1960s, their number one secret agent been James Bond. Okay, so they said, no, we got to do better than that. So they put out a movie called Triple X. Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel. And in the movie, the first thing they do, the movie come on, they kill off the old James Bond character. This is all ritual. He in there running around with a motherfucking damn bow tie on and a tuxedo, sticking out like a sore thumb. So they killed him off. So then Samuel L. Jackson come and say, hey, look here, man, these motherfuckers here, that shit is through now. Because he was also saying in so many words that anybody international, most people international is into the hip-hop thing more than anything on the planet. He said they ain't dressing the same way in the tuxedos and all that kind of shit. Based on hip-hop, is giving away to the grunge look in the aspect of when they're dealing with Timberlands or they're dealing, and even if they're dealing with anything.
Bobby.
Hold on, brother, I'm gonna let you.
I got to say this before you go. I know, I got to say this. I've been saying this for the last several months. Okay. I told my people in my classes, look out for people like Janet Jackson. I specifically mentioned Holly Berry and that girl from Gold Member, one of the Destiny Childs. I was about to say Jada Pinkett, but that's unfair because they put her in the new Matrix. But I'm thinking it's between the Destiny Child girl and Holly Berry. One new Joker's gonna be, they're gonna wind up like Aaliyah.
Oh yeah, they got on that too. That's a good observation because also they said, like the brother Dawood said, Alicia Keys might be another one they do some shit like that. Now, let me tell you something. Now, let me tell you the deal here on this science here. So he sticks out. So what happened was they got to give a brand new superhero. And this motherfucker was cold-blooded in the movie. Give him brand new fashion, all that, but he's light-skinned, which means a cross between the new America. You see what I'm saying? It's very key how they do this thing. Now it's interesting here because it's a big, but this cat here, they were saying that he don't pay attention to the white man. They have to get Samuel L. Jackson to tell him what to do and give him his assignments. Now to let you know this is a ritual, this is the top paper in the country. The most prestigious in the country is the Wall Street Journal. On the cover of the Wall Street Journal, they got Vin Diesel, the brother, engraving. When they put you in this engraving shit, that means they mean business. This is a ritual. And they talking about the Triple X.
Oh, he
right the day the movie comes out.
He black.
And so in the movie, he's a brother. His mother's Jewish, his father's black. No, in real life. But like I say, I don't get into the whole bullshit about the mulatto thing. Hey, black is fucking black. Let nobody fool you, because ain't no motherfucker up in this motherfucker that come over here looking like looking like I'm looking. So I don't even front on that kind of shit. And that's what Chancellor Williams said. Don't never front on the light-skinned shit as to say the light-skinned motherfucker is not black. You see what I'm saying? So that's one thing about it. This is a brother. The reason why they putting this motherfucker, remember when he first comes on the scene, his first movie was called Pitch Black. It was the first movie where a black man survives in a sci-fi movie, him and another black man, and he would kill a white boy that was hunting him down in the movie and went up against the aliens.
And then he was in Fast and the Furious.
He was in Fast and the Furious, and he was also in the movie Boiler Room. You see, this the new, they had him on GQ magazine and all this, but this was a ritual for them. Because they're saying that they're going to survive and all. This was a ritual for them. And it was interesting because they had a thing in 1999. They had a thing on USA Today of all the movie stars that you think, and singers and stuff that you think that's not really white. Not really white. So they had all the black people, like Holly Berry and all those things. But they were saying people like Keanu Reeves. That motherfucker is mixed. You see what I'm saying?
They got a band, what is it?
Eddie Van Halen. They were showing a bunch of these people, man, and stuff. They were saying the new face of America. But remember, I was telling, in one of my lectures, a brother married this PhD psychologist. She used to be married to a Skull and Bones. And she didn't know it. She was married to this cat. He only wanted some children from her. Once he got his children, they put her in the mental institution. And the only way she was able to get out, she fooled him to get out because she had a PhD in psychology and she knew all the shit. So they didn't certify her crazy. They was able to release her. And the guy said, okay, I'm going to let you live, but you can't never see your kids. So it's a ritual now. See, these white people are saying, if we so much die, the key here now is we can at least go into the future by our offspring being miscegenated on into the black race. That's why now the new thing now in the movies is everywhere is now for the sister to get with the white boy.
Yeah.
They're doing this shit all over and stuff, and it's catching on in California. Because like I said, generally, most black women prefer the black man. She can get one. But now it's catching on in California because, see, this is another thing that's going on. You see, there's so many, well, there's two things going on. There's so many damn brothers that's gone now until the sisters are going to have to do one thing. And I'm not talking about the people in here, whatever, what you gonna do, you might want you a conscious brother or whatever the deal is and stuff like that. Or Antone the one that's got whatever. Or share one of them motherfuckers. But the key here is this is what I'm trying to say is this here too. But I'm trying to say the people out here in regular folks' land, they were saying that these sisters gonna have to lower their standards in the aspect that the expectation is too fucking high. And what I mean by that is this. They got a bunch of, and this is the new shit amongst black women in the larger cities. This shit is rampant. In Atlanta,
White men.
New York, and I ain't the white men because it's here too. Atlanta, New York, Chicago, Detroit, there's thousands of sisters that's going celibate. And they're going and they're getting their PhDs. They're trying to
Academia.
They're trying to substitute the brother that they can't get through academia. One sister said, goddamn, she said, everybody was coming. She does this sister like these dreadlocks thing. She said, everybody was coming there. All of them was working at his PhD. She said, well, shit, maybe I should go get mine. She said, what the fuck going on? And she figured it out now. So these motherfuckers are trying to substitute the male through the educational thing, thinking that that's going to bring them a utopia. And she said, some of these motherfuckers is in their late 40s and 50s. She said, goddamn, like a motherfucker gonna hire your ass. First of all, a PhD, a person that's a PhD requires a certain amount of money. Now, who the fuck gonna hire a motherfucker 50 damn years old? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? With 6 figures, or whatever the deal here is. But they just going with it. So it's a whole lot of stuff that's going on. But on the other hand, this shit is catching on because out there, now a lot of the sisters. You know, like I said, the epidemic was the brothers. We know that. Them motherfuckers is shit. The epidemic was the brothers that's doing this shit, you know. One thing we can say in the 20th century, the motherfucker played basketball and he loved that white woman. Shit. But in the 20th century, but the sisters now, the Hollywood shit is catching on. That's why that movie won the Academy Award.
Yes.
Monsters Ball. Because they're trying to support that. And saying, sister, if you down and out. Remember I saw the movie Monsters Ball? In the movie, they say, sister, if you down and out, there's a white man that can support you. They have executed her man.
He was the man. He was
the man who...
Because his son...
He is the head guard who executed...
Puff Daddy.
Executed Puff Daddy, which was Halle Berry's husband, and ended up going with her saying, sister, if you down and out, kill her son. The son get killed in the movie. Because they're saying we can't have no black motherfucking male. We can't even have one to grow up and take over. But that shit is about. Kill the son, and then this motherfucker here, he hooks up with her, and she feels all safe and secure now because she got a man that can take care of her family.
Yeah, buys her a truck.
Yeah.
For real.
You see, so they doing this thing here. Now, you gotta go see the movie. Go rent the movie Time Machine.
Oh, yes.
In the movie in the future, number one, there ain't no white people But the ones that live up under the ground, all of them are light-skinned black people.
And listen at the end to what the man says with the long white hair and the wicked fingernails that look like Dracula. He tells the whole story at the end.
And stuff. It's the whole. It's when they go into the future. This is the same Illuminati that's ruling. What happened was is the moon split in half. So the moon split in half in the future, and white people are not able to live up under the ground. Live on the ground. Some of them mutate into these monstrous beings, and some of them mutate into this. There's two races, because they created the monster. There's two races. The black people who was able to stay on top of the ground, they're a mulatto race, but the white ones, they mutated into a albino that got to stay up under the ground. But the white race is still ruling. The Illuminati thing. But in the movie, they blow up the goddamn white race, and then you got to see what happens. They have to get taught by a black man in case the glass is teaching them. That's the god Tahuti, the librarian. All that shit is in the movie. It's in the movie. You got to check that whole thing out. Now going back to the missing children, they're saying if you scared of your children being missed, then we'll tell you can put the damn chip in them, and they'll be able to get them back in an hour with that North Star system or that LoJack shit, where they just get them back by satellite. So they're going to convince you to get the chip, and also convince people to get the national ID card.
So what year is this?
This shit is going on now.
I'm saying, what year is they going to implement
this shit can go, they might start this shit next week, we don't know. But let me tell you something, they got that Homeland Security thing. They was talking about Homeland Security in these airports and all that. They're already doing that right now. You see.
Did you see on CNN with Connie Chung, where they had the white lady that was on there, and she was talking about the special elite that was going to be the only ones who could clone children. They already been cloning, but they getting ready to come out publicly that they're cloning children and they don't need a man. And the question was, if you don't need a man's sperm, only thing you need is the DNA strain, wouldn't men be obsolete? And the lady said yes. But the only way you would be able to clone, you would have to be, she said it would be a certain number, 100 of people, elite, that would even qualify to clone. So that's on this way.
See, it's all kind of stuff. Now, like I said last night, and I was telling you last night, I was telling you that the key also is what you hear, what goes in your ear. The music is very important. And I talk about the inner ear melanin. Now, the inner ear melanin here is, it goes into the ear, and what you hear is very important because that's the doorway to the pineal gland. It's the doorway to the temple. Now, the key here is, that's why the music is very key, that they control the music. That's why you got to go get the movie Josie and the Pussycats. Josie and the Pussycats is the most important movie to come out in 1991 because they just straight up dropped the shit on the movie industry and the subliminal seductions that they're putting in the movie, in the music. Now this is interesting. Josie and them, in the movie, they got a group like NSYNC that is real stupid, but one of the guys find out that there's something in the background of his music. So they had him killed, supposedly. Then they got to get a new group, so Josie and there's three of them. Josie and her group, they become popular in a week because they subliminal seduction. They even have some people, 3 girls that hated Josie. The next week, they were their biggest fans because they put the shit in the music. So in the movie, they just straight up say, oh, we put all the subliminal seduction in the movie, in the music and all this. Now, this is one of the keys here. Then they start telling Josie, Josie, you're better than the other 2 girls. You are this, you that. You got to go solo. And Josie started listening to this shit, and she, because it's in the music, and the next thing you know, she's trying to go solo. And the black girl in the movie, the same sister that played in Men in Black. The black girl in the movie is catching on to it. They said, we got to kill her. And kill the other stupid little white girl when you kill her. But anyway, at the end of the movie, what's her name has to come and tell them. She breaks down Josie and turn to the black girl and tell the black girl, you taught me all I know, as it always is. And the key here is that they was trying to get her to go solo. That's the key. Remember, James M. Toomey had did a whole study on the music industry, how they stepped to Lionel Richie, Jeffrey Osborne, and all these particular ones, Teddy Pendergrass. They stepped to all of them who was in these groups and tell them to go solo. And once they go solo, the other group, the lead singer go to group falls, and that put all these black people out of business. It used to be an institution. They put them all out of business. They had that one person out there. They did it, but then again, Mick Jagger never left Rolling Stone.
No, never.
You see what I'm saying? Never left Rolling Stone. You see what I'm saying? Even the Beatles, when they broke up, Paul McCartney got wings. It was a whole group. That's right. You see what I'm saying? But Mick Jagger did solo albums. See, you can do solo albums and don't necessarily have to lead the group. Only one that caught on to the bullshit and said, I ain't gonna never leave Earth, Wind & Fire was Philip Bailey. He did 3 solo albums and 2 gospel albums, but he never left Earth, Wind & Fire. Hell, he the motherfucker singing. They took over after Maurice White left. You see what I'm saying? But that's one of the keys. But in the movie, they was trying to tell Josie, you got to go solo. That's one of the keys, how they can break up the groups and stuff like that. But it's a very key movie that you got to see. But that's the way they do it. They're going to put the shit in this movie that you think is stupid. That's where they drop all the science. Now, one of the most powerful movies is The Bourne Identity. You got to see The Bourne Identity. Not for the stuff that's going on with the white boy, but see, they drop something. They always drop history. They say it's always been policy for the CIA to kill African leaders. So in the movie, when all the other stuff is going on, because it was the same movie where a guy trying to get his memory back, like Long Kiss Goodnight. It's the same type of movie, but in this movie, they come on and they talk about how it's their policy to kill African leaders. They tell the damn truth. Just like, you know, Colin Powell was the finger man, one of the finger mans for Patrice Lumumba, the African leader. You see what I'm saying? This motherfucker is a straight up killer. You see, this fool here will sell his mama out. This motherfucker, that's how he got to be trusted. He was able to had his finger in killing the damn African leader in the 60s. You see what I'm saying? That's how they go. What's that?
That's just like that movie, Not Just Another Teen Movie. That's another movie that you probably think is stupid, but in the movie, the cheerleaders, the white cheerleaders, go and look at the Compton cheerleaders because they was playing in the football game, and they stole their cheers. So they turned around and said, "We black, we got big butts, and we ain't white," and they started shaking their butts like that, like doing the black thing. Yeah. Then the commentator up in the booth, white man said, "Yeah, those bitches sure are getting down." Yeah, but now up in the movie.
But see, that movie was a spoof on another movie called Bring It On. Yeah. It came out in 2000, where the motherfuckers to get where they went to go to get the white cheerleaders to get big, they went and stole black girls' cheers in the movie Bring It On.
And they didn't even want to win unless they had competition against the black girls, because they felt like it wasn't nothing to win if they go up against them.
And they got a whole competition on ESPN every year. And they do that shit.
Yeah, and so and like they were saying, that whole shit, the best were black. Mm-hmm. See, the best were black. Now, going back to these Jews again, they got a movie you can rent, came out about 2 years ago, called Liberty Heights. Movie about the 1950s, and they just falsifying shit. In the movies, the Jews are victims of white people finding out that they're Jews and don't want to fuck with them. But in the movie, they got a black guy, he wins the lottery from these Jews. He wins the lottery, and they was going, and so what they want to do, they were going to try to bribe and give him a Cadillac and stuff, some stuff, because he didn't, because they didn't have the money to pay off. So he ends up taking half of the lottery business from him. But in the black guy does. But in the movie, they end up saying they had to go cut the black guy a deal because the black guy, a couple of months later, he don't know how to run the number business and he running it in the ground. Now hell, we started out and the numbers was started by black people. The guy in the movie Hoodlum that you saw was a historical person, the guy Bumpy, you see what I'm saying, was working for Sister Tyson. But Sister Tyson, who was in the numbers business, it was her husband gentleman that started the numbers business, he was dead by the time of Bumpy Johnson. That's Dr. Ben's uncle. That's Dr. Ben's uncle. So we started it all. We started that whole number thing, but they're gonna try to make like that the black man's so ignorant he can't even run his own shit. The key here is so here it is again. They're still working around the clock to dehumanize black people, all because they want to be the original people. What's that?
You know when you was talking about they're trying to get everybody to drink Coca-Cola. Well, Ludacris was down with Pepsi. They've taken his contract from him because they said the lyrics that he has in his song called "Where the Whores and Bitches and Stuff." So they took
what's
his
the new
contract.
shit?
But they were upset because they didn't take Britney Spears' contract because she was saying that she was a virgin, but she wasn't. But the whole key to the story was he told the people don't drink Pepsi, drink Coke instead of saying drink water. So, you know, all the young people from Atlanta.
See, that's a whole setup. And that's why now the vanilla Coke is number one amongst black teens. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, well, you know, they just dropped it in there too because they had 3 psychics in there, but it was the sister who could see most of the stuff in the. You know, it was a white girl, but still, yeah, it was the feminine energy who could see which was the most advanced. They were?
They were heroin, so that's how they started taking care of them. But that was
Yeah.
medication we were talking about.
You see that it's just it's amazing. Now let me show you some other stuff that's also going down here. Now remember, now they got all this thing going on with Saddam Hussein. And all that. I'm gonna get into what's really going on because there's always something spiritual that goes on whenever they're doing one thing. There's always something spiritual that's going on. Now you gotta go rent because they always now here you go the Jewish thing again. You gotta go rent the movie called Deconstructing Harry. That's a movie with Woody Allen. Deconstructing Harry with Woody Allen. Always check these movies out. Came out in 2000. In the movie, he got an all-star cast of white people in the movie. In the movie, Woody Allen don't put black people in this movie. That's why when Spike Lee first came out, they was calling him the Black Woody Allen. He said, don't compare me to Woody Allen because Woody Allen don't put no black people in his movie. So in the movie, he got an all-white cast. He got 2 people of non-color in the movie, an Asian girl and a black girl, and both of them prostitutes. But the Asian girl is a prostitute that he thought up in his mind that he writes these stories about. And he sleeps with the Asian girl in the movie. But the black prostitute, she's just a character that he thought up in his head. But the black girl in the movie is a real prostitute. And when she comes, he says, I want a blowjob, and I want to be spanked. I want to be spanked, and I want a blowjob, and I want something else. It was 3-step process that I know. I want to be tied up. I want to be spanked, and I want a blowjob. And so she did the stuff. Real dark-skinned, fine-ass sister. You see. Now, what he does is he keeps her in the movie, the whole movie, and makes mockery of her. He's getting ready to get honored at one of these Ivy League schools, and he take her upstate with him to the, because nobody won't go with him. He takes her upstate to the ceremony where they're going to honor him, but he tells her she sleeps over that night. She still got on the prostitute clothes, some pink little hot pants, and some, some push-up titty bra or whatever, pink shit. I say, see, they're dehumanizing her. Okay. He steals his son, because his wife won't let him take the son up there, so he goes to the school and steals the son, get on the road, go up to the college. When he gets to the college, the police there pick him up, lock him up, lock the black girl up because, she got marijuana in her bag. The people from the college go bail him out, and they leave the sister in the jail for the rest of the movie. But she's in the hotel. But then, this is the key. Now, this fool he don't have no black people in his movie at all. But in the movie, there's a scene where he goes to hell. Now you gotta watch these motherfucking crackers now. See, we don't understand. They don't have to damn do stuff to you. They fucking up your image. And that's a ritual to dehumanize you. This shit go all around the country. Go all around the world. So in the movie, he don't have no black people, but a prostitute. He got an Asian, she's a prostitute, but at least she's in his dreams and he does make love to her. The what's her name, she don't do nothing but a blowjob in the movie. Then she said, I like you, I'm gonna give you a blowjob for free. You see, so they got her like a crack hoe almost. Now this is the deal. He's known for not putting no people in his movie, black people in his movie. In this movie, he goes to hell in one of the skits. When he gets down in hell, the shit full of black people. Full of fine-ass, black, naked black women and black men that's buffed up.
What movie is this?
Deconstructing Harry.
What the hell? What?
Deconstructing Harry is the name of the
Who
movie
made
and
the
stuff
movie?
like this. Woody Allen and stuff. So they're showing you, see, but he's a Jew. A known motherfucking freak too. Woody Allen is. You see, known freak. This shit is key on how this particular state, this thing is key. But it's just still showing you when you thinking everything is everything, and we live in a free society, and we are these people are paranoid. You got to understand, man, that white supremacy is in order at all times.
But you remember the movie Sleeper that Willie Allen made? When he came back into the future 500 years later, you know, he came back painted up like a blackface.
Yeah, it's always some shit that's going on. You see, it's always some stuff that's going on. But they always do stuff. They also do things. Now, this is another thing, too. Still yet now, like we said before, we know that most people have a cell phone. That's a reality. But the only thing about it is this here. Still remember now, if you ain't having no side effects or no kind of shit now, just remember, they can always put the side effect in anytime they want to. Now watch this, watch out for this. One of the sisters from Chicago dropped this on me. It's hard as hell to find a goddamn payphone now. You used to have a payphone on every block. Yeah. Now you might have to walk a damn mile to get a fucking payphone. And half of them don't work. And then they damn near 50 cents. And then if you put your money up in there, and you get the wrong number and shit, it takes your money. That's because they're trying to put people dependent on the cell phone. Now, we all understand there is a cell phone and stuff like that, and it's a reality, but my point here is always be mindful. Because they can always send some shit through it. It's very key on how you understand. And them damn cell phones, you can go from New York to California with 2 time zones. By the time you get to California, you don't have to set it. It sets its own self. You see what I'm saying? Set its own time and shit. So I'm trying to say everything is being tracked by the satellite thing. It's very key to understand how they doing this particular thing here and all. Even to the point where they're talking about these digital cable boxes and shit. You know, usually when, like I said last night, when the lights shut down, you gotta reset the clock. Not no more. 5 seconds, that damn clock is back on. That's because that shit is digital. And it's all based on the doggone satellites.
Even the computer and the internet, I had changed my last name changed. And I logged onto my email and I just took my mother's maiden name, which is Moore. And it just said, welcome, J. Moore. I didn't notify the computer. I didn't change anything. So I was just like, I mean, how did they know that?
That didn't happen to me too. It said, welcome, Nicole.
My name ain't Nicole. Said your name?
My name ain't Nicole. It said, welcome, Nicole. I pulled up my email. It said, welcome, Nicole.
Somebody in your house named Nicole?
Nobody in my house named Nicole.
Name already.
Well, see, it's a lot of stuff. Now, on the other hand, we talking about spirit. We talking spirit versus technology on one aspect. You're going to have to line yourself up with spirit. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. These are some things happening. My mama always been real spiritual and shit and never really been sick. So she gonna be hard hit. She got a little limp. She got a little thing she mashing her neck. You can't even see the shit. She be mad. She said, I got a little bump on the inside of my neck. So she get all paranoid thinking this shit gonna be cancer. I said, damn, you can't even see the damn shit. My brother like, man, you done had shit for 26 years. It didn't kill you in 5 years. It look like it ain't gonna kill you. She gonna get hard-headed and gonna schedule some damn operation like some food. But it's all spiritual. It's a spiritual hookup. Now the doctor, the damn doctor, these doctors been cutting motherfuckers up for years. Even if something ain't wrong with you, they give you operation because they got all this money. But in this particular case, now they know me, they know I speak. And she had already gotten a car wreck in the spring of the year, and they put her in the hospital trying to get her blood pressure down so they could kill her. Because when she got in the car wreck, she didn't have nothing wrong with her, just her blood pressure was high. And when your blood pressure high, that means that the melanin is rushing through your body so it can heal you. So this particular time, she was getting ready to go there. She was getting ready to go to an operation to get some shit cut out of her fucking damn neck. You see what I'm saying? She's gonna bleed. She gonna bleed to death or whatever kind of shit. They was gonna fuck up. I said, you crazy, especially a mama of mine going in the hospital. But the spirit be working. So she's getting ready to go up in there, and nobody, we didn't know. We up in Atlanta, me and my two brothers. So she up in there and shit, but the spirit be working shit, because at this particular time, it was right after I did this ritual. And so the spirit realm, they say, if his mama died, she might disrupt some shit, you see what I'm saying, and throw a monkey wrench in the plan. So what happened was she going to the goddamn hospital. The spirit get down there before her ass get there and all. And 1 hour before she's supposed to go under the damn knife, the damn doctor had a heart attack. You see what I'm saying? That's how the spirit world works shit. And here it goes again. They went into your blood pressure high. They keep in the hospital for damn near 6 hours trying to get a blood pressure down. That's the key. The blood pressure, the high blood pressure shit is high kundalini activity. Gotta understand what's going on here. Now, like what's going on here. This is some stuff here. Like take for instance, they got a conference down in Atlanta. It's coming up in October. Now, some of the sources say that these people that's running the conference saying it's supposed to be the last conference. Well, I'm like, goddamn, how the hell you gonna make that determination? But it's just interesting because some of the people that's running the conference is flaky, and then with it's some government shit. So when they're saying it's the last conference, it's almost like they are getting messages from their superiors.
What type of conference?
It's a black conscious, Afrocentric, metaphysical, all that conference.
Are you gonna be there?
Black people meet just about everybody from Steve Coakley, Dick Valentine, Reverend Valentine, Dick Gregory, Delbert Blair, so anybody stuff and all. Everybody but me.
So who's saying it's gonna be the last one?
The guy who putting this shit on. But this is the problem here. Say, well, why would you say that?
Right.
Because he's saying, well, the government gonna try to shut shit down. I'm saying, but if you into the resistant thing, exactly, you wouldn't be going by what the damn government gonna do. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? But the problem here is it's almost like somebody's getting some messages from their superiors, and they're sending a message and stuff. Like the superiors said, we're gonna give y'all one last conference or whatever this type thing here is, and then we're gonna start shutting black people down from damn congregating. Not unless you spiritual. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, I had already known. So when I was asked to do it and all, I was like, nah, I ain't getting up in this shit and all. I say, because some shit happened in 2000 and all, and I already know these motherfuckers here is going to, not that I'm scared of anything, I just don't want to even be aggravated. They can't fuck with me now. Because I'm rolling with some damn real deal shit now.
Gonna bring that shit on who that?
You know, and stuff. But still yet,
chill out.
Not that, man. It's just that, what's happening here is, I didn't want to be aggravated with the damn shit, because I already know you got a whole bunch of shit that might go down in these conferences and stuff. And even Brother Leotis was telling me about 2 years ago to stay away from these conferences and stuff on that particular stuff. So like me, a whole bunch of stuff go around with the government. Not necessarily that I'm scared of anything like that, no, I'm just saying, I already know that the bullshit ain't kosher. So I'm not fucking around with the stuff, you see what I'm saying? But on one hand, what they are sending is that the whole shit here, because now they got the terrorist bill. And the terrorist bill here is all that stuff about meeting. It could be a terrorist act, but you got to tie it in because the fucking old buffoon-ass government agent Jesse Jackson was pushing for the anti-hate bill. a hate crime and hate law. So now, this is a bill they got over in London, England. You can't say nothing about nobody, you go to jail. So he was pushing this shit here when nobody was going to even buy that bullshit. But see, then again, on the other hand, when they passed the terrorist bill, the bill be this fucking thick. You haven't read the bill. The hate bill be right up in that shit. Hate crimes. You see what I'm saying? Because that's how they're doing this stuff. Look out for hate crimes, because that goes on a hate bill, or what you say that goes on the domestic terrorism. You see what I'm saying? So they done passed the damn bill since last November. So in so many words, it's actually against the law to even say something about anybody. If you ain't rolling with some spiritual shit. But see, they done rolled on me twice. But I ain't worried about it. Damn, lightning couldn't strike my ass. But they rolled on me twice, a couple of days after 9/11, and on December the 19th. Because something about December the 19th was a very spiritual day also, because that was the day that the Lord of the Rings came out. But that day they rolled on my ass because they got the wrong motherfucking street. You know, the first day they rolled, they couldn't find my house. I was standing right on the front porch. The last time, they got the wrong damn street. They got the wrong street. So they got some stuff that they're doing here. So we know that we are at that hour that the government is getting ready. They're on pins and needles and shit like that. But don't need to be scared. Because they're on pins and needles because they all right. They're getting ready to get whipped in the ass. Just as soon as we do what we gotta do, and you can start this shit tonight. The ass whip gonna start tonight. If you just do what I tell you to do. That's what I'm saying. All right, let's go on. Now, because I want to say a couple of deal with some stuff here. Deal with a couple of things here now before we go to that particular thing. Go and rent the movie Fantastic Planet. Fantastic Planet is a French movie that came out in 1973. You might be able to get it from Blockbuster, but certain Fantastic Planet. You might be able to get it from Blockbuster, but there's certain stores that sell videos that be in some of these malls might have it up in there. And it's a movie about these people ruling over these other people. And in so many words, it's a movie that's talking about they call the Ohms. The Ohms are supposed to be black people, although they are white in the movie, they're supposed to be black people. But they talk about the difference between a domestic Ohm, which would be the black bourgeoisie, and a savage Ohm. And they really don't want the two to get together because the domestic Ohm learned all his shit from the so-called ruling forces and went and taught the savage Ohm, and the savage Ohm taught him different things, how to deal in the streets in so many words. And together they was able to defeat the ruling power. But the ruling power in the movie, one of their main things is that they exterminated these people every so often. So it's an animated movie. Right. Fantastic Planet. But they exterminate the so-called Ohms, which is us. And stuff. So here it is. They're talking the whole time. They was talking about extermination. And they say they exterminate them every so many cycles. Because the savage Ohm reproduce faster than the domestic Ohms. You know how it is. Even that's even key. Even in real life, the more educated people get, the less time they have for children either. That's, you see what I'm saying? That kind of thing. So it's less children. You see what I'm saying? So, but they're always upset for poor people for reproducing so much. You see what I'm saying? This is very key, but that's what they see, and they don't want people to know this, but that's what the Palestinians say, how they was able to keep fighting the Israelis all these years. It's policy that every Palestinian woman got to have X amount of children because they use them for soldiers. And although that might seem uncouth and patriarchal on one aspect, but then again on another aspect, if you fight a goddamn war, you need soldiers. So they say they would have been wiped out, but they say that the first thing that women know is each Palestinian woman got to have so many children, and they keep the machine rolling. And this is problematic to the doggone Israelis, the Israelis. See what I'm saying? But don't worry, these motherfuckers' asses is through. You know, the stuff is still through. And they done fought a whole war and it's still yet. What happened to the anthrax thing? Why they ain't caught nobody?
Yeah, they trying to.
Well, see, they almost said they done got somebody. Now, it's just always some bullshit. Now they talking about they done located the gun that shot Tupac and said it was issued by Biggie. Biggie dead, Tupac dead. But then, like I said before, where was the fucking shooter? If you can locate the gun, you can locate the shooter. So somebody's saying now the shooter's dead. Like, come on. They had a special on VH1 about Tupac. Remember now, there's some funny thing about Tupac. Tupac, after he did the movie Juice, started damn acting the role. Like it's some clone shit. He did the movie, you know, he was a real quiet person in the digital underground. You hardly knew him. Even when he did his first album and stuff. But after he did the movie Juice, he started acting this stuff, you know. You see, right before he did the first album, he did the movie Juice, which he played a motherfucking killer. And a crazy person. Then he started acting this thing. But this is one of the keys here. What they say when they did this life story, you might have saw this thing. He went to stay with this white girl, this white woman and her husband, when he was in high school. Huh? She was mulatto?
She look white to me.
Look white to me too. But look, went to go stay with this mulatto. She looked like a white girl to me. And the white girl said that Tupac used to read. She said this nigga used to read the Kabbalah, Tibetan Book of the Dead, Egyptian Book of the Dead. She was naming all the goddamn esoteric and all the books this motherfucker used to read. So this nigga was a damn genius. Now, apparently the story goes when he went to jail for the sex thing, and your boy, what's your boy name for Naughty by Nature?
Tretch.
Tretch said that, you know, ain't no such thing as nobody getting raped or no kind of shit like that. If you don't want to give up some booty, they got 400 goddamn girls out there that'll give up the booty in the next minute. So that whole concept is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? The Stevens or whatever they call them, the groupies or whatever they call them on the road, man. That's the least of their problem. They ain't got to rape nobody. But anyway, they locked him up in jail. The concept was the nigga started acting really crazy because you know, Suge Knight and them had to get him out. And they said it was policy with the Jews to step to him and say, now we got you up out of jail. Now you got to coin the thug life thing and deal with that thing here and cut down more and more on your conscious stuff. You see what I'm saying? And all that kind of thing. And then the whole death thing that came up. But my point here is the whole shit was a big time conspiracy. You see what I'm saying? But now all of a sudden, they still saying, you know, they traced the gun back to doggone Biggie, but ain't nobody talking about, well, who had the fucking gun?
They said on the radio they were saying that he had paid Biggie paid the Crips to kill Tupac, and he didn't pay all the money, so they came back for the money they didn't pay. I was like, man, that don't even fair. Right. So now they're trying to put it back in job.
Now, it's interesting here because there's a lot of stuff in there. Check this out. You got to understand the European. If you really want to understand the European, you need to study what a sociopath is. A sociopath is a person that no matter what they do to a person, they can kill 1,000 people. But if they can justify in their mind that that somehow it's all right, based on if they can just give themselves one reason why this happened, then they can actually dissolve it to the point where they don't ever think they did anything wrong. So it's not even just killing, it's the same thing, because they have black sociopath, but that's a psychological condition. But a sociopath is a person, no matter what they do to you, it don't have to be killing, whatever they do to you, in their mind, they never think that they did anything wrong to you.
It's justified.
They can justify it. That's what white people do. That's because they are a sociopathic culture. You think these people wiped out whole Native Americans, blacks, indigenous people, you know, but still yet they act like God is actually going to bless America? That's a sociopath. So what is usually a psychological condition with individuals, including black people, but that's a crazy person, this is a whole race. That's why Bobby E. Wright said they have guilt deficiencies. That means a guilt deficiency means it's a sociopath, which means they can justify it in their mind and go right on, and then look at you and go, why the fuck you tripping? You got a chip on your shoulder. You see what I'm saying? That's a sociopath. They are a sociopathic society, but guess what? We now, by being in their ways for the last 30 years, after we was let off the plantation, basically out of segregation,
Pick them up.
now we're sociopaths. That's why none of your people really give a fuck about other black people now. Because they're sociopaths. And if they can find a reason to doggone you and to justify it, you see, we've always had all types of things that we picked up with the slave master over the years that made us crazy. It's called a Fisher King. You know, psychologically crazy. But now we are sociopathic people. Black people don't give a fuck no more. Because they're picked up.
Fisher what?
The Fisher King. The Fisher King is a it was a book and it's a movie. It's a book. It's the Grail thing. It's a person that's so old on the planet until it has racial senility or is wounded. But it's wounded because it's been on the planet longer than anything else and stuff. And so its wounds and stuff is a part of age. It's been here longer than anything else. So it is society that is in now. It's alien from the society that it used to rule in. So now it's a form of craziness. And so that's what we are now, the Fisher King. But the key here is now we are becoming sociopaths, which means if we can justify it and shit, we don't think in actuality that the point is that black people don't suffer or whatever. Let me give you an example of what I was talking about last night. Spirit told me, like, look, man, you know, when I did this ritual that we're going to get into in a few minutes, the Spirit said, you know, you're going to have to give up some shit. They said, you become detached. You become attached the last 2 years. I said, attached? I said, man, I ain't shit. I said, I was like shit. I hate this goddamn earth. Attached, I'm ready to get to the next level. But they said, y'all just think about it long. I said, okay, because over the last couple, I got in this nice little house. It became my little comfort zone, my little abode. They said, no, you still worry about that damn rent. And all this kind of shit. You're going to have to let this shit go. So when I called the landlord up, I was like, look, man, because like I said, my career went from at least $2,500, maybe $3,000. Ain't never been that much and stuff. But, you know, on a good month, I might get like $2,500 to pay some little bills or whatever. My shit is down there like, damn near like, maybe $500, maybe $500, maybe $1,000 a month. And that's $650 rent plus utilities and all that kind of bullshit. So in so many words, I'm basically unemployed. You see what I'm saying? And all. So what happened was, I called the damn landlord up, and he called me and said, "Yo, man, you know, you like 2 months behind." I'm like, "Well, look, man, I said my career's crashed and burned. They ain't coming to elections no more. That era is past. I might do lectures on occasion, but I can't support myself with it. So I'm in between careers trying to figure this shit out. Which, like I said last night, what I was educated in was commercial art, which was graphic layout and design. The way I was educated in that shit was manual. That's all computer now. I said, so shit, you know what I'm saying? I said, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. So I was telling him, I said, you know, I'm actually shit out of luck. Now, to show you what a sociopathic behavior is. And it's a lot of psychological thing going on with us. His circle that he's around, because he got money. There is no such thing as people that can't afford nothing. Especially a motherfucker who, you know, that's unheard of. So in his mind, he couldn't rationalize that I'm on my fucking ass. I ain't got no money. So he figured I'm trying to skip out and not pay his goddamn rent. But the Spirit hooked the shit up. Motherfucker said, you can't leave because you owe me money. I'm like, shit, you done hook my shit up. I can't leave because I owe you money and shit. Hell, I mean, I'm going to I'll hand you $400 next week. or whatever type thing and say, you know, but he's like, no, you got to pay me my money because he's paranoid. But the point is this here. When I really thought about what it was, I said, oh, I get it. His circle around him, poor people don't exist. You see, so we become these new creatures. You see what I'm saying? It's just like one of my friends, he's a millionaire. And I told this last night, I saved his business because he was getting ready to shut him down because they was going to de-zone the places up in the colleges in Morehouse and Clark and all that. He sell hamburgers and shit, and he make all this money with the college students. So the people at the school, they don't want him to make all this money and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Because they want to get in on the shit. So they came to him. So one brother, and I said this last time, one brother went to the board meeting and came. He said, yo, they get ready to shut your boys Stiegel down. They're going to de-zone the place, and they're going to get him on lottery. They're going to have, when the next time some students get in a fight around his stove, they're going to shut him down, say some kind of lottery law. So I said, let me go down there and tell him, man, they get ready to fuck him up. Because see, what happened was this here. He's making money, but see, he's not a part of their network. See, he graduated high school, and he's a multimillionaire. And they see him making this money. They don't like the fact that a motherfucker who don't have a college education, this is how fucked up niggas are. Well, he fucked up too, but I tell you what's going on. They don't like the fact that a motherfucker got a college education, make more money than all the 3 presidents. And make more money than most people graduating. So they jealous of, but they see in this nest egg, so they're going to try to force him out so they can take over. So I go down and tell him, yo, man, they get ready to shut you down. They're going to do you with the lottery and shit. So tell you why I can go and get some signs, go to the police office down there, complain, tell them you got some lottery and shit, and file a complaint. Get some official signs, no lottery, and have your shit registered down there so when they de-zone the place or whenever they try to roll on you, your shit will be legit. He went down there and got it all done in a fucking hour, came back with the signs and everything. Motherfucker, see, this the crazy shit how we're at our worst point. He came and said, yo, Bobby, you saved my business. You saved my business. Come back tonight, and I'm going to pay you. So I came back tonight, and that motherfucker gave me, that same night, this was in 2000, that motherfucker gave me $20. Motherfucker said, Bobby, you saved my business. Come back tonight, and I'm going to pay you. I came back, and that motherfucker gave me $20. But see, this is the insanity, man. How we have grown as a people. We are insane. We have become bad as the white man. As you think, so are you. As a man thinks. This is the kind of mentality. Bobby, you saved my business. Come back now, I'm going to pay you. And the motherfucker hand me a $20 bill. And I saved his business.
What you say?
Huh?
What you say?
I was startled. I couldn't say shit. It took me a goddamn year to realize what was going to happen. I can't believe motherfuckers be that idiot. This happened in 2000. I'm telling y'all about it tonight. Shit is crazy. It's a mad, mad world. You see what I'm saying? This is the stuff. Now, go rent the movie Posse. Not the one from 1993 with Mario Van Peebles, but the one with Kirk Douglas, 1975. It's a Western. Posse. And in the movie, it showed that the damn law is the same, the law enforcement is the same criminal element as the people that they locking up. And what side you on is how high the money goes. And in the damn movie, they hunted down these criminals. And the guy, Bruce Dern, who was the criminal of that day, say, look, in so many words, he said, you trying to use me to get elected. Because you are a crooked politician too. And in so many, and at the end of the movie, he escaped, had him rob some bank, and paid every last one of Kirk Douglas marshals, paid all them the money, paid them $6,000 apiece, and all them motherfuckers became outlaws in a second. But they was working for the railroad, which is like the Illuminati, and they're trying to show you that this whole shit is like a game. There ain't no law. This whole shit is a criminal society. They drop all that shit in that movie. Get that movie. Get that particular movie. Going right on. Now, let's deal with some stuff. Okay, now. Y'all all right? Okay, let's deal with some stuff here now. See what we got here. Okay. The Kundalini energy in you is rising. Now I'm going to show you how you can make the Kundalini energy rise. First of all, I'm going to show you something here. How many people is married in here? How many men? I'm going to talk to the men. How many men married? All right, I'm going to make it so that you're going to be happy. But you're going to have to do this kind of shit here. Now, I'm trying to show you. How many people got girlfriends or whatever? All right, this is what you do now. This is for the men. Now, everybody go through this. Now, don't front, because you're up in here and you don't get mad and get your ass moved.
Women got now.
Because this is a male issue, man. That's what's going on. Now, listen.
Chill, man.
Just chill. It's a male issue. Now, how many mugs in here get tired of screwing the same person? I know, see, nobody. Ain't nobody raise their hand, but this is a normal thing. Everybody go through it. The women go through the same damn thing.
I ain't being real.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody go through it. If you ain't too, motherfucker, you either just dead or whatever, delusional. Everybody go through this. Now, let me explain what's also happening here. The males need to start trying to practice this. Now listen how this goes here. How would you like it is the woman that you're with, you desire every time you see her. That be some nice shit. You know, you with a motherfucker damn near 30 years, 10 years, 5 years, 4 years, but every time you see her, you never can stop desiring her. That be some good shit to hook up with. Being that you're going to be in a relationship with the same motherfucker looking at him every damn day. Seems to me you would like that deal, right? How many people would like that? That the person that you with, every time you see him, you would desire that shit. All right. This is the science on this, and it's all ancient mysteries. See, there's a lot of stuff that we have lost over the thousands of years that it'll take us another 1,000 years just to get back. This is one of the keys on this thing, especially for the male. Every time you come, you give up your essence. You give up the stuff that is microscopic organisms and memory bank and all of this kind of stuff that comes off of the pineal gland that's stored in there. And so what happens is the stuff that you initially was interested in with the particular sister or whatever, when every time you come, you lose a little bit of that. And you deplete that shit. And you don't know what's going on here. See, the sexual thing is this here. Now, when you get real horny, let's say if you ain't had it for a couple of months, and she be looking real good again, that means a lot of shit is built back up. Now, the key here is the penis is an organism or an organ that can go both ways. You are trained to come from teenager. You become trained to ejaculate. But ejaculation is not orgasm. You see, ejaculation is not orgasm. You experience something that feels like an orgasm at the moment of ejaculation, but if you stop ejaculating, sooner or later, the orgasms will start. So you're going to have to practice this shit. Because the least amount, so what happens is you start orgasming. You know how when you screwing a woman and after you get through, she wants you to hold her? All right then. Most men don't want to hold nobody and shit because you don't get it. You don't want to be bothered. Once you start orgasming like her, you be wanting to cuddle too. You be wanting to cuddle too. If you start orgasming, you see what I'm saying? Because number one, you have opened up, expanded your consciousness and the energy through orgasm, but you haven't let go of your energy, your essence. So by you not letting go of your essence, you still one with that person and you want to commune with that person. But what happens with us is we let go of the essence. You was holding her monkey ass before you orgasmed. Before you ejaculated, you was holding all that shit. Gotta suck a hole through her chest or whatever. But the key here is, as soon as you do that, you don't want to be bothered. The key here is to practice not ejaculating. Then what will happen is you reverse polarities, and what'll start happening is you'll start orgasming. But on the other hand, what you will start doing here is this here. Each time you do it, you start retaining her fluids and her energy. And what happens here, if you don't start coming, what happens is that energy becomes a part of you. And the sexual desire that you had, you was turned on by, you never lose it. After a while, you'll be craving her all the time. So the concept here is to try to build up the shit so that you don't have the doggone ejaculation, but you start having orgasms. Now, this is one of the keys here on what we're trying to do here, because what you're trying to do here is you're trying to work with the Kundalini energy. That's one thing I just want to get out the thing which you could deal with, and all, if you wanted to start retaining some of the energy. Now, another thing I want to deal with is this. You know, they got all this Viagra and all that kind of crazy stuff, you know, but they got some herbal Viagra. Now this is for, well, they got the Hemmitt, but now they got some other shit now. Now look, this is for two things. For you brothers can't get it up, this is the #1 shit. But for you that can get it up, what this thing does, what you want to do with this thing here is, the Kundalini energy. The Kundalini energy is sexual energy. Is the same, that is the Christ energy. The sexual energy is the Kundalini energy that rises you to the higher level. It's the same thing. Now, what you want to do here is you want to get some shit called Herbal V. Herbal V. Now, they sell it at GNC. And it's all herbs. What you want to do is you want to take about 2 of them, but you want to take it when you're not screwing. Now, you can do that. You can do that also, too. But you want to take this. We're talking about to raise Kundalini energy.
Just a minute. No.
I'm going to tell you in a minute. Because they see. You want to take this herbal Viagra. It's Herbal V. They sell it at GNC. You want to take it, but you want to take it even when you're not having sex, because you want to build Kundalini energy up. Because that's what Kundalini energy is called, Herbal V. Now, the shit is so good until they came out with a motherfucking Lady V. It's some pink pills. Now, what I'm saying with this thing here is to build the Kundalini energy up. Now, the sister can take it and she can orgasm. It enhances the orgasm and that whole thing also too. But you also want to take it because it builds the Kundalini energy up. And this is quintessential for what we're going to go into with this energy. This is quintessential on what we're going to go into with this particular energy that's going down. And this particular aspect of what I'm getting ready to go into in a few minutes. And which is why I'm here. And what's actually going on here, because we get ready to fight this damn war, and we get ready to fight this particular war. But I want to go into this type of this type of thing. I want to clear out a few things right now. First of all this mythology and stuff. Do you know that basically in so many words, Satan is nothing but the Kundalini energy. It's nothing but the Kundalini energy. That's all. So this mythology, all this stuff that you got that you've been hearing and you've been scared of all these years, all that was ancient mythology to explain the vital forces in your body that after years got deteriorated and stuff as far as the meaning of the damn thing, and as a result, what was hieroglyphic and mythology that represented the vital force in your body, or the vital force of the Kundalini energy, what you call the old serpent that they talk about in the book of in the Garden of Eden and all this kind of thing, and you call Satan. That was the Kundalini energy. And after years of people coming about, after thousands of years, the younger people that came about and they couldn't understand all this metaphysical science or this higher levels or this particular energy or the science that they were explaining, they relegated that as evil and the devil. So the mystery here is the Kundalini energy is what you call evil That's the superstition over the years that gathered around this shit. But the key here is the government. The government don't want you to tap into the Kundalini energy in this particular aspect. Now, I talked about this yesterday, that one sister went to the Jimmy Carter Center about a year ago or whatever, and they was telling her, it's Jimmy Carter, and Jimmy Carter, his center is in Atlanta. You know, each president, when they get out of office, they build them a little memorial or some center. And Jimmy Carter's son was telling them, said, we have stopped the Kundalini energy around the planet. And we're working on it, but we have stopped, we have killed a lot of the Kundalini energy. So what they were talking about was, in so many words, they were talking about black people. So whenever it's like this David Icke thing, they talk about the reptilians and all these particular lizards and all that kind of shit. Remember, there ain't no lizard people, no reptilian. When they talk that kind of thing, like I told you before, that's talking about black people. So these are code words for black people. You see what I'm saying? It's just like the movie Signs. Why is it that the aliens had to be hostile? You see. But the aliens were green. The green is also represents Osiris when you see him as green. But also melanin is also in chlorophyll and in the plant life. You see what I'm saying? So, why did they say it's hostile? So they were sending a message to black America. They were saying, because they know that the aliens who going to come is us. I'm going to show you this. I'm going to get ready to drop on this shit in a few minutes, because the motherfucker is him. Yeah. Now, they know that the alien that's going to come is us. And they were sending a sign in the movie whether they're going to be friendly or hostile. And they presented it in the movie that they were hostile. You see what I'm saying? And they were trying to tell you, in actuality, they're telling you that based on who they are in representation to you and in reference to you, that they are your enemy and you would be hostile to them whether you know it or not. You see, that's what this movie was talking about. This movie was basically giving them what they were saying. That was their manifesto. They was giving the warning that what is coming, number one, is going to be you, and to them, that's hostile. Which, in all honesty, they are right, because when this shit click down, it's going to be hostile. But I'm telling you, we are cooking with gas tonight on this thing here. We're going to get into this thing in a few seconds, on what's really going down. So when they talk about the Kundalini energy that they have killed, they was talking about indigenous people around the earth. But remember, no matter what they do, this thing was already put into the script. There ain't nothing they can do that can escape this thing here. Nothing that they can do that can escape this thing here. You see what I'm saying? So there's nothing. Now, this is the key. This is the key here. Now, dealing with this particular information, so this whole thing that they talk about here with Satan and the evil and the religion, that is nothing but the Kundalini force on the inside of you. Now, check this out. As of the spring equinox of March 22nd, they announced, and they started announcing it to the public, that on the coast of Florida is this mysterious black water. They don't know what this thing is, but there's no marine life that can survive in this thing. It's this mysterious black water. They had it on the internet for a few minutes. They even announced it on a local station down in Atlanta. They only announced it one day, but it's off the coast of Florida.
It happened this year?
Huh?
Yeah,
it happened.
It happened in the spring.
They announced it. They say they've been tracking it since December the 19th, or December the 22nd or something. But in actuality, they announced this thing on May 22nd of this year, 2002, last May. No, not May, April. March 22nd. The first day of the second day of the first or second day of the spring equinox. They got this mysterious black water out there and it's scaring the shit out of them. This is the stuff that's really going down. First of all, they got these black holes that they said the earth had gone into on May the 21st of 2001. The earth totally slipped through this black hole that they said was coming in November 1998, black hole in the Milky Way galaxy. September, October, Astronomy Magazine 2001, Face to Face with the Black Hole. They got all this shit on the black holes on Discovery Channel. They talking about this stuff. And then in July, they're talking about the black hole, the new physics in the black holes and stuff. We're the more powerful than ever imagined. They're talking about this particular black hole. They've been talking about this thing here for the last 4 or 5 years. The key here is sometime in December, this shit showed up on the coast of Florida. You see. But then again, on the other hand, people saw this thing open up in the sky during 9/11. During 9/11. But we are right into this shit, because now what we're dealing with here is, we're not just dealing with nature, or we're not just dealing with theories. We got the button. We got the fucking button. You know how they got the button? I think they had a movie about this shit. Somebody said they had another movie in the 70s about a black motherfucker. The police got the president had a little briefcase with the button in it, and some nigga got a hold of the shit and was running around with the button, and the button, is the bomb. We got the motherfucking button. But all you got to do is just do something tonight to just bring this shit on, because it's either us or them. That's the fucking bottom line, and believe me, they ain't gonna get away with this ass whipping this time. You see what I'm saying? And you all are conscious for a reason. You're supposed to bring this thing forth. The book of Enoch says that the elect will bring this thing forth. The elect will be the ones. They didn't say nothing about nobody out in the sky or whatever. You waiting on them. They say, the book of Enoch said that you the motherfucker gonna bring on the ass whipping and judgment. You gonna bring on judgment. That's why the book of Zelatar, they was talking about we need to get with some black Masonic group. They weren't talking about no some old damn Prince Hall fake ass shit. No fish grease slider. They ain't talking about some old fish grease slider, some old motherfucker, some old Mr. Bojangles shit. They was talking about the black conscious community and the ones who have tapped into this higher science on the metaphysical level. You see what I'm saying? They're talking about us. So we're going to bring this shit. You see what I'm saying? We're going to bring it because that's what we've been doing the last couple of years, is trying to call eschatology. Teaching about the end of the world and trying to end this motherfucker, or trying to bring on the apocalypse. Because why? Because if you don't bring it on, they're going to bring it to your ass. Well, guess what? They've been bringing it to your ass every day. You see what I'm saying? 14 million black people in prison. That's what, Newsweek magazine? October 2000, 14 million black men in prison. You see? So the point I'm trying to make here is, this shit is on. Now going back, your key here is the black water. They don't know what this shit is. But what they ain't telling people, this black water is all over the world. They ain't only telling the people about this shit in Florida. But this black water is all over the globe. Now, what does this have to do with us? And how does it tie in? As above, the black hole, so below, the black water, and so within us. So that's 3 levels, as above, so below. And then, so without, within. That's the black water, and it's out, so within. The shit is inside of us. You see what I'm saying? I remember I came, and I was saying, the last time I was saying that I came about 9/11, they said that whenever they had the black hole, whenever they had the black hole, whenever they had the destruction, 9/11 and the buildings came down, they said it was almost 1 million entities coming through the black hole a day since 9/11. I talked about this shit. This is what we got in the spiritual realm. There was almost 1 million spirits coming through the black hole a day. And then all of a sudden, this is what the psychic sisters was getting from me all over the country. And then all of a sudden, this mysterious water shows up, and they took it off the internet. Then most people, when you go to get it on the internet, all of a sudden, the sites start disappearing. So they was on the internet for a few days and they took it off and stuff. But this is a book called Oracle Magazine. This is a little metaphysical. It's not a mag. It's a free shit they give out in Atlanta. And in here they're talking about the Florida mysterious black water. And I'll leave one of these behind with Daryl in it if you're interested, and you can just get the article just to see what's going on. But you might be able to still find some on the internet. After a while, after the interest dies down on it, then you might be able to go back on the internet. But anyway, that just out there is a manifestation of something in the water that is something also tied to us. And that's what we get ready to get into right now. Now, first of all, let's deal with a couple of things right here I want to deal with before we get into that. Because it's all related. You have heard, and this is Rudolf Steiner's book, Universe, Earth, and Man. Rudolf Steiner is a mystic from the early 20th century. And the early 20th century, a German. And he did a lot of work on a lot of ancient philosophy and a lot of information and stuff. He even talked about the Yakub theory in his book, Atlantis and Lemuria. And they creation of a race of man, sun separated from the moon. They dropped all that. Rudolf Steiner was a German and even taught Hitler and them years before Hitler and them did what they did. And then Hitler, when they rose up, Hitler came and burned down his headquarters. And he died from a damn broken will because of it. And anyway, he had all these books that he had wrote. And they all burned up, so they had to go back and take his lectures, and they made about 20, 30 books out of his lectures. But this is interesting here because he's talking about the pineal gland. But to them, up until they realized by the 1950s that the shit was in us and the shit worked, to them, they are saying, because he's talking to white folks here, that the shit don't work in them. You have heard that there's something in the human brain called the pineal gland. Today it is atrophied. And atrophy means dormant, deteriorated, degenerated. Today it is atrophied, but he said atrophied, which means past tense. The motherfucker don't work no more. Today it is atrophied, but formerly open to the outside. Now, in this particular article in this book, Universe, Earth, and Man, he's going to tell a lot of information. He's going to tell a lot of information about, he's going to tell, oh, damn, I got a chair right here, shit. Damn. He's going to tell a lot of information. He's going to tell a lot of information in this thing about what the pineal gland really is. So, I want to read this particular article in this book here. Dealing with this. This Universe, Earth, and Man, which is one of the best books you can buy, because a lot of stuff that you want to find out how it was during the time of Atlantis and Lemuria and pre-civilization and stuff, when we used to be gods, this cat here writes on it. Because a lot of the stuff that was left behind when the Moors was in Europe, in the 16 universities, they became the custodians of that particular information. Rudolf Steiner was best friends with H.G. Wells, who wrote Time Machine and The Island of Dr. Moreau, which is talking about the Yakub theory. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, he was the contemporaries of H.G. Wells. So I'm saying, so that the Island of Dr. Moreau is the real deal thing. You see what I'm saying? Now look, you have heard that there's something in the human brain called a pineal gland. Today it is atrophied, but formerly open to the outside. It was the organ of force which it emitted rays. Man moved about the watery element here go this water thing again, because it's going to have something to do with this whole black water thing. Man moved about the watery element, equipped with a kind of lantern that became luminous. They talk about the lantern in the Bible. Don't they talk about the lantern in the Bible?
Yeah.
That's the fucking pineal gland.
Yeah.
You ever hear the song, I got this light of mine, let it shine? That's the pineal gland. This lantern, which should stand out from the head if the pineal gland was developed again. So they say it would stand out from the head. It's a lantern. Now, and it's also the whole halo thing. So everybody waiting for fucking Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ is nothing but the pineal gland in you. You see what I'm saying? This organ will stand out in the head, from the head, if it was ignited again, if it was developed again, enabling man to distinguish the different degrees of warmth. I don't know, it's talking about something about being warm and warm, because it's a thermostat. It's a thermostat inside of you also. And all. Now, it was the first general sense organ. Present-day natural senses call it the degenerative eye, but this never was. It was a piercing warmth, not only in the vicinity, but also the distance. He's giving some what this thing is. Now, it had another function as well. This organ, which was closed when the other senses began. So, what are the other five senses that you deal with now? Those five senses came into being after the pineal gland shut down. So in so many words, what you call the matrix, the illusion, all the stuff that you call, that you depend on, came into being after the pineal gland shut down. That's why the white man says now that we only use 10% of our brain. But in actuality, we have a function of the pineal gland, so we're capable of using more than 10% of our brain. It's just that we are trained on white people's civilization now, so we don't use the 10% of our shit. 10% of our shit, or probably don't use but 5%. The way niggas is acting. But it's not shut down, it's just that we're not trained to use it. It's just dormant. But it can come on, and the genius of black people over the years, and all the shit we have done as Superman, was based on a part of that pineal gland doing all the shit that we do. You see what I'm saying? Which is genius. You know. So whatever we have done that white people are baffled with, including surviving, was all based on this pineal gland. You see? And this particular pineal gland. So now, they're saying that the other senses came into being after this shut down. Go see it, go run a movie, The Last Mermaid. Because, not the last mermaid, the last unicorn. That horn that you see, that's supposed to be representing the pineal gland. And they had one unicorn, was the last unicorn that was trying to save it. And they had to turn it into a human. And when they turned it into the human, she was like, oh God, this feels so bad, this human body. Because she saw how unnatural the shit was. Mm-hmm. And then, about a couple of days later, she forgot that she was a unicorn. And fell in love with this guy. I'm like, I don't want to be no goddamn unicorn. Which was immortal, just like us now. Don't know who the hell we are. See in the movie, The Last Unicorn. Lost all her senses, become human now, fell in love with this cat, and didn't want to be a god no more. But the unicorn, the horns, they talk about that in the Bible. The horns, that's the unicorn. And stuff, and all this, you know, and stuff, the unicorn and all. There's a book called The Lure of the Unicorn. And all. But, now, this organ was closed when the other senses began to open. And was an organ of fertilization in the remote period of antiquity. So now, remember we were saying that a woman could get pregnant without a man? And even in the book, The Secrets of Regeneration, that's the book that deal with all of that stuff. Where it was The Secrets of Regeneration, Hilton Hotima book. But they were saying that a woman could get pregnant without a man. You see what I'm saying? That's because she can get pregnant through the pineal gland. Through the pineal gland. But so here it is now. I've had this book since '93, and I'm just now finding other evidence and stuff because he's saying that this shit was a fertility gland also. You see what I'm saying? And stuff. Since the perception of fertilization were at once coincident, by the means this organ men drew into itself its environment, and environmental forces enabled it to engender its own kind. So whatever they used to do, they used to suck it in, whatever the environment it would be into, they were able to produce another one of itself through the pineal energy. At one particular period, before the moon was separated from the earth, and we laughed at that when Elijah Muhammad talked about it in the Message to the Black Man. But it's in this particular book here too, as well as his book, Atlantis and Lemuria. When the moon was separated from the earth and when the sun was in certain position, the earth atmosphere was furnished with a particular substance which caused the organ to shine especially bright. That's melanin also. There actually was a time when certain marine creatures became luminous at the same time. That reminds us. So that whole Jesus and the fish thing, that's a representation of the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? That's what all this stuff is. It's iconology and symbology of the pineal gland. It ain't got shit to do with no motherfucking white or black motherfucker running around the earth 2,000 years ago. You the God you come. This is not written in your law, year gods. John chapter 10, verse 34, 36. When a general fertilization took place at a time when the sun was in a certain position, the human being was still completely asexual, because they separated us from male and female, and that's why we've been trying to get back together. Where the fertilizer was enabled them to bring forth their own kind. Thus, the remote past was a close interconnection between the sense and sense perception of fertilization and nutrition and respiration. And in so many words, they say what shut this thing down was the ego consciousness. We started believing that what we see physically is the real us. And that's what shut this down. So in so many words, what they're saying, that all we are is the pineal gland. These microscopic, what they call nano beings, these little dots, is who we really are, which is your actual soul. Now, I said this last night so that you can understand this. Just like the Native Americans, or just like the white man came into this land and took over this land that used to belong to somebody else, and took over some parts of Africa, like they took over South Africa, which used to belong to us. There used to be a group of beings that used to live, these godlike beings that was taken over by humanity. So where we live, now, these godlike beings used to live. But where are these godlike beings? These godlike beings was taken over by humanity. They now live inside of you because those godlike beings that was taken over by humanity is nothing but your own soul. You were taken over by humanity. You get this? These godlike beings used to live on this planet where you now live because you took them over, but those godlike beings are now inside of you asleep. But in you, they're waking up. And so it's now time for them to take back their planet by throwing off their captors or their prisons, which is the human body. Now, one brother was like, man, can we strike a balance last night? He was saying, can't we just be physical, but, strike a balance with them? I'm like, no. They're not like pigs. He said, so what is that like? I said, well, to try to understand what's going on, take whatever you used to think a God was, whatever would make you worship a God. You would like to think that your God was the greatest thing on earth. Right? You can do anything. Well, just attribute that to your soul. Whatever you used to think a God was, you see what I'm saying? Just attribute that to your soul. Then you wouldn't want to be a goddamn human no more. Fuck shitting and eating pissing. You know what I'm saying? Whatever your God was, that's what you are. You get where I'm coming from? Now we going closer and closer to this particular thing. But I just wanted to put this in here and stuff because they're dealing with some stuff. But this particular book, if you can get your hands on it, it drops a lot of stuff. Universe, Earth, and Man by Rudolf Steiner, which is one of his best books. Got another book called Cosmic Memory, which is one of his best books. Universe, Earth, and Man. Okay, let's go into some other things. Let's go into some other things. Right now. Let's go into the order of what's really going down so we can take some question and answer. But let's go into what's going down here. All right. Okay. Huh? Yeah, I'm saying. Get ready to go into that now. All right. Now, in May the 21st, 2001, we passed into this particular black hole. This one that they was talking about, it was coming. That they talked about on several magazines. They started back, they first started talking about it in 1998 when they announced it. We passed into this black hole in May the 21st of 2001, which led to the whole 9/11 thing and all this kind of thing here. So May the 21st of 2002, I was on the telephone with one of these sisters, this psychic, and on the telephone with one of these sisters that was psychic. And right in the middle of the conversation, this entity broke through and said, my name is Lavado. The word Lavado. Lavado. Remember that name and write that name down. It is very important that you write this name down. Lavado. Lavado. Or Lavado. Lavado. He said, my name is Lavado. This is some real shit. This is some shit that the white boy ain't gonna get away with and ain't gonna be able to run from. This is a real fucking entity.
That's why they call that stuff that come out that pyramid called lava?
That's a connection. Remember, in the Greek mythology, there's an ancient god called Typhon. You get typhoon, but you get the word Typhon. And Typhon is the last son of Gaia. And Gaia, which means is another name for the earth, but it's also a name for the great mother. Gaia is so strong, so it comes up and runs Zeus and them out of heaven. But Zeus and them trap it under Mount Etna. And Mount Etna erupts every so often. Mount Etna erupted in 2001. And what erupts is called lava. So this Lavado is a connection with that. Lavado. Lavado. Very key that you remember that name because it might save your ass very soon. But we're going to ask you to do some things and let's get this shit started. You should be sick and tired of being sick and tired. Know what I'm saying? But black people now got to do it. We've been waiting for the shit to come. Now I'm trying to tell you. Okay, so this entity comes. He said, my name is Lavado. I'm talking on the phone. He breaks through with this sister. She's psychic. He breaks through, said, my name is Lavado. And I said, damn, what day is this? And I said, oh, it's May 21st. I said, oh, so this is a year from the day that we went through the black hole. Now, it's interesting because the same time, the year before that, was on the phone talking, and it was May 21st, 2001. As soon as I hung up the phone, a brother called and said, hey, man, I just got back from Clark Atlanta's graduation, and they gave Wynton Marcellus an honorary degree. And after he got his honorary degree, he took out his horn and started blowing. I'm like, goddamn, that's some Gabriel trumpet shit. Right on this same day. Now, early that morning, people, there was a sister from New York named Myron, and a couple of people was calling around the country, was telling people that they got this, that there was a gateway that opened that day. A gateway, they called it a Stargate. So we was talking about this Stargate and all this kind of thing here, and then when I got the channel, they said that the Earth had passed into this black hole. Same shit. Now, so we was talking about all this type of stuff, and the energy was real powerful. We could tell. As soon as we hung up the phone with the other people I was talking about, this gateway, this black hole, the brother called and said, Wynton Marcellus had got an honorary degree at Clark Atlanta, and he took out his horn and started blowing. I'm like, that's some Gabriel trumpet shit. You see what I'm saying? Okay, a year later, this entity comes through, and his name is Lavado. And I said, well, damn. He said, I'm a dragon-like figure in ancient mythology. And I'm on dry land, but I'm making my way to the waters. I'm like, God damn. What waters? The black waters? Oh, this shit here is hooking up. Now, this is some real shit, because the black waters is right here. We're not talking about theory. We're talking real shit here, people. You got to understand this. This is going beyond the theory. This is going beyond the prophecies and stuff on what was going to come. We right in the middle of this damn shit here. He said, I'm on dry land, but I'm making my way to the waters. The black waters. I said, okay then. But also the black waters in us. Now, what is the black waters? So, okay, we got the Kundalini energy, but when the motherfucking sister get to get real into fucking real good, not just for recreation, but she really get into it, what the first thing start happening? She get real wet. Whenever the shit really start flowing, you start gushing. That's the fucking water. That's when you know you done hit the damn zone in the sexual shit when you wet up the goddamn bed. You see what I'm saying? That's one of the keys. Now, one of the mysteries here is like what Erica is telling you is they're not telling you this because they don't want the black woman to know this. Is you don't need the brother to do this. If you got a brother, fine. But sometimes it ain't even if you got a brother in the house. Some of the sisters gonna have to start doing this shit because they don't even put it in none of the motherfucking books. But it's in a lot of ancient books. There's a big book called Sexual Secrets. And that's the reason why they don't put it in there and stuff, because they don't want the sisters to know. Masturbation is the key. And you can be fucking 90. You can be 90, or you can be goddamn 20. Now, why is that? Because she gets control of her own sexual energy. That's one of the keys and stuff like that. Why is it more important for the sister on the masturbation? Because when we goddamn jack off, we lose energy. Masturbation ain't nothing but gonna lead to ejaculation with us. But the sister has orgasms. So the water shit is some of the key shit they call collars. You see what I'm saying? That's some of the key stuff, and also you want to get to the waters and shit. Hell, you don't need a fucking man to do it. Start masturbating. Also get you a vibrator if you can. You don't need no big ones. You can go get them. They sell a motherfucker now $14 little small ones. Now this is serious shit. I'm trying to tell you how stuff is and stuff. Cause see, we have been trained to look at this stuff as negative. And you see what I'm saying? And look at this thing a certain way. But what I'm trying to say here is, you know what I'm saying? Get you a vibrator also too. Why are we saying vibrator? Because here's a book called Kundalini of Depths. And in here they talk about the Kundalini and all this shit. The whole universe is based on a series of what? Vibrations. First rule of knowledge, first rule of the laws of the universe is the law of what? Vibration. That's your Kabbalion. You see what I'm saying? Vibration. Now, if you a woman, you have a relationship with vibrations when it comes to your goddamn clitoris. The first, that's why they say you are in the beginning, you are the alpha and the goddamn omega. They said that the word Atlantis, when they broke it down, it just means the black woman. Crowley told them that. That's why it's the only book that ain't in print. Is the one where it breaks down the word Atlantis. Now, the first rule in the book of Kabbalion, K-A-B-L-O-N. That's L-O-N-L-E-N. Kabbalion. K-A-B-L-O-N.
K-Y.
No, K, what it was saying?
K-Y.
Kabbalion. What is it?
K-Y-B-A-L-I-O-N.
K-Y-B-A-L-I-O-N. Kabbalion, by the three initiates. Kabbalion. Little blue book. The first law to the universe is what? Vibration. Okay? So, who is the master of vibration? You, with your clitoris. That's why I get you a vibrator.
But sometimes think that goal is sensitive.
Huh? We ain't talking about using the motherfucker all the time. We just trying to say the
Call me out here.
You see, we're not talking. What we're talking about here is a series of striking a damn balance. Series of striking a balance. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm trying to. We're in conference now, and you getting shit that you don't normally get in regular shit. We don't get nothing. But the fucking Creflo Dollar and a bunch of idiots tell you to give you the money. TD Jakes and all this fool here. What I'm trying to say here is, so vibration, that's one of the keys to this particular thing. Now, going back, that's the, and in the Kundalini of depths, they talk about the Kundalini is a series of pulsations. And it's also dealing with the heart chakra, which is pulsations. And the first thing happens when you start going to another level is your heart rate speeds up, palpitations.
And it can happen if you ride in a car, because I got aroused one day while I was working, and I was just driving, car.
Well, all that shit, riding on the train with some sisters, all kind of shit, You can be creative with the motherfucker. They got all kind of little stuffed animals that vibrate. You can stick that shit through your legs and shit and get turned on by. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some little bony animal that got some battery operation shit. I love you and you love me. A tickle the elbow, motherfucker. A tickle the elbow. Lillian Silburn. Kundalini, the energy of depths.
What is it?
Kundalini in the energy of depths. By Lillian Silburn. Lillian Silburn.
Lillian what?
Lillian Silburn. The name of the book is called Kundalini, the energy of depths. Depths.
Lillian
Silburn.
Spell the last name again one more time.
Silburn. And all. See, vibration, that's one of the keys to this thing. Now, dealing with this, now going back, this entity comes named Lavado. So Lavado says, Lavado says that I'm making my way to the waters. He said, well, you can find me in a book called Kabbalah Unveiled by Gregor Mathers. The Kabbalah Unveiled by Gregor Mathers. And in so many words, it's in this particular book. When I looked it up, which I'd already I read several times, he's the form of the Leviathan. The Leviathan, the face upon the waters. Leviathan, the face upon the waters. Let's look up one little aspect and see. The face upon the waters. This is what the Bible talks about it, but they got you all scared of the shit. Leviathan. Lavado, Leviathan. All that shit is the same thing. We're going to get into the science of this. Y'all just bear with me because I'm not just talking about some shit that just come up and I can't back it. I'm going to break the shit down in scholarship. But I'm telling you, we cooking with gas on this one. They're not going to be able to get away from this motherfucker right here. He already on the planet. He already activated. He just ready for the damn shit to get going. This shit here is real deal here. Look at here. What I'm trying to tell you is this here. Now, I've been lecturing for 10 years as of this June. I started in June 1991. In 10 years to the day, I lectured around the country. I ain't made no goddamn money, but I sustained myself. And I lectured up till June, which was the 10th year to the month. And after that shit, my career went crashed and burned. I am equivalent to a motherfucker that's damn near on the street. But that's metaphysical, how I was able to survive that much and stuff. But the key here is my shit crashed and burned on my ass. So I'm damn near ass out. And it's almost like something sustained me to the last minute. I've been poor for a while. I've been hollering that poor shit for a minute. You see what I'm saying? But I was able to meet the shit every month and stuff up until recently. I'm 2 months behind now like a motherfucker. And stuff, you see what I'm saying? And but like I said, I don't give, like I said, the spirit came and said, man, so I did this ritual to Lavado, and I was going to say, you got to give up the house. And when I gave up the house, then they come to find out, then the landlord said, God damn it, you can't leave. And I was like, damn. All I had to do was give it up. You got to give it. So that's one of the things you're going to happen now. This is one of the magics that's going on right now. There's some shit that's fucking with you right now that y'all holding on with. I don't know what it is. It could be financial. It could be another motherfucking person. It could be a old snotty-head, waterhead child of yours. Some shit that you're supposed to cut loose. You can't take it into the next dimension. You can't take it into the next cycle. Then I don't know what it is. It can be financial. It can be something that you got to give up. That's in the movie Fight Club. The motherfucker said, until you give up, let go. And that's something that you got to do. You got to let go. I was a free man. Because I say, shit, man, hell, when I move out of the house, I leave all the goddamn furniture, bed and all that shit. I take what's important. I take my music, my book, my stereo, my TV. You know the shit that's important to Negroes. You know what I'm saying? Like that? No. But you know, all that bed, all that furniture shit now, I might call off up and say, yeah, you want a refrigerator, want a stove? I said, I ain't gonna put that shit in no goddamn storage. You know what I'm saying? And stuff, I ain't putting that shit in storage, So I don't give a fuck about moving out of place, because when I move, goddamn it, I ain't gonna let the sheriff throw my shit out. When the sheriff throw that shit out, I'm gonna been and gone. And stuff like that. But the key here is, I said, damn, I pushed it all the way to this particular point, and then this entity came, and I did this mass ritual on the level. And this shit here was powerful, so then this motherfucker sent that lightning bolt down there and hit my ass. I got struck by lightning. I was surprised myself. I went and I called Kimberly, my ex-girlfriend, and stuff, and I said, damn, I just got struck by lightning. But see what happened, so what it is like, my hedges all grew up, so my brother brought me these electric hair clippers and stuff. So I went out there and it was cutting, it was drizzling, and this damn light came down, and I said, damn, I done blew this damn electrical shit out. And this light came down, and I heard this big thunderstorm. And I said, wait a minute, but the light then came down and hit all around me. It was like I was encased in light. And I said, goddamn, that shit damn struck my ass, but it didn't hit me. Now, what's going on here is, but I had done the ritual a week to the day, right before it. So this shit here is going down to the last little bit, the last wire. And all the motherfuckers that was involved around me that's dealing with the ritual, you through? How much time you got?
About 3 minutes.
Yeah, all the people that was in the ritual or that was around me, they going through all kind of problems and all kind of things. But the key here, every person is going through some shit, they have to give up. You got to give up. If you give up in your mind, then basically you fix it. Now, going on, let me explain what this thing is. Okay, explain what this thing is. I'm going to get this thing just right here. Now, the great dragon, which here is described, is eventually identical with Leviathan of Job, in the book of Job. He is the executioner of judgment. We got some real deal shit going on here. Now listen to me what I'm trying to tell you. Because I'm an ass out. I ain't got no motherfucking money. But this motherfucker here got in touch with me and been in touch with me ever since May the 21st. You see what I'm saying? So, on one aspect, I ain't got no reason to lie to you. I'm trying to tell you. I ain't putting on no fucking joke here. Now listen, it says, I'm going to read this again, the great dragon here is described as eventually identical with Leviathan of Job. I've been talking about this shit here for about 4 or 5 years about the Leviathan energy. The Leviathan of Job. Now listen, he is described as the executioner of judgment. The centrifugal force, the old serpent, ever seeking to... So what I'm trying to tell you now, we're going to tie this shit in. They say it's a dragon-like figure, or it's a sea serpent-like figure, or it's this monster called Hydra, the learner, the Hydra, Leviathan, Lavado. Now, back in 1998, now y'all listen to me, this is very, very important what I'm trying to tell you here. This is very important. This shit here is the bomb. Because I'm telling you, we gonna fire you with this damn shit, and all you got to do is write the goddamn name down. Now listen to me. He came on May the 21st. He said his name was Lavado. He said, look in the green book. You got a green book on your shelf? I said, I already know who the fuck you talking about. You say Lavado. I said, you Leviathan. And I said, I got some other things that I found about you in 1998. I'll get into it in a few seconds. He said, I'm a dragon-like figure. And sure enough, the goddamn cracker already made a movie about him that came out on damn July 19th called The Ring of Fire. Anybody seen this shit here? Got to go see every movie that they drop on this thing. It's called The Ring of Fire. I don't know if they got dollar flicks here or something. It's about these dragons that took over the earth.
Oh yeah, the male dragon was the...
And the male dragon was the one that was producing, that was getting all the female dragons pregnant. But the dragons themselves was a female race, and they had fucked the earth up. You know, it's got a Hollywood in it, the white boy got it defeated at the end. But the male dragon on the male dragon in the movie, they had this female, they had a group of dragons, and they fucked the whole earth up. Everywhere. But they was trying to find the chief dragon over in London. But you know, the motherfuckers who rule your earth, who rule your land, that's why that goddamn that queen motherfucker make $1 billion a day. Damn. Yeah, she makes $1 billion a day. The queen, that's how much land they got. You can't even imagine some shit like that. She makes $1 billion a day. Now, in the movie, the male dragon resided in London, and the male dragon is the one that impregnated all the female dragons. Guess what? That was Lavado. The motherfuckers already knew this shit. They got a room, like I said, they sit in and they study everything. But this stuff here, the Leviathan, this book, the Kabbalah Unveiled, they already know this shit.
That's why they keep all that aces.
Yeah, so they made the movie on the shit. Also, Sean Connery played in this stuff in 1995 called The Dragonheart was the name of the movie. He was the last dragon, Draco. All this thing, so he said it was dragon-like figure. They came out with it, we went to the movie, I said, goddamn, that's Lavado right there. The ring of fire. Now, check it out. Going right along. In 1998, I was reading some of the Babylonian stuff. This book here, The Myths from Mesopotamia. And in there, I found also there was a god by the name of Lamu and Labu. And Labu is an ancient god that is called the Lamu hero. Anytime you get the word hero, that's Heru, that's Horus. This person is a form of the Christ figure that you've been waiting on. This is about this damn entity here is the same shit. Lavado, that's what he came as, and also the word Abu, which means the Sphinx. The Arabs call the Sphinx Abu, father of the globe. He is a form of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is a dragon-like figure also. Half woman, man, all this, the beast, human, all of that. And it's called what? Harmaket, Horus on the horizon. Heru on the horizon, which is what? The Christ. You see, this is what's going on. Now, let's go on. So you got Lavado, which is Labu, Abu. It's Leviathan in the Kabbalah. It's Ra-Har-Kuit, or Ra-Heru-Kahudi, or Ra-Har-Kuit in the third part of the book of the law, which is a form of the Christ. The great god Cthulhu that's supposed to rise up and retake the earth, that's the same Lavado, the same mythology of this particular entity. Lavado is the type and figure, which is the last son of Gaia that was in the Greek mythology that scared the gods. It's also an entity called Lam, L-A-M. You got a picture of Lamb in there? A big head entity. That's Lavado. Now, what is also Lavado? It's not in the holy books. It's
The black sun.
yeah, it's in that one. It's in that one there. No, that one there. Yeah. Comment. It should be in that one. But anyway, that's a Crawley book. He drew an entity called Lamb that was in Greenwich Village, New York. I know it's not in the holy books.
Black sun.
In Greenwich Village, New York. They got it in the picture in the book. The Black Sun got it too. Yeah, it's a big head looking fella, and in the book he showed this thing in the Greenwich Village in an exhibition in Greenwich Village, New York in 1919. It became the model for all the big head. It became the model for all the big head aliens you always see in these movies. This here was done in 1919 by Aleister Crowley, called Ram. It became the model for all the big head aliens with the big bug eyes. But this motherfucker here got regular eyes, and in so many words, if you really look at stuff like that, they say that he lightened it up and distorted the figure because it looked just like Imhotep, the big head scientist. You see what I'm saying? The father of medicine. The one that they have demonized in the mummy movies as evil. It's evil to them.
You see the brother that the National Geographic had? He had real big head, real big eyes. They're saying that these are real people in Africa.
But this is also, the big head people was also a Twa, which is the pygmy. And all that kind of thing here. But Lavado takes this symbolic form, or takes this form, when what's-the-name saw him in a vision in 1919. Lamb is the Tibetan word for Ptah, the Lama, the word Dalai Lama. That motherfucker there is the one you got there is just a symbolic kingship, but the Dalai Lama means the Lamb of God. Is the Tibetan word for Ptah. You know, Ptah was also the pygmy, was called the Twa or Ptah. A Lama who goeth, and specific titles of the Egyptian god, which is the trader of Ptah, the Buddhic parapsychology or whatever this is, His number is the number 71. Also the number 771 is also the number. But this big head person they put the bug eyes in there, and that's what you see in aliens. But even in the movie Signs and stuff, they was calling this the doggone enemy. But then again, on the other hand and stuff, this entity is also a form of lavado. I'm telling you people, this shit is real. This shit is real. We up against the motherfucking wall. And I'm telling you, the cracker is coming. Don't let nobody fool you now. I'm trying to tell you. You think I'm bullshit? This white boy is getting ready to make his move, but he gonna be fucked. Because all you got to do is just do what I tell y'all motherfuckers to do tonight. 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 Just do what I tell you to do. It's very simple. But, and stuff. Because the more and more you do what you say, this motherfucker here gains energy. He's a very big entity. Now let's go on for a minute. His name is Lamb. He's also called the submarine mayor. He's also the god, that white horse Pegasus. He's that white horse Pegasus, and he's also the Kundalini energy at the base of your spine. That's what the Lavado is. See, this is where the shit get interesting. Because they don't want to rile you the right way if you know, because they know that it ain't no motherfucker you got to depend on outside of you. It's the Kundalini energy. At the base of your spine is this fire that they don't want to fuck with. It's 10 times hotter than fire that you know. It is the heat behind fire. Fire is only a manifestation of it. He said, I am. Lavado said that I am fire and I am water. And as a result, Europe is underwater. Most of Europe is underwater. And half of the West Coast is under fire. That's Lavado. The shit is happening right now. They got damn near 10 states burning up. They might show you one, but there's 10 burning up out there. But they got the technology, basically, to not show you, but one thing you just thinking it's a fire, they say some of this shit might not even be out until March. But what's happening in Europe, Europe is underwater. It's flooding. Everywhere. That's Lavado. And then they got these black waters that's going down. They got the black waters that's going down. Another thing also to get back into your music. Let me explain what's going on here. In the black waters, the physical black waters out there, the one they say in Florida, they got these shits all over. Those are entities. Those are entities. They're like the movie The Green Slime or the black. You know, you always see the stuff here, this black substance. They showed it in the movie X-Files, the movie. The black substance. That's what this shit is now.
How about Ghostbusters?
When you know, go
Slimer.
Huh?
Slimer.
The slime thing, the pink looking stuff.
The green Slimer.
Yeah, but even the pink looking stuff in Ghostbusters 2, it's the same thing. See, what it is it's these entities. Now look at this shit here. When you play music, it activates it. Because how does it hear? It hears through your ears. Your ears is connected with that black water and connected with the fire inside. This is real shit. We don't need to go a goddamn place. We don't need to pay no motherfucking preachers. We ain't gotta wait on no goddamn Jesus. We are the people, and this shit is on like popcorn. This shit is on.
It's also connected with that black snakehead fish that they said could walk on land.
It's all the same shit.
And the jellyfish that turned black and real.
Yeah, all that shit there, all that stuff that is representations of it. All that stuff is representations of it. You see what I'm saying? It's representation of it. And it also activates through sexual energy, of course. And all of this type of stuff I'm telling you. But it is the submarine mirror, which is the Kundalini. What's that, brother?
What type of music?
Any type of music. It's some good old funk too. So just some good funk too. I listened to some Cameo the other night. That shit was kicking ass. It's some good funk, some good jazz, some anything that gets you in the zone. You know, and that's just Earth with the fire, but I'm just saying anything to get you in the zone.
To get your fire right.
To get that, yeah. So, you know, whatever, see, you got to realize, it's simple. Some music you put on and stuff, and it don't move you. And some you put on, I don't give a damn what, it moves you. So whatever that shit that moves you, that's what you need to get with. Because you're conscious of it now. Once you become conscious of it, you already activated it. See what I'm saying? You already activated it. He's also the god Rudra. Now, the story goes in the book Creation Myth by J.R. Berlin. They talk about Rudra is going to suck up all the waters in heaven and make a whirlpool. That's what this Lavado is, which Rudra is the first form before they became the god Shiva, which is the form of the Christ. It was Rudra. But Rudra is the most destructive force that will come back. Now, it's interesting here because in this book, the Kabbalah Decoded, they say that when they took this book here, Kabbalah Unveiled, went back and had some text. This book was put out in the 1800s. They went back and in 1978 did some more studies on it, and when it came to the Leviathan thing in here, they said that the Leviathan thing in here was in actuality, the Leviathan in here, they're saying, is a form of a spaceship. Now, I bullshit you not. All you got to do is take your ass out there around 7 or 8 o'clock. There's this big ass shit in the sky. It's too fucking low to be a star.
They said it's a meteor.
The motherfuckers is lying. First of all, a meteor moves. There's a shit out there. And this is what's going to fuck you up on this one. There's a big thing outside. It's too low to be a star. It's not an airplane because it ain't going no fucking well. But just wait till about 9:30. That bitch turns red and it hauls ass. I bullshit you not.
At 9:30 at night.
It's a thing that comes up right when the damn sun go down. It's up in the sky. And it gets bigger, bigger, and bigger. But why, if it's a star, why is it at 9:30 that motherfucker turns red and it hauls ass? And it's been out there for a minute, but they know that you don't look up in the sky. Now, you can't let white motherfuckers tell you shit. This is Johnny come lately. He ain't got the authority to tell you shit, but that motherfucker knows. It's out there every goddamn night. But at 9:30 or 10 o'clock, that motherfucker turn red and they get the hell on. Now, I don't know no motherfucking star that come up at night and then disappear before the night gets started. That's Lavado. Remember I told you that. You gotta find it. It looks like a star, but it's too low to be a star, but it's not an airplane, because an airplane flashes like this and it goes on by its business. This shit here, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and if you watch it, at 9:30 or 10 o'clock, it turns red and it hauls ass. This shit is about to take over. I ain't bullshitting you. It's right outside. Now that shit that been out there for about 10 years. You know, I've been tracking this shit for the longest. It's been out there. It's been out there, and I told you I cussed it out back in damn 96 and shit. Cause I was like, motherfucker, you know, our car got broke down and we stand at the bus stop with a whole bunch of goddamn grocery bags. I'm like, motherfucker, you ain't gotta take me to no Sirius or Orion or whatever. You can at least take a motherfucker home. The shit disappeared about 4 years after that. And I was like, well, damn. Then in 2000, when I was in Cleveland, I saw the shit again. So I went and called one of the psychic sisters and said, what happened? And I said, what they doing? They said, well, it's out here for the protection of the people. And I said, well, damn, where it been? They said, it was out there. They said, and it was communicated. Said, we was out there, but we just went on damn cloak system, which means that all, the shit can go invisible. They said, we went invisible for a while. I said, well, why y'all damn visible now? They said, because it's time. I'm telling you, this shit is up in the fucking sky. But you can't wait on the white boy to tell you nothing, because he will tell you nothing. And you can't wait on none of these niggas to tell you nothing either, because they got the white man mind. They want the shit to be scientifically proven. And all that kind of shit here, and all because we have become non-spiritual. You see what I'm saying? You tell any Native American or any ancient person, they bear witness to that shit out there. You better be spiritual on any damn thing. But I'm telling you that shit out there. But my point here is, if the shit is not out there, why is it, if it's something that's different, why is it that it leaves at 9:30? You're going to have to spot it. You can't miss it. It's the biggest shit out there. It's just got bigger since the spring. It's the biggest light in the sky. But just watch that shit and keep going outside and watch. And at 9:30, about 10 o'clock, it depends on, that shit gets a little dim red, and that shit will haul ass. You can get in your goddamn car and follow it. The faster you follow it, the faster that motherfucker disappears. And shit. I'm trying to tell you, it's out there. This is some shit. The stuff is here. The cracker is being quiet. The cracker is just trying to be quiet. You see, it's called Lavado. It's the same entity. It's in the water. It's in the sky. It's in you. It's all around us. Now, this is the key. They said it in this thing. When they translate, they say it's a type of ship. This shit is all. This shit is here. Now, this is the deal. This is what we need to do. I already did the ritual to the shit, and it done wreaked havoc and stuff. Because after that and shit, I'm down to damn near no food in the damn house. But it's all good though, because shit is so one brother like, man, you don't want to do this ritual and shit like that, man, but it's going to be real powerful and stuff. I was like, man, the way this white man is rolling now, if I did a ritual and blew a goddamn hole in the side of my house, I would be happy, because that would be some shit that I would want to work when this cracker start to roll. Even the white boy said, we need to deal with some stuff that when we ever had barbed wire in the concentration camps, we can use some shit to damn fuck up some crackers or fuck up some stuff and free ourselves. And that's what you see in the movie X-Men, when it was in the concentration camp and that shit blew up and stuff like that. You see it's in the beginning of the movie. What I'm trying to tell you, the shit is, we got the power with this thing now, man. I'm telling you. We got the power.
So, basically what you're saying, when I went home a couple of years ago to Phoenix, and then we went to San Diego, and there was a certain point that we approached, and you could feel it. It was like you're in one dimension, and the next second you're in another dimension. I look up, and there were prisons all around. And see, I used to live in San Diego, and the energy was so thick, you could like cut it with a knife. So what you're saying, we have to learn how to be in a zone where when we get incarcerated, locked up, or whatever, we can deal with it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, in this particular case here is we talking about warfare to get this thing started, because the show is I'm Black. They didn't blow up their own buildings just to play around. They blew up their buildings and stuff to send a message and stuff and to set the country up so that they can put it on lockdown just in case some shit happens. But they don't understand the physical shit ain't gonna work with them this time. They done spent their last little coin on this thing here and it ain't gonna work. What I'm talking about here is a form of warfare for just about on any level we talking about here, but I'm trying to say this here. This shit is upon us now. This entity is here, and he's mature, but he's just saying one thing. He's saying this here. What we need to do, basically, is this. You need to pour some kind of libation to Lavado in the morning when you get up and in the night when you go to bed. What's happening is this here. If you get enough people calling that name out, the more and more you call that name out, the more and more powerful it gets. If you motherfucker don't work, you call it out all day. But even if you, while you just on the job or whatever you're doing, keep calling the name out. Remember they tell you in Kemet, the more you call their names, the more and more they live. You see what I'm saying? So this is an entity that's been dormant for millions of years. And it needs more and more. It's a centrifugal force, as it says. So it needs somebody to call on it that much. And what happens is it grows and gets power and power. Another thing also, too. Give it food. Whenever you cook you something, feed it. I can't afford that shit, you know what I'm saying? You know? But at least you motherfuckers is eating hardy and shit and all that. Cause, you know, I can stand to lose a couple of pounds and shit. I got enough blubber for the next damn couple of months if I run out of food. But the more and more you feed shit on an altar, the more and more it gets you wrong. Or another thing, set up an altar to Lavado. Find some kind of dragon, put on there, to Lavado. Set up an altar, or any kind of serpent. A dragon, a serpent, a whale represents the whale of Jonah. It was swallowed by the whale. That's a form of Lavado.
What about
a serpent, a dragon.
What about lizard?
Lizard, reptilian. Spider, because they're saying that this black water out there looks like a spider web. Well, any kind of monster, set up you an altar to Lavado. You see what I'm saying? Set up you an altar to Lavado. The staff of Tahuti, the Kundalini energy. You see what I'm saying? The penis, which is an obelisk, or the lingam, you see what I'm saying? Or the vesica, which is a thing that looks like a vertical eye, that's the vagina. You know, any of these things. What's that, brother?
Yes, sir. I was talking about the Dragon Ball Z, and they got these the dragons and stuff.
Yeah, I've been seeing the cartoon.
Yeah.
Well, you know. All that stuff there, remember now, they studying this shit. You see.
In respect to calling on that deity, that's the same as like when Gerald Master says, the longer one stays in the face of ancient Kemet, the more she reveals her ancient antiquity.
Yeah. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, any kind of, set up an altar. Set up an altar to it. Do a ritual to it. Just remember, some people say how you do a ritual. Whatever comes in your mind is the most powerful ritual you can do. You ain't shit. If you ain't shit, if you in the gory shit, sacrifice an animal to it. You know what I'm saying? Anything you can do. That's what it is, because this energy, the more and more it gets this energy going, the more and more it's going to rise. And we just talking about the people in this room. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you. It's not by accident that we're in Charlotte. It's not by accident that new damn statue they got out there looks like some type of marine type figure that went out of the airport. And stuff like that. It's some stuff, the stuff is going on. It's not by accident that one of the voodoo entities is Miss Charlotte. You see? So any kind of mermaid type thing, any kind of fire entity, you see, is the phoenix rising up from the ashes. That's it. I'm just trying to give you the symbology to put your altars up, but remember the name Lavado. See, what happens is this here. There'll be ancient names, and what it is these people here who translated this stuff here, who got this thing from the spirit realm, they were looking millions of years and thousands of years into the future. So they gave you Lamu, Labu, Abu, Leviathan, Lamb, all these different names. Then he comes back and say, my name is Lavado. That is the damn name, the word of power. You see, the whole concept here is whoever gets the true name is the motherfucker who got the power. See how this shit go? It's in all them damn movies. It's in the damn movie Warlock 1. They say what? They say he's trying to get the true name of God so he can reverse creation. Or trying to get the true name, to speak it so he can reverse creation. The true name is Lavado. You see? That's what came. But I've already checked it, and it's amazing. I was able to track the shit right through antiquity. You see what I'm saying? So it's sound academically. But when they come with these new names and stuff, that's how the shit works. You see? That's how the shit works. His colors is blue. For some reason he said blue.
What type of blue?
Any kind of blue, like a ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, any kind of deep, rich blue, all the way down to a navy blue. Why I said blue? I said, damn, that's kind of odd, because he said he's also fire. So I said that would be orange or yellow, but and stuff. But see, the fire is also blue. But I said, the highest part of fire. And I said, well, why is it blue? But then in the book of the law, he said, my name, I am black to the blind, but blue to the ones who got their eyes open, like the third eye. So his color is blue. So you set up your altar with blue. You see, set up your altar with blue. And, you know, all kind of shit. Buy you some fucking blue lipstick. You know, blue nail polish. You see, all this stuff is ritualistic. Half the shit you see on TV, the white boys going through a goddamn ritual. You just don't know it.
In the movie Nostradamus, it talks about a Moor or Arab coming wearing a blue turban.
The blue turban.
Right.
The Nostradamus, you just broke the code also too, because I already knew that when they was talking about the guy in the blue turban, they tried to make it into Saddam Hussein. I was like, no, hell no. The blue turban is also a form of the crown chakra is also blue, the halo blue. And I was like, that is a messianic figure, the man with the blue turban.
And in some of Noble Ali's speakings, he talks about when he was over, when he went over and talking to some of the people over during, I think, World War I one time, and he told them to go home, and they didn't want to listen to him, and he did his hand like that, and I don't know who was general, I can't remember who his name was. He seen a band of Moors wearing blue turbans, riding on horses, coming in to kick ass, and he said, "Oh shit!" He turned around and told them to go their ass home.
Now all you gotta do, and you see, and when you study most stuff, you're gonna find out that the blue gonna be popping up all kind of ways. But sure enough, Nostradamus saw the man with the blue turban. You see what I'm saying? With the blue turban. So his color is blue. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, this shit is gonna rise up. Anyway, I'm trying to tell you, we speed this shit up. The motherfucker told me he on his way.
Is that why they call us blue bloods also?
The blue blood, the royal blue blood, yeah, that's it. The blue blood, royal blue, all that stuff. The blue gods, the blue skin gods of India. You see what I'm saying? The blue skin gods of India. All that stuff. You see what I'm saying? Is what you call. So you're gonna have to. So what we want to do is set up, you know, and call, and at least call on the shit every day. Get you some lapis lazuli.
Sing the blues.
Lapis lazuli is a nice blue color. You see what I'm saying? A lapis lazuli is a nice blue color, which is very spiritual. And Carly talks about it in that Kalima book a lot, the lapis lazuli, which is a spirit. And now also lapis lazuli is in the book of Revelation. They talk about lapis lazuli. You see what I'm saying? All of that stuff there, you see. So now, let's go into a question and answer, but this is the thing, to speed up the doggone process. Only thing you got to do is start calling on this shit every day. You remember, even the white people tell you this, that if you get such and such a people in a room calling on the same thing at one time, you can make change. So that's what I'm trying to say. But they say it's also the lost name. I'm trying to tell you, this entity is here, and it's very powerful. Give me some questions. Let's go into question and answer.
Well, you said write something down, but I didn't hear what you...
Lavado, the name, L-A-V-A-D-O.
Okay, then, I got that.
Yeah, write that down. That's the name. I'm giving you the name of it, Lavado.
Well, what will Lavado do for us?
Huh?
What will it do for us as individuals? I know you said it made you go...
Well, ultimately, it's the Kundalini energy inside of it. Huh? Actually, it's the Kundalini energy inside of it. So, in actuality, whatever energy, I'm gonna tell you who else he is. You want to find out who Lavado is? You remember in the movie Blade, the guy was saying we're gonna try to talk. The blood god was coming back called Lamagra, and Lamagra in the movie Blade, that's Lavado. He used the black man to stop him. You know, in Blade, Blade stopped Lamagra for coming, but Lamagra is Lavado in the movie Blade.
So you say Kundalini?
That's the Kundalini energy. You have a force inside of you, which is your God force. It is everything. It opens up everything and rises. It rises to the third eye. Ultimately, Lavado is making its way to your third eye, which is the spiritual aspect. You see, which is the spiritual aspect, which is your Lavado. So, give me some questions.
We'll get back to what you said about Farrakhan.
Yeah.
You saying that he's an agent?
Man, Farrakhan, man, it's the big...
Let me ask you one.
Yeah, you're right.
You basing it upon the fact that he's on TV?
Oh, no, I'm basing it on the fact that the nigga been sold out. I'm basing it on the fact...
I mean, you saying the TV,
I'm basing it on what even Khalid Muhammad told me before he died.
But I mean, that goes to show you.
Now, look here, man, let me explain something to you, man. Now, come on, let's use deductive reasoning. Let's use deductive reasoning, man. If I'm your enemy, why would I put you on my damn TV set?
And Marcus Garvey was on. Worked for a newspaper,
No, Marcus Garvey worked for his own newspaper.
Yeah, his own newspaper. That's right.
Come on now, let's know some history now. You can't be quoting shit now unless you can break the shit down now. We ain't no bunch of motherfucking ignorant motherfuckers now. Marcus Garvey worked for his own goddamn newspaper, and he was deported.
UNIA.
Yeah.
He was deported.
You didn't work for any other newspaper?
No, man.
Overseas? No.
What does that got to do with what I'm saying? What you call it? Marcus Garvey, that's the history. Marcus Garvey went to prison, was locked up for what he did, and was deported, and was never able to come back to the United States. So that's history. I'm just trying to say, what I'm trying to say is this type of thing. Let me show you something, man. Let me tell you something spiritual, man. Now, you better quote me on this shit here, man, because you can go with feelings. Let me tell you something about a holy man. Holy man don't get sick. Never. Now, you heard that from me. A holy man don't ever get sick. Don't you know when your colon fucks up, that's because you got a certain energy that you holding, and that's based on arterial motives. I'm trying to tell you something spiritual, man. A holy man don't get sick. Now, you see me? I'm overweight like a motherfucker. But Robert Shaw Hemmitt, who I ain't never sick. Never. Holy man don't get sick. A spiritual man will never go on the goddamn TV set. I would be a motherfucking fool if the white man invited me to go on the TV set. Hell, a motherfucking white man invited me to go on the college circuit in 1994 to the Ivy League schools, and I could be rich right now, and I turned them down. They was talking about $13,000 a pop just to go lecture to Ivy schools. Man, you gotta understand, this shit is a much more sophisticated system than you think. This man has been, what I'm trying to tell you is this here. They got white people that they never even let on the TV set. And they white people. They got white motherfuckers. They got a white motherfucker in England right now. Bad as shit. Never let it on the TV set. They got white people that they don't even print in books. That they are persona non grata amongst white people. You think this is a black man that's supposed to be the enemy of white folks? And they let him on TV? Some things are just common sense. You see what I'm saying? Now, we had a cadre of scholars that never got on the TV set. Never got on the TV set. There's about 30 or 40 people out here working for years. Never heard of them on the TV set. The white man don't put them on the TV set. They got white people they don't put on the TV set. You think C-SPAN is a motherfucker? C-SPAN is a government thing.
24 hours.
You see what I'm saying? It's a government thing. You see, we gotta just think for a damn minute here. And I'm not just talking about what you call. We're talking about a man that just, I'm reading the print right there. There's so much shit on this nigga selling out. Why the fuck he fiddling for the Jews? What motherfucker gonna go to a shit with a violin and do a concert and play a Jewish Arthur Mendelssohn for white folks? And he's supposed to be the revolutionary figure fiddling for the white man. On the stage with a motherfucking white ducktail bow tie.
Was that at Lincoln Center?
No, it's in Los Angeles.
And you know what I'm saying? It was in Chicago. We're talking about a person, man. I'm trying to tell you this thing. Look, you ain't gonna get no revolutionary figure that's gonna be brought to you by the goddamn government. This motherfucker on Meet the Press. Oh, now we in you the friendly neighborhood goddamn news reporter now. They report Marcus Garvey. They killing real revolutionary leaders. This motherfucker on TV every Sunday.
You also got to notice that Farrakhan took the bow tie off and wearing a damn regular necktie. And he told you way back in the 80s what a necktie represented.
You see, but I'm just trying to say, man, my point here is this, I know we get all emotional and all and stuff like this and all, but I'm trying to tell you, even Carly, and that motherfucker went straight because the night before he died, he was on the goddamn History Channel. Not the History Channel, but the Travel Channel, a walk through Harlem with your host, Khalid Muhammad.
Wasn't Khalid Muhammad also?
True.
Yeah, he gets February 23rd, Wall Street Journal, where they got their motherfucker face. They don't put you on Wall Street Journal, they don't engrave it and all that shit. This they top shit. This is the motherfucker where the money is. In Old York Rite Freemasonry and New York Rite Freemasonry, that's the fucking Illuminati. New York, he's on Wall Street Journal. Was hooked up with Edgar Brockman of Seagram's Gym, get ready to open up a doggone hotel in Washington, D.C. before Edgar Brockman's wife stopped them. It's right there. Go get it. I ain't shit you. It's right on February 23rd or something like that. Wall Street Journal, 1997. Now, wait a minute. What is this motherfucker being 21st, 22nd, or 23rd, just to be 23rd, 21st through the 25th of Wall Street Journal. Just go to your periodicals in your local library or go on the internet. You might be able to get the article. But what is this motherfucker doing being hooked up with Edgar Brockman, who is Seagram's, which is a Jew, which is Seagram's gin, and that's cheap gin. That shit done kill more black people than any goddamn thing. And
Interscope.
And not only that, and was hooked up with fucking Mike Wallace, who had his hands in on the assassination of Malcolm X.
Right.
Mike Wallace always pops back up. You see what I'm saying?
How's he tied to Mike Wallace?
Who? Mike Wallace is the one that set up the meeting with him and Edgar Brockman. It's all in the damn article.
He exposed the Nation of Islam with that first TV interview.
Plus, he was on 60 Minutes with Mike Wallace, the same 60 Minutes that what's his name was on. Or the interview with Mike Wallace that 60 Minutes had started then at the time when Malcolm X was there, but it was Mike Wallace was the one that Malcolm X spilled his guts to about Elijah Muhammad, which led to his death. You see what I'm saying? But my point here is what is Farrakhan doing with setting up a meeting with Mike Wallace? What are they so much friends with him they're going to set up a meeting for him to open up a hotel for black people in Washington, D.C.? All in the article. What is this motherfucker doing with voter registration?
That's right.
What is it with voter registration? And since when did he get into the Martian business? I thought all that was civil rights. And where's the money for the Million Man March?
Is he not a clone?
Huh?
Is he not a clone?
Based on my spirituality, the motherfucker been dead. But that's just for you. You don't have to take it from me and all. But I'm just trying to say. And my point is this here. The motherfuckers are multi-millionaire for motherfuckers selling bean pies. A multi-millionaire. Motherfuckers selling bean pies. Motherfuckers are multi-millionaire. Multi-millionaire. And he talked, and he told Colin that you can't call the white man the devil no more. And he chastised Colin right on the main TV screen for calling the white, talking about the Jews. And what did Colin say about the Jews that Farrakhan said about the damn Jews? You see what I'm saying? The Farrakhan. And why is it that Colin couldn't even speak to fucking Farrakhan the last couple of years of his life? Farrakhan would go the other damn way. And why is it that half the motherfuckers in the Nation of Islam was trying to kill Colin? Based on that shit. You see what I'm saying? We know niggas in the Nation of Islam trying to kill, because one of the first motherfuckers that told me about Colin's life was in there was a nigga right here in Charlotte, where I first came to speak in 95, and he was hanging with Colin like this. You see, niggas in the Nation of Islam trying to kill Colin. I ain't telling you no bullshit about some stuff I believe in. I'm trying to tell you what time it is, man. What a motherfucker doing with colon cancer? And prostate cancer? And all that stuff there. A holy man don't get sick. Remember, I told you that. Holy man don't get sick. And why is it that the motherfucker said, why is it, if he ain't a government agent, why the nigga said that he was sorry for calling the Jews out of their name, and he was sorry for calling white people the devil? Now that's New York Times, APY, and Press. We got all this shit here out of right into what you call it. Where the motherfucker said this kind of stuff here. And my point is why the hell he gonna hook back up with Wallace Muhammad, who we know is goddamn government?
That's right.
Now he on the stage with him. Now you saw that with your own self. He hooked back up with Hot Wallace Muhammad, Mr. CIA Wallace.
Same the nation around.
Huh?
You go to white folks temples all the time.
Who?
Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah, that's the day he died. I'm just saying though. I'm just why he going back up with the man who initially broke up the damn shit in the first place, fucking Wallace. So I mean, this thing here, man, it's not even a this really it's not even a what you, this man done sold out so bad, man. Until it's really embarrassing. It's not even. It's like it's even a debate on whether this motherfucker on our side. He be around more white people than he does with you, or does with any kind of black person. You'll see him around more white people when you see him than anything and shit. This motherfucker here, hell, right now, if he for you, you can't even get to even speak to that motherfucker. And you could be in the goddamn Nation of Islam. If you ain't up at the upper echelon, you can't even speak to that motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? So that's not even, that ain't even the thing. That nigga been sold out, man. That's not even, but I'm just talking about, man, I mean, it's just countless and countless things. But voter registration, you see what I'm saying? And gonna call up Benny Graham and told Benny Graham to forgive me. Forgive me. Call up Billy Graham and say, forgive me.
What was that on?
That was in what's called. That's the high source. Like I said, call it in them. Everybody do. You see, forgive me for just calling the white man the devil.
He married a bunch of lesbians too.
Yeah, a whole show did. Now he doing the Young Song Moon shit. He married a whole bunch of white folks. Lesbian, white folks, and all that stuff there. So now he Mr. Las Vegas, Mr. Goddamn Wayne Newton motherfucker. That was right. That was on the national paper. When he had the whole Million Family March and he married all them couples, and even lesbian couples got married. This shit is national news, man.
We gotta start researching.
You see, that's national news, man. I mean, this thing it's really embarrassing, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The stuff, the way this nigga is sold out, man. The way he sold out, he ain't nothing but a preacher. So, any other questions? You know, and this ain't nothing new. I've been talking about him, you know, the last 6 years, you know. But I mean, you know, everybody know that and stuff. You know, that's, you know, most of the people in the nation will tell you that now. And stuff, you know. You in the nation? You in the nation?
I'm gonna be.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, don't waste your time, man. Don't waste your time, man. Because I mean, for what? You sell bean pies? You sell bean pies? Well, I mean, what's the point? What's the point? You think Farrakhan gonna leave you somewhere?
I'm going back to Africa.
Well, that's what that got to do with Farrakhan, though. You can go back to Africa without saying.
Away from me.
You can go to Mexico and go back to Africa and get paid. If you ever been to damn college and shit, well, work for one slave master. If you ever been to college, you can get your damn college loans wiped out. You can go to Africa all kind of ways.
I mean, that's just not the reason.
You see what I'm saying? You know, you go to Africa in all kind of ways and stuff. You know. Huh? The message ain't even his. The message was told by Elijah Muhammad. I'm changing it all. His message is that I'm sorry. You're yeah. I mean, some things are just, you know, you wasting your time there, man. You might fuck around and get killed, fuck around there. Make sure I'm gonna give you some good advice, man. You fuck around and you go up in that motherfucker, you might have to get some blood when you get up in there. And when they come in for the blood, you better run. Just to let you know, I told you that. Give me some questions.
Talking about the fact that you calling out Lavado.
Lavado, yeah. Yeah.
Will the energy begin to rise up within you as well? And
well, that's the Kundalini energy. That's what the energy is.
What will be the effects of that energy?
You'll feel a hot energy at the base of your spine. At the base of your spine. Huh? And then it goes to your head and you will come and tap into cosmic consciousness. I would suggest have you get any metaphysical stuff yet? Get some books called The Chakras by C.W. Ledbetter. There's several books on the Kundalini energy. Raising the Kundalini in the West. They got several books that you can go find out some stuff on the Kundalini and stuff where you go back to your God consciousness and cosmic consciousness.
I want to explain to these people exactly where the base of this spine is. They might think it's anywhere.
Well, I'm just saying, at the bottom of your spine, base of your spine, you know, is this energy. And it goes into cosmic consciousness and stuff like that. Whereas, you know, you tap into it, you become Superman. In so many words. That's what the whole God consciousness, awareness, all types of things. Using your mind to produce things.
But they had a comic book superhero by the name of Armpit, the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, the dragon is symbolic throughout ancient culture. You know.
Book of Down's Book of Sexology.
Yeah. Good keys, yeah. Down sexology. Yeah. Any other questions? Give me some more questions.
States I don't have.
Okay.
And
yeah.
I get set up another time to come back here.
Okay. Right on, brother. Okay, man.
Okay, Sister Arizona says she got some handouts for the reflexology for a quarter. Anybody is interested? Reflexology, science. You know, yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, Bobby.
Yeah.
In regards to the individuals who are being taken out of the project and used for their melanin, doesn't it make more sense to keep them alive since melanin is a renewable resource?
Well, it doesn't matter because if you keep them alive, you can't use the melanin. They gotta be dead to get it. You see what I'm saying? If you keep them alive, you can't use it. You see what I'm saying? Because it's still inside of them. They use, you know, and they're not interested in that. They're only interested in what they can use. Although it does change, all the properties do change.
By Wednesday.
But still yet, whatever they use it, whatever they use it in whatever research, it might be a byproduct now, but they still use it. Whatever the deal is. They isolated it in 1968 to a point that they can use it for something. And they use it for a lot of stuff. You see, it's not the same melanin on the higher level, but it is still a byproduct that they can use stuff from after it comes out of the body. And who said they're not keeping some alive? They